This story is about the female protagonist, Beatrice, who, after an unfortunate accident, wakes up 5 years after her death in a new kingdom with a new body, in a new family. She has gone from a duchess to a princess, and unexpectedly, Saratika, the man from her past, still storms into her land to propose a treaty. Now he is an emperor, looking for a bride with his new bloodline. This time, as Princess Shoina, our heroine must do everything to escape his entanglement. Let's wait and see if she repeats the same mistake a second time in this life. Since she was conscious, Beatrice had heard the words her father wanted her to hear: no matter how much I wanted a son, I still ended up with a daughter. If you are truly my child, you must prove that you are worthy. That is the path you must take, to become the duchess of this family. Those words would later completely change the fate of young Beatrice. If the daughters in other families received jewelry or toys at the age of 5, the eldest daughter Beatrice of the Mercian family was different. She received a real sword from her father on her 5th birthday. This also contributed to predicting the extremely difficult path she would take in the future. The Yurfanan Empire, with its powerful royal authority, once ruled the aristocracy, but that honor was a distant past. At this time, the emperor's supporters and the aristocracy were in a stalemate. A power struggle for the empire broke out. And in this conflict-ridden empire, the girl was born into the Mercian family, directly opposing the Yurfanan royal family, born with a destiny to become the next duchess of the Mercian clan and lead the aristocratic faction. Learn the social skills of a lady. Maintain the attitude and attire of a noble. Skills in managing assets and even swordsmanship. Those were all the skills and responsibilities of a female leader, and she quickly mastered them all. For the head of the Mercian family, everything Beatrice did had to be perfect, without allowing any mistakes. The life of her mortal enemy was not much different. Crown Prince Sieratice Tyre Yurfanan, the heir to the Yurfanan throne, was also the person she had to defeat. The next meeting between Beatrice and her father, who told her, "I see that you are ready to be introduced to high society." Soon after, the head of the Mercian family began planning Beatrice's next move. Today is also the Crown Prince's 10th birthday celebration, just like you. This will be your first appearance as the newly introduced young lady, and your first time entering the palace. In front of Beatrice, he calmly said, "This is your first time meeting the Crown Prince. Make sure everything is prepared perfectly." Every word from her father made Beatrice's heart flutter. She knew that once the party started, it would also be the spark of the war between the great families. Beatrice, after dressing beautifully, appeared at the party. Here, she received many evaluating gazes from other nobles. The people who knew the little girl standing in the center of the party knew that she was the next duchess of the Mercian family. A young and talented girl with swordsmanship skills superior to boys of the same age. For the nobles of the same faction, Beatrice was their hope. Feeling the strange gazes looking towards her, Beatrice felt extremely disgusted with this atmosphere for the first time. She wondered, do I have to stand still like a doll all night? Just as Beatrice was curious about what the Crown Prince looked like, an attendant came to announce to everyone present in the hall, "His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has arrived." Appearing before Beatrice was a boy her age, with an extremely stern appearance. His eyes made others feel cold. The Crown Prince's platinum hair and indifferent eyes made Beatrice momentarily stunned. She quickly realized that this was Sieratice Tyre Yurfanan, the enemy she had to face in the future. Having learned etiquette, Beatrice thought she should pay her respects to the Crown Prince, so she approached him. Unexpectedly, Crown Prince Sieratice not only ignored her, but also gave her a cold look. Then strode away without turning his head. At this time, Beatrice began to notice the appearance of Crown Prince Sieratice. He had pale skin, and big, bright eyes like sparkling pearls. Sparkling silver hair, he was a young and beautiful boy like a doll, small in stature but full of authority. This was the person Beatrice needed to kill. And conversely, she was also the target he had to eliminate. Beatrice understood her mission clearly, but she didn't understand why. When she saw the Crown Prince, her heart suddenly became heavy. Perhaps it was from that moment that, deep down, she had an interest in that cold boy. 10 years later, when they both turned 20, from the uprising of the upper-class faction along with the dark corners of the empire, dozens and hundreds of bloody battles took place in an effort to regain power. After all, Beatrice grew up from a pool of blood. She sat in a corner of the room, holding the exquisite dagger piercing through her chest. At this moment, the brave female warrior smiled mockingly. A sword dyed with the blood of its own master is said to weep in agonizing pain. "I'm sorry, my dear Rosa. But I can't just entrust my life to the enemy, can I?" Beatrice didn't know what she was thinking at this moment. For the enemy, it was the final victory of the war, but she couldn't let Sieratice have that honor. She had been defeated, a miserable failure after all her efforts. This was nothing to be ashamed of, because Beatrice knew that in the end, it was her own father who had craved the seat he should not have sat in from the beginning. Looking at the blood on her body, Beatrice smiled bitterly, mocking herself for being so pathetic. In her heart, she had no regrets. For her, there was no other choice but to fight. Just then, cold footsteps came closer and closer. The person from outside reached out and pushed the door open, under Beatrice's blurred eyes. Along with the light from outside shining into the darkness, A familiar figure gradually approached her. This person was none other than Crown Prince Tice. His cold eyes were unmistakable. As soon as he saw the girl sitting in a corner, Saratica called her name, Beatrice Shelmercian. Hearing this, Beatrice smiled with difficulty, not calling me by my title? It doesn't sound familiar. I don't think I've ever been Beatrice in your eyes. These words made Tice speechless for a moment. Beatrice continued to speak, are you not happy? You're the winner, but you don't seem to have any spirit at all. The Crown Prince continued to repeat the name Beatrice unconsciously. Then knelt down beside her. Saying the most honest words he had ever said, you are my most worthy opponent. Unsurprisingly, Saratica's words made Beatrice a little surprised. In the room at this time, only her heavy breathing could be heard. After a while, Beatrice spoke with difficulty, Your Royal Highness. Tice coldly reminded, It's Your Majesty now. Hearing this, Beatrice knew that the Emperor had passed away. Meeting her opponent in such a miserable situation, she had no choice but to offer her congratulations to His Majesty. At this time, Saratica asked, Do you think this whole thing was a mistake? Beatrice replied indifferently, I tried my best, and simply wanted to congratulate the winner fairly. Beatrice could feel that her body had reached its final limit. In those final moments, her mind was once again surging. There was a time when she imagined that if she could become his knight. After all, what remained was only regret. Beatrice had dreamed that if she wasn't the heir to a noble family, she wished she could have been born into a common family. Then served Saratica as her lord. At this time, Beatrice called Saratica's name. The young man's expression remained unchanged. He only indicated that he wanted her to speak. Beatrice smiled admiringly, Our battle, it was truly interesting. Tice nodded in agreement. Immediately after, he reached out his hand. Placing his hand on Beatrice's shoulder. Saying all the thoughts in his heart, I also had a wonderful time because of our conflict. Seconds later, Tice calmly said goodbye to Beatrice. The life of the young girl who fought wholeheartedly for her family ended just like that. After closing her eyes, Beatrice seemed to still feel Saratica's empty gaze looking at her, as if seeing her off as she breathed her last breath. Beatrice died, a bleak but not lonely death. A pain once again made the female protagonist's consciousness clear. All she could hear was the voice of a young girl looking at her, saying, Princess, are you awake? Just when she still didn't understand what was happening, the young girl suddenly continued, His Majesty wants to have breakfast with you. Beatrice was completely awake now. Even so, she still didn't understand how she could be conscious of everything around her after dying. The maid beside her was overjoyed to see the princess sit up. At this time, Beatrice still hadn't fully absorbed what was happening to her. She really didn't know what situation she was in now. With a hint of suspicion in her heart, she got out of bed, striding towards the mirror in front of her. As soon as she saw herself reflected in the mirror, Beatrice seemed too shocked to speak. The room where she stood was decorated in a very eye-catching and cute style, and the objects around the room all exuded a luxurious look. Beatrice gradually realized that she was in the princess's room, and the image reflected in the mirror was not her own face. Just then, the maid on the side saw the princess standing there blankly and called out to the princess. What's wrong, princess? Did you have a nightmare? The maid said with a very worried voice. Beatrice now realized that this was the maid who had woken her up. Although she knew that asking would increase suspicion, in order to better understand the current situation, Beatrice had no choice but to ask her what was going on. She started by asking the maid, What is my name? Hearing the princess's question, the maid was stunned for a moment. Immediately after, she happily brushed it off, That's terrible. You forgot your own name? You are Shoina Flor Solem. Seeing the maid's indifferent appearance as if nothing had happened, Beatrice was a little doubtful about life. Through the maid's words, she learned that Solem was the name of their kingdom. Thinking that her princess had forgotten everything that had happened, the maid enthusiastically expressed her intention to say, I will guide and lead you through everything. Until you remember everything. Solem is a very small kingdom, but it is naturally blessed with fertile land, suitable for farming. Anything that is planted sprouts and grows. This place is responsible for cultivating fresh local produce for everyone. The maid said with a proud voice, Of course, with such fertile land, our kingdom is unmatched. Hearing this, Beatrice thought to herself that she had somehow come to this peaceful land. To better understand the current situation, she asked the maid, What year is it? The maid sighed, scolding, That's why I told you that you should keep a diary, instead of letting the days pass by in vain. Through the maid's words, Beatrice learned that today was the 10th of February, year 1290 Richelian. Coincidentally, the princess of the kingdom of Solem's 20th birthday was coming up in a few days. Beatrice didn't expect that 5 years had passed in the blink of an eye. Recalling her lonely death, along with the crazy rebirth, she couldn't help but sigh, It's really crazy. The maid on the side heard the little princess murmuring something and asked curiously, What did you say, princess? Beatrice quickly turned her head, pretending that nothing had happened. Facing the maid's energetic appearance, Beatrice was reminded of a golden retriever. At this moment, the maid was very curious about the princess's nightmare. She thought that it was because of that terrible nightmare that her master had become so absent-minded. While lost in thought, The maid seemed to realize something, and asked with a confused expression, "Princess, since when have you become so calm?" Facing this attitude of the maid, Beatrice carefully thought. The female protagonist thought that this Princess Shoina was usually also ignorant, so the maid didn't suspect anything about her question just now. Just as she was about to respond to the other party, the maid suddenly blurted out. The girl scratched her head in pain and said to Beatrice, "I came because His Majesty wanted you to have lunch with him." "I can't believe I completely forgot." While speaking, the maid urged Beatrice to prepare. The maid quickly did the princess's hair and chose clothes for her as usual. Meanwhile, Beatrice thought about the things that had happened to her. She didn't expect that she had ended her life, yet now she had the opportunity to be reborn once again. And reborn into the body of a princess in a small kingdom. A very feminine and graceful girl. At this moment, what worried Beatrice the most was how those slender arms could hold her sword Rosa correctly. Inside the magnificent palace, Beatrice looked out the window with many thoughts. She could feel the warm atmosphere enveloping her. From the bottom of her heart, she never knew that such a thing existed. Looking at the beautiful scenery outside the window, Beatrice unconsciously thought of one person, who was none other than Saratica. She always had a special interest in that boy. The aristocratic faction had collapsed 5 years ago, so she guessed that this world was now in the hands of the other party. From the moment Beatrice woke up in this place, she could only think about Saratica. That boy would probably never know that she had returned. Before long, Beatrice was escorted to the dining room. At this moment, her mood was a little confused. It was possible to fool an innocent maid like Lily, but the Shoina family was another matter. Beatrice couldn't guess how long she could hide her identity. As soon as she entered, the Emperor of the Kingdom of Solom smiled kindly. "Shoina, our lovely girl, you're late." The other party's attitude was beyond Beatrice's expectations. Before she could recover, the noble lady beside her continued, "Shoina still likes to sleep in. She's still a child." Following that, the red-haired girl said with a dismayed expression, "If you're late again, there won't be any soup left." One by one, the remaining people echoed the previous statement with greetings. Their liberal attitude made Beatrice unbelievable. She doubted whether this was really the Solom royal family, because the feeling they gave her was just a warm and friendly group of farmers. Even so, Beatrice told herself not to be vigilant, because they might only be pretending to be kind on the outside. After bowing her head to apologize for being late, she pulled out a chair and sat down in her place. At this time, one of Shoina's sisters spoke up, "Now that you're here, why don't we continue the previous topic?" Looking at the other party's serious expression, Beatrice was a little worried, thinking that the upcoming topic was related to politics. Unexpectedly, her sister's next words caught her off guard. The red-haired girl declared to everyone, "I am this year's tomato queen." Just when Beatrice still didn't understand what was happening, the remaining sister said with an unwilling expression, "No, I am the potato queen." These words immediately received a rebuttal from the other person. This situation made it a little difficult for Beatrice to fit in. She thought that the royal family would sit each person far apart, and be trained to always know how to restrain their emotions. The food on the table here was also not elaborate, only tomato soup and creamy spaghetti, which were very simple. Beatrice had never seen a royal dining table like this. Suddenly, she seemed to think of something. She thought that there was no such thing as a tomato queen or a potato queen. There was also no matter of sisters fighting over the title. But the father and mother were still happily warm. She was just still unconscious, her soul had left her body, or she was being teased by a fairy who should have led her to the other world. Seeing her daughter lost in thought, Queen Solom asked with concern, "Why are you so quiet, Shoina? Are you not hungry?" Before Beatrice could answer, the king spoke up, "Our youngest daughter has grown up after one night, so noble and discreet, but still our beautiful girl." Faced with the enthusiastic attitude of everyone, Beatrice was a little unable to adapt. For the time being, she decided to put on an emotionless face to deceive the people here. Immediately, she opened her mouth and said coldly, "I'm mature now." The words just spoken made Beatrice herself jump. She couldn't believe that Princess Shoina had such a childish voice. Just like what Beatrice thought, after hearing these words, the three sisters laughed and mocked, "You won't be mature in a million years, little girl." After saying that, they also mentioned that Shoina was the Peach Queen last year. This news surprised Beatrice. She unconsciously asked again, "I am what?" As soon as she received an affirmative answer from her eldest sister, Beatrice vaguely guessed that the main reason came from her hair. The other two sisters continued to ramble on, telling Beatrice, who was in Shoina's form, that last year she had put on makeup to highlight her rosy cheeks, making the judges unable to take their eyes off her. Seeing that her daughter still had no reaction after hearing that, both the king and queen mistakenly thought that their daughter was shy. At this point, the queen mentioned that her daughters had reached the age of marriage. This made the princesses a little flustered. The king on the side said with regret, "I'm not ready for you to leave." Looking at the people around her freely expressing their love, Beatrice sighed inwardly that this was the fairy's joke. Just then, the horn outside the palace sounded, attracting the attention of the people in the dining room. This was the first time Beatrice had heard this sound. She asked curiously what that sound was. Before she could even receive an answer, suddenly a figure rushed in from outside. The steward rushed into the door, calling, "Your Majesty." Seeing this, King Solom asked, Vestnon, what's wrong? Steward Vestnon said that their kingdom was at war. The words just spoken made the people present at the table unable to absorb it for a moment. The steward continued to mention the name Yerfanin. At this time, Beatrice paid attention to his words. Through the steward's words, she learned that the bloodthirsty Emperor Saratika of Yerfanin was leading the royal guard to attack their capital. Immediately, the image of the cold boy appeared in Beatrice's mind. She didn't expect that after being reborn, she would have the opportunity to hear others mention this name. News of the Yerfanin Emperor leading his troops to attack the kingdom of Solom spread quickly. Beatrice couldn't believe that after being reborn, she would have the opportunity to meet the boy she longed for day and night. This news came too suddenly, causing her to be stunned and speechless. Immediately, the image of Saratika appeared in her mind. The boy she knew was like the moon, emitting gentle and peaceful light. A dangerous person with an emotionless face made it impossible to know what he was thinking. The boy always showed gentle light but was still sharp enough to force her to hide the admiration surging in her heart, and was also the biggest enemy of her life. Beatrice couldn't understand what had happened in the past 5 years that would cause someone like Saratika to invade a small kingdom without a word of declaration. This was not at all like the behavior she knew about him. At this time, Steward Vestnon worriedly asked, Your Majesty, what should we do? King Solom pondered for a moment. Then smiled as if nothing had happened, saying, I knew this day would come, but I never thought it would always be Yerfanin. The king's reaction shocked Beatrice for a moment. Even the queen, after hearing the news, didn't show any fear. The two heads of a kingdom could calmly converse with each other upon hearing that their kingdom was being invaded by a powerful force. The king even enthusiastically expressed, It feels like I'm very much loved, which prompted the queen to subtly remind him, Honey, I don't think now is the appropriate time to say that. Over here, the older sister sighed, expressing regret, so, there won't be a vegetable queen contest this year. This information made the other two sisters furious. That's a 200-year-old tradition. It's a national disgrace. Beatrice couldn't believe that immediately after hearing the news of the kingdom's invasion, what they were concerned about was just a small vegetable queen contest. Conversely, they didn't care at all about losing their authority in the future. The conversation even became livelier because there was a new topic, which made Beatrice feel like she was the only outsider. As a female warrior from a ducal family, she thought the natural reaction at this time should be trembling in fear. Yet, when facing death, they could remain calm as if nothing had happened. Unable to contain her curiosity, Beatrice asked, Aren't you all afraid? War could wipe us all out, she said with a very serious tone, causing the king to sigh and reassure her. Yerfanin is a powerful country, but there's no need to worry, little one, the king said before carefree and innocently putting mashed potatoes into his mouth. The people here believe that being invaded by a major power will surely be unpleasant, but they will still be safe nonetheless. After all, the 500-year history is enough to guarantee that. At this point, Beatrice realized that their ability to maintain peace for so long was impressive, but they had no means of resisting a force that wanted to invade. At this moment, the female lead faced everyone and seriously spoke her mind, Death isn't the only shame, there are many other ways that can lead to the downfall of a nation. As soon as she said that, the king on the side was so moved that he burst into tears. Seeing her father's excessive reaction, Beatrice was momentarily speechless. Indeed, after hearing his youngest daughter's words, the king was so moved that he burst into tears, believing that the daughter he loved had truly grown up. Since her rebirth, Beatrice had received countless surprises from the Solom royal family. She didn't understand how a king of a country could cry in such a tense situation. Helpless, she had no choice but to explain to everyone, Yerfanin is the most powerful superpower today, so being indifferent isn't very wise. Even so, these words still didn't elicit a reaction from those present. Her 3 older sisters were still smiling carefree, not thinking about politics at all. Noticing that everyone didn't realize the situation, Beatrice didn't know what else to say. At this time, the king had to come up with an idea, how about we go outside and take a look? Then he suggested that he would hold the queen's hand. The queen also calmly got up, You're showing your love for your children by prioritizing your wife first. The 3 Solom sisters didn't show the slightest fear when going out to meet the people from Yerfanin. What they cared about at this moment was whether the dresses they were wearing were appropriate for the current situation, or their curiosity about the men in Yerfanin. This made Beatrice stunned. She looked at the carefree backs of the Solom royals. Finally, she had to give in. Soon after preparing meticulously, the Solom family, along with the servants in the palace, gradually walked out of the door, preparing to welcome the Emperor of Yerfanin. Beatrice was extremely flustered at this moment. She knew that in just a moment, she would meet the man she had been longing for every night. Beatrice had never thought she would meet that man again, but she would have to face him soon. As soon as the palace door opened, sunlight shone on Beatrice's face, making her more radiant than ever. The first thing she saw was the national flag of Yerfanin, the symbol of a very valiant lion. In front of her was the legion led by Saratika. Beatrice merged into the crowd. Seeing Saratika step down from his horse. 5 years had passed, but Sararatika's face was still deeply imprinted in her mind. The female lead could recognize. As always, Saratika still had that beautiful, unfeeling face. The first sentence Siraradika spoke was to ask the person standing in front, "You are the king of Solom, aren't you?" This was the first time after her rebirth that Beatrice heard Siraradika's voice. She felt that his voice had deepened. In addition, he was also taller than before, completely different from the last time she met him. Standing in front of the man she had been longing for day and night, Beatrice wondered if she had really survived and returned. At this time, the king calmly replied to Siraradika's question, "That's right, I am the king of Solom. I don't know what wind brought your majesty here. I'm quite sure Solom has nothing for you to seek." In another corner, the older sisters were discussing why Siraradika had led troops to invade their land. One thought his kingdom had run out of rice, and another thought they had run out of fresh produce. The three argued over the reason why Yurfanan had led troops here. Hearing the ridiculous reasons of her sisters, Beatrice didn't know where to hide her face. She secretly pleaded with them not to whisper anymore, because everyone here could hear the words they had just said. Just as Beatrice thought. After hearing the argument of the three Solom royal sisters, Siraradika flashed a sly smile. Beatrice inadvertently saw the smile on the young man's face. After hearing those words, Siraradika seemed extremely amused. He opened his mouth and made his proposal, "Because you have brought a moment of joy to me, I will give Solom a choice." After speaking, he drew the sword from his side, directly pointing it at the king of Solom, the sharp blade placed against his neck, causing Beatrice and those there to panic endlessly. At this moment, Siraradika coldly looked at the king and asked, "Do you want to die here, or form an alliance with me? I hope you will choose correctly." This proposal seemed not to allow the king to refuse. Seeing Siraradika's merciless appearance, Beatrice was a little confused. This man had conquered countless countries in the past 5 years, but all of those places hadn't satisfied him. Although she had only been reborn not long ago, in Beatrice's heart, the Solom royal family were very kind people. They gathered together, giving each other precious sincerity. In particular, they also showed great affection for their youngest daughter, Shroina. Beatrice seemed to understand her heart. She was used to spending her whole life being Siraradika's enemy, or perhaps because of the warmth of the family she had just met. So, in a flash, she unconsciously stepped out, rushing forward, using her body to protect those behind her. Seeing the girl blocking his view, Siraradika quickly recognized that this was one of the 4 Solom princesses. From deep within the other's eyes, he welcomed the idea and opened his mouth to say, "You must have a lot to say, don't you?" Beatrice looked at Siraradika with a firm gaze and replied, "Yes, your majesty. Please forgive me, but I am not very interested in accepting your ridiculous proposal." Princess Shroina's unexpected action stunned Siraradika for a moment. As expected, Siraradika then stared at her with a murderous gaze, gritting his teeth and saying, "How amusing." The other party's appearance made Beatrice's hair stand on end. Even though she had been reborn, she was still very afraid of the young man in front of her. Siraradika stood above, looking at her with cold eyes, opening his mouth and saying, "It seems you still don't know what fear is. There's no other way to explain your recklessness." Facing these words, Beatrice, though frightened, still bluntly replied, "Why, thank you, your majesty." The sword in Siraradika's hand quickly moved towards Beatrice. Without any hesitation, he continued, "I'm saying you're reckless." Seeing this, the female lead refused to be outdone and retorted, "And I think that's a compliment." The sharp blade flashed across Beatrice's neck. Siraradika carried a reminder, people say caution is never regrettable. Indeed, when a subject offends, a princess of a small kingdom dares to stand in front of the emperor. Blindness and recklessness will bring you nothing. These words made Beatrice ponder for a moment. But immediately after, she looked at the other party strongly and asked, "Do you even intend to kill us? If you had come here to plunder, you would have killed us all already." Immediately after hearing this sentence from Beatrice, Siraradika's expression suddenly changed. Knowing that the other party was willing to listen to her, Beatrice calmly seized the opportunity to continue speaking, "Your Majesty, your threat to a king without a weapon in his hand only proves your depravity. But I think you already know that." Unexpectedly, Siraradika did not continue to bare his fangs at the girl standing in front of him as before. His expression had softened a bit. Next, Siraradika uttered a sentence that Beatrice could not have expected. He asked, "What's your name?" Just as Beatrice unconsciously was about to blurt out her real name, suddenly, the 3 older sisters rushed over, thinking that Siraradika was bullying their younger sister. So, they angrily retaliated on her behalf, "Her name is Shroina. And what do you plan to do with that information? Do you think that just with that handsome face, you can step over here? Get that sword away from my sister." Lying in the arms of her older sister, Beatrice now realized that she had almost revealed her true identity to Siraradika. The king was also inevitably angry. He loudly criticized the person pointing the sword at his daughter, "You're acting more like a thug than an emperor. How dare you point your sword at my daughter?" An older sister on the side also shouted at the crowd of soldiers, "Do you really think this action is acceptable? If you continue like this, I'll send you back empty-handed." The Solom royal family was no longer polite to the Yurfanan invaders. They shouted loudly, demanding that Siraradika's soldiers put down their swords. Looking at the people in front of him chattering noisily, Siraradika couldn't help but think of chicks chirping. As for Beatrice, after silently observing Siraradika for a while, she suddenly realized that although the other party's expression hadn't changed, he was probably flustered inside because of what was happening. Even she had never seen a royal family that could be so united. Realizing that she herself had started this, Beatrice helplessly told everyone that she was fine. But the queen was still worried. She asked her caringly, "My dear, are you all right?" Before Beatrice could answer, her older sisters were already crying and sobbing because they thought their younger sister had been taken advantage of. Looking at the scene in front of him, Siraradika unconsciously uttered, "Indeed, a family." Knowing that this matter wouldn't end if it wasn't resolved, Beatrice told everyone that she was fine. Then, she stepped forward, faced Siraradika, and solemnly introduced herself. "O King of Yurfanan, I am the youngest princess of Solam, Shoina Flor Solam." Her actions made the older sisters standing behind her not understand what was happening. Here, Beatrice cautiously made a proposal to Yurfanan, "If you don't intend to kill us, why don't we go inside to continue discussing? Although having guests arrive without prior notice is not customary. We must make a wise choice, among the few options you have given us, right?" Facing Siraradika, Beatrice fearlessly hinted, "What diplomatic agreement is carried out in the palace courtyard? Are you planning to sign a treaty here?" Although there was sarcasm in her words, Siraradika couldn't criticize Beatrice because of her warm smile. After thinking and considering for a while, the young man finally nodded in agreement with the other party's proposal. Before entering the palace, Siraradika ordered his troops to retreat. Seeing this, Beatrice expressed her intention to lead the way for everyone. After the conversation with Siraradika just now, Beatrice now realized that this young man had never intended to kill anyone here. Although she didn't know the reason, she could be sure that Yurfanan didn't want to kill the Solam royal family, or couldn't kill them. This meant that Solam had something that this person wanted. The more she thought about this, the pressure and tension increased, causing Beatrice's heart to pound. This feeling was very similar to the day they fought each other. Siraradika was led deep inside the palace by the group. On the way, the poor young man was harassed by Shoina's older sisters. "I'm still keeping an eye on you, don't even think about touching Shoina again." Beatrice, standing on the side, seeing Siraradika's actions, thought that this person had to adapt to them. As soon as the door was opened, Siraradika entered without any politeness. After observing the space inside the room carefully for a while, he shamelessly criticized, "This place is too small, isn't it?" The criticism in Siraradika's mouth, as soon as it reached the ears of an optimistic person like King Solam, turned into "This place is too cozy." Immediately after, the king cordially invited Siraradika to sit down and discuss matters. Feeling the atmosphere inside the room was extremely tense, the Minister of Treasury, Maximilian, reluctantly only dared to take a deep breath to continue existing inside the atmosphere. His actions immediately caught Beatrice's eyes. Closing her eyes, she could also guess that a cunning person like Maximilian was also nervous. The first sentence that King Solam opened for the discussion was to ask, "Why did you have to come all this way yourself?" The king's question seemed to also be Beatrice's question. She didn't understand why a person like Siraradika could be here. Although his face was too familiar to her, the suspicion about his actions was still full. The indecipherable emotions kept popping up in her head, making her want to ask him how he had lived in the past 5 years, and how big was the void she had left during the war. Even so, based on the current situation, Beatrice still couldn't ask these questions because she was currently Princess Shoina of the Kingdom of Solam. Siraradika told King Solam that, "I have given all the terms, read them and make a decision." Then he waved his hand to signal Maximilian to take the contract. Maximilian quickly brought out the contract that he had drafted earlier. These were the conditions that Yurfanan set. King Solam received the contract and carefully read the terms inside. Beatrice wondered, the agreements that superpowers impose usually include unfair terms that eat away at the flesh and blood of small kingdoms. Even if the agreement ends, can this country remain as it is now? After living with the people in the royal family for a while, Beatrice could feel that the people here were very warm, kind and full of energy. If this agreement made them change, she would definitely be angry with Siraradika. Beatrice couldn't know that the unusual expression on her face had been caught by Siraradika's eyes long ago. After calming down, Beatrice realized that there was a deep gaze looking towards her. Helpless, she had no choice but to lower her head to avoid Siraradika's gaze. But because she could still feel the cold air, she carefully looked towards Siraradika. At this moment, Beatrice couldn't understand. Why was the person sitting in front of her staring at her all the time? Seeming to feel the confusion in Beatrice's heart, Siraradika began to open his mouth and ask, "You are Princess Shoina, aren't you?" These sudden words made Beatrice a little flustered. Even so, she still stammered and answered, "Yes." Hearing her answer, Siraradika suddenly smiled. This smile without malice made Beatrice not understand. At this time, King Solam raised his head and said, "Emperor Yurfanan, I have finished reading the agreement." Seeing this, Beatrice looked nervously towards her father. The next words of the king surprised her. King Solam said that these conditions were very good. This seemed to be beyond Beatrice's expectations. She tried to regain her composure and wondered what was happening. Siraradika felt very interesting when he caught Beatrice's bewildered expression. "You look very confused, Princess Shoina. Don't you realize how fertile this land is blessed? Although small, it is an endless source of food." Beatrice didn't seem to fully understand the meaning in Siroradika's words. The king and queen on the side were the opposite. They thought Siroradika was praising their industry, so they showed pride nonstop. "You're too kind, even Yerfanin recognizes us." The queen on the side continued, "I told my husband, the agriculture in Solom is the best in the world." The two people were cheering for the agriculture of the kingdom without paying attention to the ugly expression of their daughter standing next to them. Beatrice felt that now was not the time for them to gloat about this. Suddenly, Siroradika continued, "That is also something to be proud of. Solom provides 30% of the continent's food." Beatrice felt strange when she heard these words from Siroradika's mouth. She didn't expect a man of few words like him to say irrelevant things like that today. The older sisters felt interesting when they heard the data that Siroradika said. They reluctantly showed their acceptance of the encouragement. The pink-haired older sister thoughtfully praised Siroradika, "You are the first person to see that, Your Majesty. Most people only care about gold and silver gems. We also don't have accurate numbers, but we know that our influence is very large." Hearing her older sister's words, Beatrice worriedly thought, the Solom that she saw on the map was very, very small, but it could provide up to 30% of the food of the entire continent. Even when she was the Duchess of Yerfanin, she hadn't heard of this land, so she didn't know what this land was like. But Siroradika was different. He seemed to understand Solom very well, so in front of everyone, he talked about this land. "The people here are descendants of the Holy Temple. That's why everything in Solom develops miraculously. All the high priests of the earth god, human beings themselves are a miracle." After speaking, the young man mocked and asked Beatrice, "Princess Shoina, do you understand? It seems that you don't know anything about the history of this country." The sentence hit Beatrice's sore spot. After being reborn, she had only discovered the existence of Solom. How could she know its history? Feeling like she was being humiliated publicly, Beatrice looked at Siroradika with gloom. At this time, the king suddenly spoke up and said his concern. "But isn't it too sudden? These terms are too favorable to Solom, so what will you get?" Siroradika suddenly uttered the two words mages. Then he explained to the people there, "Maybe everyone hasn't realized it, but Solom has always been noticed by powerful countries. It was the mages who grasped it first. But unlike us, they are only interested in Solom's sacred power. Now, if Solom falls, the entire continent will face a serious famine." The queen was very worried when she heard this. "Are those creatures pursuing us?" Although he had heard Siroradika's reasonable explanation, King Solom still had some doubts and said, "But these terms are too one-sided." Siroradika replied unceremoniously, "Does that make you unhappy? If you want to be taken advantage of, just tell me." King Solom immediately replied, "Of course not. It's just, this is like a treaty between allies, not a vassal state." Suddenly Mimixilin blurted out, "Exactly." He happily said, "Yerfanin made this treaty because it sees Solom as a friend, an ally. Just sign this treaty, and your country will receive the support of Yerfanin for the next 20 years. As our first importing country, there will be a few more necessary terms, but just consider them as a supplement." Maximilian meant that these terms wouldn't affect Solom too much. His reasonable words moved both the king and queen. Seeing that the two hadn't made a decision yet, Siroradika decided to speak. "What else do you have to think about? As the Emperor of Yerfanin, I swear that this country will be prosperous and peaceful." At this moment, after listening to what Siroradika and Maximilian said, Beatrice realized the problem, which was that Solom had suddenly become the political target of all countries. Although small, it was very rich. Yerfanin wanted to buy off Solom before anyone else by providing protection thanks to their blessings. So, in return for occupying the sacred land bestowed by the gods, Yerfanin would promise to support Solom. Beatrice knew that these things were due to Mimixilin's idea. She didn't expect that old fox to not change at all after 5 years. She didn't want this to pass, so she immediately spoke up. "You seem to be a little hasty. I guess the mages have taken action sooner than you thought." At first, Siroradika felt very uncomfortable when he heard these words. But when he knew that the owner of those words was the little Princess Shoina, he smiled and nodded, indicating his agreement with the sentence just now. This made Beatrice feel that she was being teased. She didn't understand why this person always laughed at the sentences she said. Next, Siroradika began to justify. They don't care about Solom's food supply. They want to experiment to defeat the divine power of the gods, and through famine, bring chaos to this world. Beatrice didn't seem to believe these words too much. "You think we will believe you? How can we trust a person who has invaded my country and pointed a sword at us?" Based on her understanding of Siroradis, Beatrice skillfully questioned him about the terms at this moment. "If we have to meet misfortune because of this hastily signed agreement, then what will you do?" Siroradika responded with his know-it-all look, but she already knew that I wasn't lying. Beatrice couldn't believe her ears when she heard this. She was extremely confused as to why Siroradika knew she would believe him, especially since they had only met today. Suddenly, Siroradika said, "Please forgive me for arriving so abruptly earlier. We truly didn't know what to expect from the next person. But I can tell you that this is a mutually beneficial friendship pact." Even though Siroradika said that, Beatrice absolutely didn't believe him. More than anyone, she knew this man well. She was sure he still wanted something, but didn't know how to explain it to everyone. At this moment, the king suddenly spoke up, I believe you. If we don't sign this pact, we'll lose even more. We will sign. The queen on the side also agreed with her husband's decision. King Solem's next words were as firm as a nail. Only a fool wouldn't sign it. This is too ideal a pact. It's like I'm taking advantage of you. Hearing that, Siraradika unconsciously smiled, thinking about it, you're right. This pact is too good for Solem. Immediately after, Siraradika solemnly stated his decision, then I will add a supplementary clause. Beatrice immediately became tense. She knew this was what Siraradika really wanted. Before long, Siraradika spoke up, as an emperor. I want someone with Solem blood to become a member of the Yurfanan royal family. Siraradika spoke with such a serious demeanor that no one thought it was a joke. I have 4 choices here, it seems. The moment those words were spoken, those present were shocked and gaping. Including Beatrice and Maximilian, 2 people who knew Siraradika well. Beatrice looked at Siraradika and thought to herself, what is this crazy emperor saying? Suddenly, the king father stood up abruptly. His expression became somber as he wanted to confirm Siraradika's earlier words, Your Majesty, do you mean to make one of my daughters your royal consort? Siraradika replied on the side, that's right. That is also all the conditions that Yurfanan sets for you. Seeing the king father's expressionless face, Beatrice thought he would be furious next. Because Siraradika himself was the one who rushed in here unannounced, threatened war, and even wanted to take a daughter from Solem. Unexpectedly, things weren't like what Beatrice thought. The king and queen were extremely happy because they thought their daughter would marry the emperor. And the emperor would become their son-in-law. Schweina's older sisters were also excited. They began discussing who would be the royal consort of the Yurfanan emperor. One older sister said that she had accepted Sokum's marriage proposal. If she left him, the public would gossip endlessly. Everyone was extremely impressed with the emperor's beauty. They continued to discuss without paying attention to Beatrice's different expression. At this moment, Beatrice doubted to the point that she thought she was the only one who didn't understand the situation. Seeing the usually cold Siraradika smiling happily today, she had goosebumps. She tried to calm herself down, because she thought that if she didn't restrain herself, someone would have to get married. Immediately, Beatrice looked at Siraradika and asked, Are you sure you want to be more careful when making such an important decision? Hearing that, Siraradika glanced at the Solem royal family. It seems like no one has a problem with it, or am I wrong? Just as Siraradika said, currently, except for Beatrice, all the Solem royal family members were happy about the news just now. Suddenly, Siraradika made an even more mind-blowing decision. After thinking about it, I realized that I will choose a daughter with whom I will live the rest of my life. Can I make a decision after a month of observation? Then, without waiting for everyone to react, Siraradika announced to everyone, I plan to stay in Solem for the next month. I intend to get to know all of you thoroughly. As he spoke, Siraradika looked towards Beatrice, making her feel uncomfortable. It seemed that no one understood what Siraradika was thinking to be able to make such a bold decision. Today, the entire palace was extremely busy because of the appearance of the Yurfanan emperor. Seeing each of the emperor's belongings being moved inside, Beatrice felt a little unreal. Just then, Siraradika appeared to chat. You still have that thoughtful look, Princess Schweina. Beatrice was surprised by Siraradika's appearance right here. A few hours ago, Beatrice had a difficult conversation with Siraradika. She asked in a critical tone, why does it have to be the Solem royal family? You could have a better choice than that. Siraradika then opened his mouth and agreed with her thoughts. You're right, I have a better choice, but I'm only interested in what satisfies me. Siraradika's ambiguous words made Beatrice somewhat confused. She didn't understand what was in Solem that this young man needed. Suddenly, Beatrice thought of something. She thought that Siraradika had been attracted by her older sisters. But this thought was quickly extinguished, because in her eyes, the Solem royal sisters had no charm or beauty at all, completely unsuitable for Siraradika. The Siraradika she knew was a young man immune to women, no matter how beautiful or seductive they were. He was still like a cold ice cream. According to what Beatrice thought, Siraradika was not at all attracted to girls. That was the reason Beatrice guessed that Siraradika was still single until now. At this time, Siraradika indicated that he wanted Princess Schweina to understand better. He called Maximilian, who was standing next to him, ordered the other party to send the soldiers back except for the guards, then bring some necessary things to this place. Just as Maximilian was about to express his desire to stay, Siraradika refused on the grounds that the emperor would return soon. It wouldn't be fair to him if he was stuck in this place. Helplessly, Maximilian had to obey the order. Beatrice saw this and didn't understand why she felt that Siraradika was deliberately abandoning Maximilian. At this moment, seeing Siraradika brazenly staying in the palace, Beatrice looked at the other party with a gloomy gaze. She couldn't understand why this young man, who was a proper emperor, could stay in a foreign country to find a royal consort. He didn't even inform anyone about this. Suddenly, Beatrice had to withdraw her unfriendly gaze just now because of Siraradika's words. If you keep looking at me like that, I'll think you have something to say to me. Helpless, Beatrice in Schweina's form had to speak up to resolve the words just now. Is it okay for an emperor to leave his empire for too long? Suddenly, Siraradika smiled. Solom is worried about Yerfanin? The meaningful words made Beatrice tense. She didn't want to cross the line with the young man in front of her. Without letting Beatrice answer, Siraradika affirmed, there's no need to worry about that. A month is nothing to Yerfanin. They are a powerful empire. Not knowing if Siraradika was talking to Beatrice or Princess Shoina, he only expressed that he had done it. Beatrice knew that Siraradika's belief in his empire also reflected his power. Everything had changed since the past when the two were on opposite sides of the battle line. To ensure that the opposing forces could not maintain their monopoly on the royal land, he had to grow up on his own. Beatrice always wanted to meet the other party as an emperor. In her heart, Siraradika was a venerable emperor. Remembering the past events, she felt a little choked up. At this time, the chief steward came to inform Siraradika that they had finished moving his luggage into the guest room. Seeing the room prepared, Siraradika bluntly criticized, the room is smaller than my nostril. Suddenly, Siraradika called Princess Shoina's name. The young man expressed his gratitude because she cared about him so much. Then he turned and left, leaving Beatrice with an unsightly look on her back. Yerfanin now is like a garden full of flower bushes. That prosperity was exchanged for the blood and bones of countless nobles, including Beatrice. One thing she could be sure of was that she wasn't angry at all when thinking about the past, even though Siraradika himself had pushed her to her death. But power was something Beatrice could understand. Because in the past she came from the Mercian ducal family. The love-hate relationship creates the strongest connection, gradually settling into an emotion that she herself does not understand. That feeling is now bigger than she thought. Returning to the room, Beatrice encountered another tribulation. Lily used a pleading look to ask her to go on a date. Through the maid's words, she learned that the emperor wanted a date and spend time with each princess. What made Beatrice the most desperate was that she, in Shoina's identity, also had to participate. This news seemed to make her unable to accept. She had just said that she didn't hate the young man, but that didn't mean she wanted to date him. Beatrice tried to salvage the situation by asking Lily if her father and mother agreed to this. Lily said that was the king's idea. Hearing this, Beatrice felt like she was going crazy, but thinking about it, she guessed Siraradika certainly wouldn't choose her. Just thinking about having to go to the chapel with that person. Beatrice's goosebumps rose in waves. Seeing the princess's wailing appearance, Lily worriedly asked, Princess, what's wrong? The innocent made Lily assume that the princess was worried about what to wear on the date. Time flies. It had been 3 days since Siraradika made the decision to look for a royal consort. Beatrice stood above looking at the scene of her older sister and him dating. She was a little speechless. After a period of staying in Solom, Siraradika seemed to have become acquainted with the eldest princess Tirana. The scene of the two talking intimately immediately caught Beatrice's eye. The cheesy scene only seen in Korean movies appeared right on Siraradika's person, making Beatrice feel a chill. To understand each other better, the Solom family decided to hold a conversation. At this time, the eldest princess Tirana excitedly asked Siraradika, how's the garden? Siraradika coldly replied on the side, flowers are blooming. Seeing that, Tirana continued to introduce, we also have many delicious fruit trees. The interaction between her older sister and Siraradika immediately attracted Beatrice's attention. To her, Tirana was the eldest princess, only 1 year younger than the emperor. So she was the most reasonable choice. Although a bit much, she was a good girl, a pretty good choice for Siraradika. Just then, the second Princess Irene suddenly spoke up, you haven't forgotten our appointment tomorrow, have you, your majesty? Surely the appointment with Tirana is fun, but that's not all. Irene spoke while acting spoiled, the meaning in her words was to want Siraradika to see more things. Realizing that her second older sister also had feelings for Siraradika, Beatrice was speechless. Clearly 2 days ago, she was still rambling that she had an engagement with Sakam. Irene had an appearance exactly like a cat, she radiated a very natural loveliness. Her only bad habit was not being able to read people. After seeing her 2 older sisters talk to the emperor, the third Princess Tiabel didn't forget to contribute to the conversation, then should I take him to the lake? Then she turned to Siraradika and excitedly asked, how about the lake, your majesty? We will row flower boats on it, just thinking about it makes me feel relaxed. To Beatrice, Tiabel was the most beautiful among the princesses, and she had a pretty lively personality. Therefore, her bad habit was also talking too much. Seeing their daughters being enthusiastic with the Yerfanin emperor, the king and queen were extremely proud. Suddenly, Beatrice realized that the princesses were only about a year apart. She couldn't believe that the queen's small body could give birth to 4 children in a row. At this point, she really believed what people said, that the people of Solom were all high priests of the earth god. Beatrice wondered if fertile here not only referred to the land, the more she thought about it, the more she was attracted to this country. Suddenly, the female lead felt the atmosphere become silent. It turned out that the 3 older sisters were staring at her. Tirana was the first to speak, our unruly Shoina, why are you so out of place today? Tybel hurriedly replied for her, are you angry because we didn't let you join the conversation? So cute. Irene's next words made Beatrice collapse, don't tell me the emperor makes you nervous. Even if Beatrice died, she wouldn't have expected these innocent people to say those words. In fact, all she cared about was that her older sisters comfortably dated Siraradika. She didn't want to be sold off through political marriage. Seeming to sense the youngest princess's attitude towards him, Siraradika coldly said on the side. It seems the youngest doesn't like me at all. Faced with these words, Beatrice didn't object. She deliberately avoided his eyes as if agreeing with this statement. Thinking that the conversation would end right there, Tirana suddenly spoke up excitedly, how can you say that? On this earth, no girl would refuse someone as beautiful as you. Irene also added, our Shoina is just a little shy. Knowing that she couldn't rely on these innocent and carefree sisters, Beatrice reluctantly sighed and explained, I just want your majesty to have a good time with my sisters. She thought that Siraradika wouldn't take a wife who hated him, so she wouldn't have to force herself to become an option for him. That's what she said, but Siraradika wanted to start a conversation with her. Facing the young man she had once known, Beatrice said in a respectful tone, please, if you have anything, just tell me. Feeling the other party's eyes staring at her, an indescribable emotion surged inside Beatrice's heart. The blue eyes seemed to be able to see through, they were so pure and clear, it was hard to imagine that they belonged to a man who killed without blinking an eye. Beatrice seemed to feel that she couldn't escape from these eyes. Just like the first time she met the other party. It seemed that in all these years, those eyes were still a weakness for her. At this time, Siraradika bluntly said what was on Beatrice's mind, then what is the shy princess planning to do on our date? Your reaction makes me look forward to that day even more. Helplessly, Beatrice could only try to be serious and say, do I have to choose a location too? Just go wherever you want to go. Hearing these words, Siraradika smiled, looking really happy, but Beatrice didn't feel that way. She retorted, it's not fun at all for me. The conversation between the two made the three older sisters feel like a couple arguing. They didn't interfere in the conversation, they just sat on the side quietly munching on sunflower seeds and gossiping. Siraradika gave the reason, how can I choose a location when I don't know anything about Solom? I want to be escorted by you, would that make me look more like a young lady? Beatrice didn't understand what the person in front of her was saying, she just felt that this conversation was not interesting at all. Therefore, she bluntly said what she was thinking, I'm afraid I'm not interested in those unfunny jokes. Beatrice tried to dismiss Siraradika's plans. She said she didn't know where to go, didn't like being in the sun, and didn't like walking outdoors at all. Regardless of whether Beatrice in Shoina's form rejected any location, Siraradika was still stubborn and said, if you don't like being outdoors, then we'll date indoors. Like your room for example, the sudden words made Beatrice unconsciously ignore, that's right, like my room. Only when Siraradika confirmed in a voice, you said you don't like going out, so you can invite me into your room. Beatrice was stunned, astonished, and taken aback. The conversation between the two seemed to have turned into an entertainment show in the eyes of the remaining members of the Solom royal family. Beatrice quickly retaliated, saying it was a silly idea, but Siraradika kept clinging, indicating that he was only yielding to the other party's preferences. The young man said to her with a confident look, you won't disappoint me, will you? The words were like a bolt from the blue to Beatrice, she didn't understand why Siraradika would say such a rash sentence. It must be known that entering the room of an unmarried young lady is a violation of etiquette. But in the ears of the people in the Solom royal family, it was romantic. The older sisters crowded around and started teasing Siraradika not to make their younger sister run away because of embarrassment. Beatrice seemed unable to bear it anymore. She burst out loudly, why are we all obsessed with that romance? The crazy and terrible appearance of the younger sister made the three older sisters tremble in fear. But Siraradika was not strange at all. He suddenly spoke softly. Princess Shoina, I take it that you have accepted my proposal, I'll see you later. The words made Beatrice's cheeks flush red. In her heart, she was shouting, hoping that someone could stop this crazy emperor. Beatrice gradually adapted to Shoina's life. Today she suddenly noticed Lily, her maid was very happy. Unable to hold back the curiosity in her heart, Beatrice opened her mouth to ask the other party. You seem to be in a very good mood today, is there any good news? Helplessly, Lily could only answer, nothing. But Beatrice still didn't believe it, she thought Lily had sneaked into the kitchen again to eat secretly. After hearing these words, Lily immediately retorted. I've stopped doing that for a long time, princess, I'm on a diet. Seeing that, Beatrice continued to ask, then why are you so excited? Helplessly, Lily could only answer, I'm not excited, if there is, it's probably because those tulips are very beautiful. Feeling that the other party was not talking to the point, Beatrice seriously reminded, Lily, don't change the subject. Although she admitted that the tulips today were very beautiful, she had never seen the color of these tulips before. According to Siraradika's words, the people here were all priests, that was why Solom was a very fertile land. Remembering what Siraradika said that everyone here was a priest of the earth god, Beatrice wondered if Lily was also a female priest. Beatrice decided to ask Lily, is it true that everyone here has gardening skills? The phrase gardening skills made Lily a little confused. Seeing that the other party had never heard of the phrase gardening skills, Beatrice couldn't help but feel confused. She explained again, I mean, the vegetables and fruits here all sprout without human help. Lily was very surprised to hear that, how is that possible? All the plants here need someone to plant them before they can grow. Regarding the princess's question, Lily innocently thought that her princess was joking, because most people in the kingdom of Solom knew this. Realizing that the people here had never seen a tree wither, Beatrice truly believed that the fact that everyone here was blessed by the earth god was true, even without military power. They still built a long history without encountering the invasion of neighboring countries. Even after providing 30% of the food production to the entire continent, this kingdom still had no chaos thanks to their humble nature. Thinking of this, Beatrice secretly speculated, which meant that she also had the power of the earth god. Although not the original soul, she still possessed Schwerna's body, which could also be possible. Lily felt very strange at this time because her princess had never joked like this. Suddenly, she said shyly that she had something to do today and had to go. Beatrice suddenly called her name. The female lead looked at the other party with a gloomy gaze. Are you ready to let me know why you are so excited, instead of changing the subject again? Lily seemed to have given in to the princess's oppression. You've been very quick-witted these days. Beatrice smiled, indicating that she was ready to listen. Lily said that today Princess Irene and His Majesty had gone to the market. Hearing this, Beatrice was very surprised. She didn't think Irene could bring someone like Siraradika to such a place. Lily said that this was to show him various types of vegetables and fruits. Beatrice wondered if she should call her sister's innocence lovely or foolish. She really wondered if anyone had ever used agricultural products to seduce men like Irene before. Lily said that His Majesty bought a bouquet of wildflowers. Thinking about the scene of Siraradika carrying a bouquet of wildflowers, Beatrice got goosebumps again. She had lived so many years but had never encountered such a thing. Lily alone still didn't know about Siraradika's preferences. So she found it extremely interesting that a terrifying emperor of Yurfanan was a flower lover. At this moment, Lily looked extremely happy and said, thinking that such a man is the future son-in-law of the princess, all the maids are going crazy with joy. At this point, Beatrice realized that the standard for becoming a good man in Solom was the extent to which he liked agricultural products. Having known Siraradika for many years, but she never knew that Siraradika liked flowers so much. Seeming to still not have received a satisfactory answer, Beatrice pressed, so what does that have to do with your mood today? Lily hesitated for a while and replied, these days we have all been betting on who will ultimately become the bride. Of course, whoever we serve, we will bet on that person. No matter the outcome, we will all be happy because all the princesses love His Majesty very much. Hearing these words, Beatrice's face gradually became unsightly. She really didn't want to mix herself with the other princesses. At this moment, Lily continued excitedly, I think I've already won, everyone is jealous of me, and that's because everyone thinks I will win. To the princess's surprise, Lily continued, we will join forces to help you, so don't worry, I will pave the way for you to get married. Beatrice had a bad feeling and asked excitedly, why am I the most potential person? Immediately afterward, Lily gave an extremely cliched reason, no one can grow agricultural products like you. Princess Tirana doesn't do well with flowers and plants, and the fruits that Princess Irene grows are not sweet enough. As for Princess Tiabel, for some reason, she always grows things that have a foul odor. From Lily's words, it was known that the peach blossom beauty like Schwerna could grow anything well. Hearing this, Beatrice felt scared. She didn't expect that when talking about the princesses, the most closely related thing was cultivation. Now Beatrice was in Schwerna's body. So she felt like a skilled farmer when she heard Lily say that. Beatrice felt that if she became depressed because of this, it would be extremely insulting because she used to be a duchess, always maintaining her composure in any situation. According to Lily's way of speaking, an emperor who loves trees and flowers and someone like Princess Schwerna are indeed a match made in heaven. Lily's humorous words successfully angered Beatrice. She unconsciously shouted loudly, please, enough is enough. Seeing the princess scold her for the first time, Lily was a little heartbroken. Out of options, Beatrice sighed and explained to the other person. His Majesty is looking for a partner, someone who will become the queen of a vast land. He will find someone with personality and character to become a good head of the family. So whether they can grow plants or not doesn't matter. Before finishing her words, Beatrice seemed to feel that her words were a bit wrong. She looked at Lily with a questioning gaze and asked, or does it? According to the thinking of the people of Solom, a person who likes plants is a potential candidate, so Lily said that it was extremely important. Seeing this, Beatrice was speechless. The longer she lived in Schwerna's body, the stranger she found this kingdom to be. Not wanting to explain any further to someone like Lily, Beatrice turned to leave. Before leaving she didn't forget to remind the maid, stop with those nonsense things. I have no intention of marrying any emperor, I don't want to go anywhere either. Immediately, Lily excitedly called out, Princess! Didn't you say you wanted to see your fruit trees thrive in the desert? Beatrice really didn't understand what kind of person Princess Schwerna was, to have such a crazy dream. Out of options, she could only say that she didn't want to anymore and that she might have angered His Majesty. But Lily insisted on not letting go of this topic. She strenuously mentioned that Siraradika had explained that the princess was just shy. Lily confidently grabbed the little princess's hand and said, you can do it, princess. Even so, when the door opened, Beatrice's mood immediately changed 360 degrees. Lily shyly said, we have done everything, princess, we have displayed flowers so that when the emperor comes to see you, he can see them. From Lily's words, it was known that this was the queen's idea. The scene before her caused Beatrice's spirit to collapse in an instant. She sat slumped on the ground as if someone had stabbed a sword into her heart again. As soon as Lily noticed that her princess's state was a bit off, she came to her side. There was nothing more to say as what everyone had done shocked Beatrice into fainting. The news of the princess fainting immediately spread to the members of the Solom royal family. The queen was extremely worried when she saw her daughter's condition. The older sisters sobbed, thinking that their younger sister had a terminal illness. After examining and treating the illness for a while, the queen worriedly asked the doctor, "How is the princess?" The royal physician hesitated, then gave the conclusion, "The princess has encountered anger syndrome due to stress. As long as she rests, the situation will stabilize." Hearing the illness of their younger sister, the older sisters were a little surprised. Second sister Irene concernedly asked, "Are you arranging everything yourself, Shoina? You know you can tell us anything." Beatrice, lying on the bed, tried not to get angry when she heard these words. She secretly swore that no matter what happened, she would not tell such foolish and ignorant people. Only when Irene told Tirana that she has been longing for his majesty so she got sick, Beatrice got so angry that she had to sit up to refute. She didn't know what made them think of her like that. After seeing the royal physician leave, Tirana seriously said on one side, "Do you know you scared us to death?" The queen breathed a sigh of relief at this time. At least it's nothing serious. Suddenly Tirana smiled and said, "Shoina, you haven't heard, have you? It seems Tiabel just caused some trouble." Hearing this, Beatrice was extremely curious. "Is she dating his majesty?" Tirana smiled and replied, "That's right, I was quite excited when I first heard it." Seeing the unusual attitude of the two older sisters, Beatrice carried a sense of curiosity and asked, "What happened?" Tirana began to tell the story. Tiabel and Siraradika went to the lake area as planned. When she got there, she pushed his majesty into the water. And his majesty was soaking wet from head to toe. While telling the story, the two older sisters laughed loudly, thinking that their younger sister Tiabel had gone crazy. In contrast to the attitude of the two older sisters, Beatrice felt extremely scared when she heard the news that Siraradika had been pushed into the water. Coming from a Yerfanin ducal family, she understood that if even just a small scar was left on the emperor's body, even the queen would have to pay the price. Because that could also be considered an intentional assassination. Beatrice's face became unsightly at this time and she asked her older sisters, "Tiabel is still alive, right?" Thinking that their younger sister was joking, the two older sisters replied seriously, "Don't worry, the lake is shallow, no one can drown, and remember that his majesty fell, not Tiabel." Suddenly, a warm hand was placed on Beatrice's hand. The queen gently reassured her daughter, "Don't worry, Shoina, your father ran off to help them immediately after hearing the news." Outwardly Beatrice lamented that this was great, but in her heart, she really doubted whether the Solom king could do anything when he got there. The queen sat next to Beatrice and continued to praise the Yerfanin emperor. "That boy is both handsome and good-natured, plays sports extremely well, and laughs at anything messy." At first, as soon as she heard Siraradika laugh, Beatrice didn't quite believe it. Until her older sisters confirmed that this boy had the qualities of a perfect husband, a rare find. Beatrice then reacted. She didn't understand why her sisters were saying those things to her, as if they were deliberately praising Siraradika in front of her. Suddenly Beatrice seemed to think of something. She realized that the people here were trying to ship her and Siraradika. At this time, the queen used her hand to check if her daughter had a fever or not. Her warm actions made someone who had lived in solitude since childhood like Beatrice feel embarrassed. The queen worriedly asked, "Are you okay, dear? You don't look very well." Tirana and Irene on one side also concernedly asked, "Do you need anything, Shoina? Are you hungry? Should I bring you your favorite fruit smoothie? Or fresh peaches, perhaps?" Looking at the people in front of her worrying about her, Beatrice felt the first warmth she had in her life. Even so, she still felt extremely sad, as this worry and comfort were feelings for Princess Shoina, not her. She wondered if it was okay to keep taking everything from them when they didn't even know who she was. Seeing her daughter pondering something, the queen spoke, "Shoina, you know you can tell your mother anything." Beatrice knew that one day she would have to tell them the truth. So, faced with the care of the members of the Solom family, she intended to tell the truth right now. But life is not a dream. Just as Beatrice was about to speak, sudden hurried footsteps sounded from outside the door. King Solom, after hearing the news of his daughter's unconsciousness, hurriedly returned here. Seeing her husband appearing in this place, the queen was shocked beyond measure. King Solom's appearance was no different from having just crawled out of a pile of trash, but he didn't pay too much attention to it. What he cared about was his youngest daughter being unconscious. Knowing that her father was worried about her, Beatrice could only say, "I'm fine, father." Even so, King Solom still cried, "I knew you weren't eating enough. I told you to eat 3 meals a day." In order not to lose the image of a father to his children, the queen reluctantly had to help her husband wipe his nose. The tragic scene of the father, the 3 princesses saw for the first time. They were a little scared when they saw their father in this situation. Suddenly Tirana seemed to remember something. She suddenly exclaimed, "I thought father went to his majesty. Did you help his majesty?" Faced with his daughter's question, King Solom was evasive and didn't want to answer. Sensing that the situation was not good, the 3 princesses looked at each other in confusion. Seconds later, they had to be in a daze when they saw a tall figure walking in from outside the door, the dignified and illustrious Yerfanin emperor, but now was in an extremely embarrassing situation. His whole body soaking wet like a drowned cat. With eyes closed, it was clear that King Solom just now, after hearing the news about his princess, had disregarded everything, abandoning Siraradika and running here. At this moment, Tiabel hurriedly ran in from outside the door, worrying about Shrine without paying attention to herself bumping into the Yerfanen Emperor. After calming down, she realized that she had just pushed the most powerful person on the continent. To explain the push just now, Tiabel said that she was worried about Shrine, so she acted like that. Looking at the scene before her, Beatrice thought that everything was beyond saving. She thought about the entire Solom royal family having to have a memorial service on the same day. King Solom saw that Siraradika was soaking wet, so he instructed his daughter to bring a towel and clothes for him to change into. Tiabel listened and prepared to get a towel. Then suddenly she thought of something. She had to wring out the clothes first, right? Before Siraradika could agree, Tiabel boldly grabbed him. Using her hands to twist the shirt and wring out the water, she seemed to have used too much force, so unintentionally she grabbed the sleeve and tore it off decisively without thinking. The consequence of this was tearing Siraradika's sleeve. The room suddenly became strangely quiet. The torn shirt revealed Siraradika's extremely seductive arm. Tiabel seemed unable to believe her eyes because of her actions just now. The atmosphere between the two became bizarre. Beatrice, standing on the sidelines, also felt Tiabel's death was approaching. Tiabel trembled with fear and spoke, "Oh my god, did I just do that?" Siraradika nodded seriously. "It seems so, Princess Tiabel." After being confirmed by Siraradika that she had just torn the Emperor's shirt, Tiabel couldn't believe looking at the hands that had just done that. To save their younger sister, Tirana and Irene also rushed forward, embarrassedly explaining, "How on earth did it tear?" "Goodness, maybe the fabric was too thin, Your Majesty." The king and queen at this time also didn't know what to say. They were shocked by the scene before them. Suddenly Lily rushed in from outside, bringing a towel for Siraradika. As soon as she saw the other person's appearance, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Heavens, what happened to your clothes?" Lily didn't know what happened. She just rambled on. "This kind of fabric can't be pulled or cut. How did you manage to tear apart that AMA Rita fabric?" The maid didn't pay attention to Tiabel's pained expression. Her words also successfully slapped Irene in the face for saying the fabric was thin just now. Lily innocently admired Siraradika as a strong man, and that her princess was lucky to have someone like that. She spoke without paying attention to Beatrice's increasingly unsightly face. Suddenly Siraradika burst out laughing. Immediately afterward, he laughed even louder. It seemed that this emotion was related to Princess Shroina. Siraradika laughed and chatted, "So this strength is also thanks to the Earth God, right? This is so fun, you make me laugh so much." Beatrice couldn't believe that one day she would see Siraradika so relaxed and disregarding etiquette. Siraradika's strange attitude also made the other three princesses feel bizarre. They even thought that the Yerfanen Emperor was possessed. Looking at Siraradika's joking appearance with the other princesses, Beatrice unconsciously thought of something. That was when Yerfanen was 10 years ago. At Siraradika's birthday party, Beatrice cheerfully stood up to say her wishes, "Wishing you all the best for this 15th birthday, Your Highness the Crown Prince. I have prepared these December roses in place of my congratulations. The queen used to love this type of flower very much." Siraradika's face at that time still didn't change. The others discussed extremely enthusiastically. They didn't understand why Beatrice could give something like that to the crown prince. Clearly December was also the month that the queen had passed away. This made them think that she was trying to poke at the crown prince's pain. But unexpectedly, Siraradika didn't show any signs of anger. On the contrary, he praised this as a wonderful gift. After respectfully offering the gift to the crown prince, Beatrice quickly realized that this also couldn't make the boy in front of her flustered even a little. Regardless of whether her gift was intended to point out the royal family's budget shortage and disrespect for the death of the late queen. But he always maintained a cold and patient attitude, looking down at her as if he had always been watching every move. A dignified person who doesn't express his emotions to anyone. But now he was in front of the small princess of the Solom kingdom devouring oatmeal cookies. To reduce the quiet atmosphere, Beatrice decided to speak. "You seem to love those cookies, right?" Siraradika said, "No ingredients make this cookie as delicious as it is here. Compared to what I usually eat in Yerfanen, it is much better." Even after being reborn, Beatrice still couldn't think of a reason why she would make a person exuding the aura of death like Siraradika become such an approachable boy. Sometimes she doubted if he was the same person. Thoughts like these kept occupying Beatrice's mind, causing her to be stressed for a long time. She thought to herself that if the prim and proper Yerfanen people saw Siraradika actively coming to her room, they might faint when they saw this scene. Suddenly Siraradika exclaimed, "The worry is written all over your face." Beatrice outwardly still smiled happily, but inwardly complained about who made her become like this. At this time, Siraradika changed the subject. He felt that the room had an extremely wonderful fragrance, so he asked Beatrice in Shroina's form, "Is the rose a symbol of you?" Immediately, Beatrice excitedly said that she didn't prepare those flowers. Feeling that the other person still didn't believe her, she swore like a nail driven into wood. Siraradika reluctantly could only curl his lips and smile, letting this matter pass. After enjoying a cup of tea, he used a probing gaze to ask Beatrice, "Do you cherish your family?" This question made Beatrice extremely confused. She asked the other person back, "Why are you asking like that?" Siraradika explained that he could see it from the way she looked at the members of the Solom royal family. Beatrice sensed a strange, brain-racking thing in this conversation as if it was disconnected. She wondered if looking at her family like that was normal. Hearing this, Siraradika also didn't want to continue this topic. But Beatrice was different. She felt that there was something that she couldn't understand from this person. Siraradika calmly said, "If we become a family, would you look at me like that?" Faced with this somewhat unrealistic statement, Beatrice smiled and waved her hand. "Not at all, Your Majesty. I don't think that's possible at all. You and I are a family?" "Impossible." Suddenly Siraradika burst out laughing. "Never?" "That sounds harsh." Immediately afterward, Siraradika's eyes suddenly became deep. "Princess. In the past, I had someone whose image I couldn't erase or forget, like that name has been engraved deep within me." Hearing this, Beatrice seemed to understand something. In front of the strange princess, Siraradika didn't hesitate to express that for a long time, that girl was a big part of his life. From that person's hobbies, way of speaking, even her expressions or gait, he understood everything inside and out. Hearing the words spoken from Siraradika's own mouth, a fear rose in Beatrice's heart. For her, she was in the same situation as Siraradika. She knew him from his footsteps, his back. Not knowing how fate had played out, Siraradika was able to say to Beatrice in Shoina's form that, "You and that person are completely different, but you remind me of her." The following sentences made Beatrice feel as if she had died once again. Siraradika said with his own mouth, "I feel like she has come back to life." "Shoina, do you believe in the existence of souls?" Siraradika's question made Beatrice's heart rate accelerate. Even she couldn't accept the fact that she had come back to life in someone else's body, so who could believe it? Beatrice convinced herself that Siraradika didn't know who she was, and if he did, she could deny it. The female lead tried to appear calm to talk to the person in front of her. "Not sure, I don't think so. Do you believe in soul illusions, Your Majesty?" Siraradika didn't say anything, he just looked straight into Beatrice's eyes. Immediately afterward, he called out the name, Shoina. Just with that call was enough to make Beatrice in Shoina's form wary. From Siraradika's own mouth, he told her that, "Your face is very much like a baby's butt." The bizarre statement made Beatrice freeze for a moment, unable to react any further. Seconds later, she regained control of her brain, stood up abruptly and shouted, "What are you saying? Did you just say I look like a butt?" Siraradika nodded in confirmation, exactly a baby's butt. Beatrice couldn't believe that in Siraradika's eyes, she was a baby's butt. Seeing the other person's unsightly expression, Siraradika thought that she didn't like babies' butts. So he revised his words, "You are like a ripe, juicy peach. You are soft, gentle, and fragile, like a peach, not affected by war, politics, or mutiny, only love living in a perfect melody." That girl had a completely opposite life. Speaking of that girl, Siraradika's eyes became sad. Siraradika was an extremely cautious person. From the first time he met Princess Shoina, a very familiar feeling made him pay attention to her. Thousands of questions kept occupying his mind, until this moment, right when sitting opposite Shoina, Siraradika unconsciously asked, "Am I seeing her in you again?" Before Beatrice had a chance to react, Siraradika continued, "You asked me if I believe in the existence of souls. The answer is no, I don't believe in things like that. Because I haven't seen any evidence of it." As Siraradika said, he moved closer to Princess Shoina, but the soul belonged to Beatrice. Siraradika reached out and raised Beatrice's chin ambiguously. His body moved closer to her as if he wanted to place a kiss on her lips. At the moment when the atmosphere inside the room became hot. Outside the door, the previous actions of the two people had been seen by the other members. They were extremely curious what their younger sister and the Yerfanan Emperor were talking about. At this moment, King Solom unintentionally was pushed by his daughter from behind. Soon the four people lost their balance and rushed straight into the door. Seeing her father and older sister suddenly appearing in the room, Beatrice asked a little confused, "What are you all doing out there?" In this situation, with just a confident smile, King Solom actively answered, "Just simply wondering what you and His Majesty are planning to do. We're not eavesdropping or anything. You know that." At this point, Beatrice understood that these four people were hiding behind the door to eavesdrop. Tiabel at this time put away her embarrassed expression. Teasing with her older sisters, asking what Siraradika and Beatrice had done ambiguously in the room. The three older sisters thought that in a big country, people usually flirted with each other in a direct way, so they didn't feel embarrassed at all and cheered to encourage the two to kiss. The actions of the three people made Beatrice feel extremely bad. She seemed to have become too familiar with the way these people acted. Even so, Beatrice was still grateful to them because thanks to them she successfully changed the subject. Hearing the conversation between his daughters, King Solom angrily guessed that the two had done something inside the room. Just then, the queen suddenly appeared with an unpleasant expression. "I've been looking for everyone. What are you all doing here?" Having said that, the queen glared at her husband and instructed, "It's time you acted more mature." Seeing her family in such a mess, Beatrice didn't know what else to do. Before long, the queen carried the king away like a cricket. Before leaving, she didn't forget to remind her other three daughters, "You too, don't bother your sister while she's flirting. Respect her privacy." Understanding that their mother wanted to give the two lovebirds some space, the older sisters happily showed their support, then teased, "Shoina, there's no fun at all. Why are you still so prim and proper? Witnessing the chaotic scene of the Solom family, Siraradika sighed to Beatrice, "Your family is quite unique." Beatrice replied, "They all mean well, so don't take it too seriously. They're just a bit nosy and like to meddle in other people's affairs." Siraradika smiled, "I know. I wouldn't be this calm if they didn't respect me." Siraradika seemed to understand the princess in front of him very well, and he unreservedly said what he knew about her. "They make you so happy that you forget about time. I understand why someone as withdrawn as you would like them so much." Sensing that these words weren't meant for Shoina, Beatrice carefully and skillfully avoided the topic. "I don't understand what you're saying. It's been a long day, and I need to rest." The moment Beatrice left, Siraradika blurted out a sentence that made her freeze. "From the moment you stood in front of my sword, I knew." The atmosphere became eerily silent. It was even more terrifying when Siraradika called the princess in front of him Beatrice. The female lead's heart rate was now at its peak, and she tried to hold on to her skirt to calm herself down. But this action was exposed by Siraradika, who said, "You often lift your skirt like that when you're nervous. All your dresses end up wrinkled," Siraradika said as he took Beatrice's hand as if to comfort her. Then he stated her current state. "You must be very nervous, right?" Beatrice tried to convince herself not to turn around, not to let the boy see her face. Although she was very confused, she still managed to utter an explanation. "It's just a habit. I'm not the person you're talking about. My name is Shoina Flor Solom." Thinking that she was being cautious, Siraradika asked loudly, "Are you afraid I'll hurt you?" Without waiting for her to answer, he assured her, "I won't. Trust me. There's nothing to worry about." Beatrice couldn't say anything more. She tried to open her mouth to salvage the situation but couldn't. Suddenly, Siraradika grabbed her arm, bluntly confessing, 5 years ago, and now, you're the only one who makes me happy. Only you, Beatrice." These words seemed to be a declaration of love from a boy to his girl. Siraradika kept stroking Beatrice's hand, recounting the past. "We were taught to understand each other bit by bit for 10 years. Of course, I would recognize you." Feeling those bright, jewel-like eyes staring at her again, Beatrice knew that he wanted her to admit her identity. Their war had ended long ago. Siraradika may have forgotten the girl who once wanted to kill him. At this moment, Beatrice's mind was urging her to tell him that she wasn't the girl he was looking for. She seemed powerless in this situation. The moment Beatrice thought she would deny Siraradika's words, the words that came out of her mouth were as firm as a nail. "You become more resourceful in these 5 years." This statement was no different from admitting to Siraradika that she was Beatrice. Even after so many years, she still let him do things his way. That admission also meant that Beatrice was giving Siraradika and herself a chance to be together. After experiencing an emotional reunion, Beatrice didn't forget to ask Siraradika, "How did you know I wasn't Shoina?" Siraradika replied, "I told you, from the moment you rushed out in front of my sword. Your gaze was extremely sharp. A princess couldn't possibly have eyes like that." Hearing this, Beatrice was a little incredulous. She didn't think Siraradika could recognize her with such a small gesture. Siraradika continued, "It was also a combination of many things that made me sure you were Beatrice. The way a person walks and talks can't be changed overnight. But I still think it's because of my keen senses." After explaining, Siraradika moved his lips as if he wanted to say something very important. Facing Beatrice, he bluntly confessed, "I don't know about you, but I've always missed you very much." This sentence made Beatrice not believe her ears. Thinking that Siraradika had hit his head during the battle and was saying such things, she asked with concern, "Are you all right? Don't you remember what we are?" Beatrice unceremoniously pointed out the current situation between them. "We are mortal enemies. We live to kill each other." Siraradika showed empathy when he heard Beatrice say this. "I understand why you would react like that. But I'm always telling the truth. I really miss you." Then he reached out his hand and gently touched Beatrice's shoulder. This action reminded her of the image of herself before she died. At that time, Siraradika had said goodbye, but now he was welcoming her back, his warm voice reminding her of the last words he had said to her. That was, "You have made up for my loneliness." Thinking back to the scene just now when Siraradika confessed that he missed her, Beatrice didn't know why, but she felt extremely happy. Suddenly, Siraradika grabbed Beatrice, seriously stating his intention. "Beatrice, we still have one problem to solve." Hearing this, Beatrice was puzzled. What problem? Suddenly, Siraradika blurted out 5 words, "Our marriage." Without waiting for Beatrice to react, Siraradika took her hand, sincerely expressing, "Please be my queen." Unlike Siraradika's enthusiasm, Beatrice felt that everything was becoming crazy. "What are you doing?" Siraradika said without any shyness. "I'm proposing to you. You know I'm willing to do anything to get what I want." At this point, Beatrice realized that the boy in front of her was officially proposing to her. Not letting this happen, the female lead tried to give Siraradika other options, such as Tirana, Irene, or even Tiabel. But Siraradika wouldn't compromise. He said that he was only interested in her. Immediately after that, he revealed that she was the reason he had added the clause. Hearing this, Beatrice felt incredulous. "You did all this for me?" Siraradika nodded without hesitation, "Yes. It's for you, Beatrice. After speaking, without waiting for her to refuse, Siraradika seized the opportunity and placed a kiss on the back of her hand. Seeing that the boy in front of her was still stubbornly trying to get closer to her, Beatrice shouted excitedly, "Are you crazy, Your Majesty? We're always fighting to kill each other. We're enemies. How can enemies marry each other?" Faced with this questioning, Siraradika still calmly replied, "Why not?" Immediately after that, he stared at Beatrice and said seriously, "Do you still want to see me as an enemy? Are you planning to kill me, with that small, weak body of yours? You're a Solemn princess now. You're not Mercian anymore. Nothing can come between us. We don't have to kill each other anymore." Siraradika tried to persuade Beatrice with the reasons he gave. But she was still firm in her heart. "We have a lot of problems. The most important thing we don't have is love." Beatrice felt it was ridiculous to go from being enemies to falling in love. Siraradika continued to call her name, Beatrice, but was strongly rebutted by her, "Don't call me by that name." Seeing this, Siraradika changed his mind and called her princess, then put on a pitiful expression and asked her, "Don't you like me?" Beatrice unconsciously replied, "No," although after saying it, she didn't understand why she said that. Hearing this, Siraradika nodded, "All right then, forget about the past, and think about how you feel about me. Instead of an enemy, I could be a man, a husband, perhaps." Beatrice felt it was very unrealistic to hear Siraradika say these words. After regaining her composure, she said silently, "Your Majesty, please leave," she said as she decisively pushed his large body out of the room. The swift action caught Siraradika off guard. After a while, seeing that Beatrice wasn't giving him a chance to continue talking, Siraradika could only smile bitterly. The boy didn't give up, standing outside the door and calling the princess intimately. This made Beatrice's heart feel like it was jumping out of her chest. To calm the situation, she could only shout, "I'll pretend I didn't hear that proposal, so please leave." That ruthless statement didn't shake Siraradika's heart. He still insisted, "I won't give up easily. I don't want to lose you again. So, be ready to respond to my love." Beatrice could feel that she was confused. And the reason for that confusion came from Siraradika's words. Even though she had been reborn and frankly admitted her identity to him, she still didn't understand what her feelings were. Beatrice's life was tied to a mission. Born with the mission to lead the noble faction, she had always been familiar with their ambitions. That is, when it came to romantic relationships, Beatrice had no experience at all. Hearing Siraradika remind her to prepare, a faint, indescribable expectation appeared in Beatrice's heart. Outside the door, guessing that Beatrice wouldn't open the door soon, Siraradika decided to seek advice from the other princesses because he believed they would be willing to help. After saying goodbye to Beatrice, Siraradika left, leaving her alone panicking because she didn't know what this man would say to that trio of airheads. Because she was uneasy mixing with the three royal sisters of Solemn. Beatrice reluctantly opened the door, wanting to say a few words to Siraradika, but it was too late. He had left long ago. Beatrice understood that Siraradika was happy to see her again, but she didn't think he would want to propose to her. Remembering his affectionate eyes when he looked at her, Beatrice's face unconsciously turned red. The next day, when the sun was not yet overhead, Siraradika appeared in front of Beatrice's room to say hello, causing her to freeze in place. Siraradika opened his mouth full of energy. "Did you sleep well?" Still as lovely as ever, like a chipmunk. Beatrice didn't want to continue the animal theme with Siraradika. She curiously asked, "What are you doing here so early in the morning?" Siraradika gently replied, "Of course, I'm here to see you." After a sleepless night, Beatrice felt as if Siraradika had become even stranger. In front of the person in his heart, Siraradika unreservedly talked about his dream last night. "Did you have any dreams last night, Princess Shroina?" "I dreamed about you. You were sitting on a carpet of flowers, smiling, with a white ribbon in your hair." Based on Siraradika's description, Beatrice felt that the appearance was no different from a crazy patient from the Manhwa mental hospital. To respond to Siraradika's enthusiasm, Beatrice bluntly stated her thoughts. "Why are you doing this? You know you're extremely strange, right?" Siraradika was not hurt by these words. He stroked his chin and slowly expressed, "I'm trying to be a husband worthy of you," Siraradika said with great happiness, causing Beatrice, who was once his enemy, not to dare to believe her eyes. She thought that she had seen wrongly, so she rubbed her eyes, wanting to see the boy in front of her clearly. Even now, no matter how much Siraradika tried to please her, Beatrice still didn't believe this was true. At this moment, Lily suddenly appeared in a corner, teasing excitedly, "So early in the morning and you two are already excited? I didn't mean to disturb you. Just pretend I'm not here." While Beatrice was trying to explain to Lily, Siraradika took out a bouquet of flowers from somewhere, signaling that he wanted her to take this flower of him. It turned out that yesterday, when Siraradika asked the princesses to give him advice, the three of them told him that flowers would be the best way to express his feelings. Even so, Beatrice still didn't care about this. She asked where he had gotten these flowers from. Siraradika honestly replied, "I picked them myself this morning." Hearing this, Beatrice felt it was unbelievable. She didn't think someone like Siraradika could personally pick flowers for her. With Lily's encouragement, Beatrice shyly accepted the beautiful flower from Siroratika's hand. Then I guess I shouldn't throw them away, right? Feeling a happiness she had never had in 2 lifetimes. Beatrice gently brought the flower up to her nose to smell it, and finally didn't forget to thank Siroratika for this gift. Just when Siroratika thought that Beatrice was satisfied with this appearance of him, her next sentence pulled him back to reality. But I would appreciate it if you didn't appear so early in the morning. Girls need time to get ready. As soon as the words were spoken, the atmosphere in a moment became gloomy. Looking at Siroratika's seemingly melancholy eyes, Beatrice thought that she had discouraged the other party. Unexpectedly, Siroratika did not give up. The boy firmly looked at Beatrice and asked, "Can I come see you at another time?" Siroratika's attitude was beyond Beatrice's expectations. Helplessly, she could only answer, "Of course, but next time." "Can you go back now?" After saying goodbye to Beatrice, Siroratika turned and left. Looking at the majestic back of the boy as he left, Beatrice secretly sighed. Suddenly, Lily appeared from somewhere, excitedly asking, "Since when did you two become so close?" Calling each other by name, so sweet. Lily's words quickly pulled Beatrice back to reality. She suddenly remembered that the maid had seen the scene just now. At this moment, Lily was very happy. She patted her chest and said, "I consider myself the winner of the bet. I didn't think I couldn't keep this to myself with me, and I can't do that either. I'm going to tell everyone." The hyperactive maid finished speaking and then happily left, causing Beatrice not to be able to stop her. Lily's enthusiastic appearance made Beatrice decide not to tell the other party that she had rejected the Emperor of Yurfanen's proposal. Beatrice dragged her tired body into the room. She carefully put the flowers in a vase, then placed it in the brightest place in the room. Thinking about receiving the flowers given by Siroratika himself, her face turned red again with embarrassment. Suddenly, several dark shadows appeared from behind. Based on the intuition of a female warrior, Beatrice quickly realized that something was wrong. As soon as she turned her head wanting to see who was standing behind her, suddenly, before she could react, a huge curtain had enveloped her. This seemed to be some kind of calamity that had come to Beatrice again. Even if you beat Beatrice to death, she wouldn't have expected that the people who kidnapped her were her usual mindless elder sisters. Facing those cunning smiles, Beatrice asked suspiciously, "Is kidnapping someone a new game?" Tirana first spoke up to tease, "Don't pretend to sit there, and pretend like nothing happened between you and His Majesty." Suddenly, Tirana's tone raised, her tone was like questioning a prisoner. "Tell me quickly, Shroina, what happened between you two?" Irene quickly said the key point of the problem: the Emperor of Yurfanen is completely different when he's with you. According to her elder sisters, Siroratika had come to ask them for tips on flirting, and the 3 of them had not disappointed him, enthusiastically teaching him 49 ways to woo a girl. Regarding the Emperor of Yurfanen having feelings for their youngest sister, the 3 older sisters all felt extremely proud. They raved about their younger sister. "Our little peach is too charming, making even the emperor of a country surrender, becoming a prisoner in love. It's the type of beautiful woman who brings danger. Isn't it?" Beatrice pretended to ignore the difficult topic. She pretended not to know what her sisters were talking about, but in her heart, she was extremely regretful that she had let Siroratika come to find these people. Suddenly, the 3 sisters joined forces and put on a terrifying appearance, forcing Beatrice in Shroina's body to tell them about her and Siroratika. Helplessly, Beatrice had to surrender to these 3 hooligan princesses. She recounted the story of Siroratika proposing but being rejected by her. Thinking that the 3 older sisters would be surprised to hear this story, unexpectedly they covered their mouths and laughed. "It's obvious that the eyes of you two are full of love." Knowing that the 3 of them were not understanding the problem, Beatrice patiently reiterated that she had rejected the proposal. But Tiabel didn't think so. She retorted her sister's idea, "Shroina, we know exactly how you feel." Before Beatrice's suspicion, the 3 sisters excitedly expressed, "What, are you playing the chase game? Making him crave you? Oh, this mischievous girl, where did you learn that from? It's a good idea. It's not fun to get it too easily, you have to play push and pull a little to make it work." At this moment, Beatrice went from disappointment to despair as her 3 older sisters truly did not understand the meaning in her words. They only thought that she was playing a cat and mouse game with the Emperor of Yurfanen. Suddenly, Tiabel moved closer to Beatrice and whispered, "This is a little thing that I picked up. Throughout the 5 years that Siroratika has ruled, I have not seen His Majesty associate with any women. His Majesty must have worked really hard to build the general situation of the empire," Irene said on the side, immediately showing surprise. "Are you serious? If I had that face, I would have to meet a lot of men every month." Tiabel curled her hand into a fist and said violently, "Thanks to such efforts that he gained power, everyone wants to become empress." Tirana nodded and said from another perspective, "To be able to lead the kingdom for so long, it can only be possible thanks to the way the commandments that he has made." Tiabel spoke of her assessment of Siroratika. "He is really different from the rumors that he is a bloodthirsty warmonger. He is very thoughtful even with topics that have nothing to do with him. And he is also very kind to the people. He even smiled at a little girl who came to give him flowers. Contrary to his cold appearance, he seems very kind." Irene revealed. Siroratika even laughed out loud when Tiabel pushed him into the water. After hearing her sisters talk about Siraradika, Beatrice realized that everyone was focusing on this boy. Seeming to have some entanglement in her heart, Beatrice decided to ask her three sisters, if he's so great, why don't you pursue him? Seeing the three of them surprised when they heard her question, Beatrice stammered and explained that she was a little curious, because she saw that at first her sisters were all interested in Siraradika. The three sisters looked at each other without an appointment. Immediately after that, smiling like there was a harvest. This attitude of theirs made Beatrice a little confused. Tirana excitedly hugged her younger sister and cheered, "Oh Shoina, this lovely thing, so you're worried about that." Beatrice reluctantly said that she was just curious and not worried at all. But that explanation did not make the girls present believe. "I know you're embarrassed, but why don't you admit the feelings that His Majesty has for you?" Each person contributing words one by one. Until they uttered one sentence, "It's always been you, Shoina." The three sisters said that from the first time they met, Siraradika could not take his eyes off his younger sister. They were very excited to have an emperor of such a large territory, but at the same time they worried about what that person would be like. The three of them could not hand their young sister over to a tyrant who was only good-looking. But after a period of time, their conclusions were all the same. They were all very impressed with Siraradika. Beatrice was suddenly attacked and hugged by her three sisters at the same time, making her unable to digest the words that they said before. The words that the three princesses said to Beatrice today had a great influence on her later, even though she had tried to go for a walk to clear her mood. But in Beatrice's head, she always remembered the words of her three sisters before, "It's always been you, Shoina." This sentence made her confused for a long time. Even if she squeezed her brains out to think. Beatrice also could not understand why Siraradika would propose to her when he had no feelings for her. Suddenly, a very familiar voice rang in Beatrice's ear. This person whispered, "What about you, Beatrice?" As soon as the female lead regained her composure, she realized that there was no one beside her at all. While she was feeling confused about the voice from earlier, Beatrice suddenly saw Siraradika walking towards her from afar. After greeting her, Siraradika said that he was looking for Beatrice. The young man held a basket of peaches, indicating, "I heard you like eating peaches, so I brought them for you." Beatrice saw this and asked, "Did you pick them yourself too?" Siraradika honestly replied that Tirana had helped him. At this moment, Beatrice remembered that Siraradika was allergic to peaches. Hearing him say he felt a little itchy, she proactively snatched the basket of peaches from his hand. Then she looked at him with determination, wanting to say, "Please don't bring these things anymore." But when she looked directly into Siraradika's eyes, she couldn't bear to utter such heartless words. Whether she was reborn or not, Siraradika's eyes made her unable to say anything. Helpless, she could only accept his kindness and then say thank you. Siraradika seemed to have some matters to attend to, so he said to Beatrice, "I'll be back to see you soon." This sentence was like some kind of promise. Only after that moment did she realize why her sisters had said that she would have a regular visitor. A peaceful and humble village, where there was a lovely girl. The girl, famous for her red hair and named Cherry Lawn, was a person with a special talent, which was making strange flowers bloom. One day, Cherry made a wish that she wanted to grow a blue rose. Blue symbolizes good luck. She thought that if she had a blue flower, that would make her happy. Cherry soon succeeded in growing that blue rose, but the joy was fleeting. News about the rare flower spread everywhere, and Cherry had to run away from greedy strangers who were always chasing her and her rose. That was all the content in the book that Beatrice had been reading recently. The author of this book is Solemn, a story about a girl who grows a blue rose in a very solemn style. Beatrice's recent pastime was reading romance novels. She had spent her whole life reading theories, so it was not surprising that these stories attracted her. She didn't know anything about love before, but now she was trying to learn this emotion. The book in Beatrice's hand was The Blue Rose and the Eastern Mage. It was the best-selling book today, not only in Solemn but also in neighboring empires. According to Lily, she had traveled a long way to find it. After reading the whole book, Beatrice finally realized why it was so popular. The character Cherry in the book was too adorable. Just at this moment, there was a knock on the door, making Beatrice curious as to who would come at this hour. When she opened the door and looked out, she immediately caught sight of an extremely beautiful figure, Siraradika standing right at the door with a gentle smile. "It's me, Princess." At this moment, Beatrice realized that she was holding a romance novel in her hand. Not wanting him to know that she was learning about love, she nervously hid it behind her back and pretended to calmly ask, "Why did you come here?" But paper cannot wrap fire. Beatrice's actions had long been caught in Siraradika's eyes. Looking at the novel behind Beatrice, he unconsciously exclaimed, "So the maid was right." Beatrice heard this and was curious. "Maid? Do you mean Lily? What did she say?" Siraradika honestly replied, "She said that you have been reading a series of romance novels these days." Although she had been exposed, Beatrice still didn't want to admit it. She tried to stammer and deny it repeatedly. But this action made Siraradika even more interested. The young man laughed loudly and said, "I know everything already, you can't hide anything." At this moment, Beatrice felt extremely embarrassed. She was ruthlessly exposed by him. Suddenly, Siraradika said, "It's also thanks to that I have this for you." Hearing this, Beatrice leaned forward, looking at the pile of books behind Siraradika. Beatrice found it hard to believe. when Siraradika had actually prepared so many books for her, enough to build a small library. It turned out that Siraradika had long heard Lily say that the princess had read all the books in the palace, which was the inspiration for him to prepare this gift for his girl. Siraradika said that he had brought all the newly published books that Yerfanin had here. Beatrice heard this and suspiciously asked, "How?" Siraradika honestly replied, "Of course, by the teleportation gate." This immediately made Beatrice angry. She criticized Siraradika for wastefully using the people's hard-earned tax money to transport romance novels. Seeing Beatrice's critical appearance, Siraradika didn't know what to say for a moment. He had never thought of that. He just wanted to make her happy. Knowing that he was trying to please her, Beatrice stopped criticizing. Because she couldn't say anything when Siraradika put on that pitiful face, she could only remind him, "Please don't do that again, this is the last time." Immediately, Beatrice's expression became happy again. This made Beatrice wonder if this was part of the young man's plan or not. At this moment, Siraradika honestly expressed, "Anyway, I've already brought them here, why don't you just take a look?" Although she liked it very much, Beatrice was still cold on the surface. "I guess there's no other choice." Suddenly, she noticed a book on the shelf. Seeing this, Siraradika curiously asked, "Do you know this book?" Beatrice said that this was the new book by the author she was reading. "I heard it's very famous, they even sell it in many other countries. If it's also in Yerfanin, then it must be," she said with a very excited voice. Immediately after that, Beatrice turned to Siraradika and said, "Can you help me move the books in, Siraradika?" Before she could finish speaking, seeing Siraradika's willing appearance, Beatrice suddenly stammered because the number of books she asked him to move in was extremely large. Even so, Siraradika still agreed without hesitation. This made Beatrice blush red because of his pampering for her. In the evening, Beatrice used her bedtime to read the rest of the book. Continuing the content in the book, it was when Cherry met a man. The man asked her if she was the girl who grew the magical roses. Cherry replied, "They all call them magical flowers, but they are no different from other flowers. Since when did things become like this? I just wanted to be happier." The man nodded, indicating that he understood her. Immediately after that, he said a line that made Beatrice ponder. She tried to be happy with things that were not hers. When she turned to the page with this line, Beatrice suddenly stopped. The line in the book made her think about her current situation. She was quite happy during this time. But the happier she was, the more worried she became, wondering how long this happiness would last. If the family found out that she was not Shoina, or if the princess's soul regained her body, what would happen to her? And above all, how would Siraradika react? Thinking of this, Beatrice's mood fell into the abyss. She could guess that she would have insomnia tonight because of this. To try to regain her mood, Beatrice decided to take a walk to relax her mind. Just as she was about to go to the balcony to get some air, she found a familiar figure standing outside the balcony. Having been too familiar with Siraradika's back, she didn't hesitate to call his name. "Siraradika, what are you doing?" After seeing Siraradika's face clearly thanks to the moonlight, Beatrice felt that this young man seemed to be crying. The dim moonlight shone on the balcony, making the atmosphere between the two ambiguous. Siraradika used his deep voice to call Beatrice's name. Feeling that the other person's mood was completely different from the daytime, Beatrice felt extremely confused. She realized that after 5 years of meeting again, Siraradika seemed to be an easily changeable person. Beatrice tried to open her mouth and ask, "Can't you sleep?" Siraradika suddenly smiled and replied, "No, I'm here waiting for you, I had a feeling you would come." Hearing this, Beatrice panicked and asked, "How did you know I would come here?" Immediately after that, Siraradika admitted that he was just teasing her. He said that seeing her flustered made him happier than before. Facing the other person's gentle attitude, Beatrice secretly scolded, "Your hobby is really bad." Then she secretly looked at the expression of the person in front of her. It can be said that this was the most frustrated she had seen Siraradika since being in Solom. Suddenly, Siraradika called Beatrice again. He said to her in a murmuring voice, "Can you call my name? I like hearing you call my name." The atmosphere became silent, only the sound of the two people's breathing could be heard throughout the space. Beatrice, after hesitating for a moment, then opened her mouth and called Siraradika. In front of the boy she secretly loved, Beatrice really wanted to say intimate words, but reality dragged her back. As always, she spoke in a complaining tone, "What are you doing still awake? It's late." Siraradika said that he couldn't sleep so he went out for a walk. Beatrice heard this and was a little surprised. "I also wonder, you don't have anything to do here, nor do you have anything to be wary of." Siraradika nodded, indicating it was correct. Immediately after that, he asked the other person back, "But why haven't you slept yet? Do you also have trouble falling asleep?" Beatrice replied hesitantly, "It's because I was engrossed in reading novels so I missed my sleep." In fact, she was worried about what would happen to Siraradika if Shoina came back. Because she was worried about Beatrice's health, Siraradika reminded her to go to bed early. At this moment, a gust of wind suddenly blew by. The wind swayed the branches, carrying love flowers. The leaf fell on Beatrice's blue shoulder. Seeing this, Siraradika didn't think much, reached out to take the leaf off her shoulder, then used his hand to wrap around her waist, shortening the distance between the two. Without letting Beatrice react, Siraradika moved closer to her ear and whispered, "There's a leaf stuck on your shoulder." After a while, Beatrice regained control of her brain. She suddenly shouted loudly, "Siraradika, are you doing this on purpose?" The next morning, Beatrice was still caressing the leaf from the evening, looking at the fragile leaf. She immediately remembered the image of the young man that evening. Beatrice had never seen Siraradika so lonely. She wondered why he made that expression. In the past, it was always that cold, unapproachable face. Now, a cheerful smile was always present. This made Beatrice always annoyed. Seeing that the princess's face was not happy, Lily asked with concern, "Princess, what are you thinking about? Is there anything bothering you?" Lily cleverly thought that her princess was missing. "The Emperor of Yurfanin," the words just came out and Beatrice immediately retorted. After a while, Beatrice was stunned when she saw Siraradika in a sneaky state standing in front of her. "We meet again, princess." Seeing Siraradika's appearance without any sadness, Beatrice secretly thought that she was worrying unnecessarily. She asked the other person, "What are you doing here at this hour?" Siraradika took out what he had prepared in advance and said, "I brought this for you, I made it myself for you." According to Siraradika, this was the dessert he had for her. Beatrice heard this and reached out to open the plate, always muttering, "You don't need to bring this thing here in person." As soon as she saw the dessert in front of her, Beatrice was a little speechless. She didn't think Siraradika would bring her such an unstable strawberry cake. Siraradika said, "That strawberry cake, I noticed that you always have to eat a slice." Suddenly, Beatrice thought of something. She observed Siraradika's face covered with flour and the terrible shape of the cake. Immediately suspected and asked the other person, "Did you make the cake yourself?" Siraradika nodded and replied, "Yeah, it wasn't easy to persuade the head chef." Thinking back to making the cake, Siraradika commented that the head chef here was extremely scary. Even small mistakes made those people angry. Siraradika told Beatrice that the reason his face was covered in flour was because he accidentally opened the flour, causing the flour to fly everywhere. Thinking of the scene with Siraradika, Beatrice felt amused. She thanked the other person for what he had done for her. Seizing the opportunity, Siraradika quickly proposed marriage, but was extinguished by Beatrice in an instant. Seeing this, he expressed that he needed to try harder. Beatrice heard this and shook her head, thinking that it was not necessary. Her actions made Siraradika very sad. The young man said goodbye gloomily and left. Looking at the other persons leaving back, Beatrice felt a little reluctant. She called Siraradika back, shyly asked, "Do you want to try a little bit? Because you also made it." Beatrice thought that this was something that should be done for a person who personally brought the cake to this place. She thought it would be rude to let the other person go. Siraradika heard Beatrice's invitation and was a little dazed at first. Immediately after that he smiled as if he had thought of something. He asked Beatrice, "Is this a date?" Of course, Beatrice immediately rejected. She secretly persuaded herself that this was just gratitude. The scene opened with Siraradika standing in a four-dimensional space. Here, he heard a familiar voice calling him. Just turned his head and saw Beatrice. Thought that Beatrice in front of him was still the female warrior Beatrice. Siraradika called her name and asked where this was. The girl opened her mouth and said something slowly. Thought that because the distance was too far he couldn't hear, Siraradika wanted the other person to come closer to him. The moment he called the girl in front of him Beatrice, her eyes became empty and asked him back, "Beatrice, what do you mean?" The next sentence made Siraradika completely collapse. The pink-haired girl blurted out, "That girl has been dead for a long time." This sentence woke Siraradika from his nightmare. He felt extremely scared when he thought about one day, his Beatrice would suddenly disappear again like the way she appeared. After a while, a familiar voice calling Siraradika made him turn his head to look back. Beatrice saw that Siraradika's face was not good and asked him with concern, "What are you doing here?" Beatrice's appearance at this time made the anxiety in Siraradika's heart fade away. He was happy because he knew she was still by his side, but he wondered if he could bear it if one day that dream came true. The next morning, Beatrice happily watered the flowers as usual. These days, Beatrice felt everything in a way she had never felt in her previous life. That was warmth. She had more free time to spend on herself. Sometimes she would be swayed by Siraradika's intimate actions. And finally, it was the conversion. She was exactly converted by Siraradika. Like a fox being tamed by a boy. The fox told the boy that to succeed, he had to be patient. "First, you sit a little far from me, but every day you can sit a little closer. If you come no later than 4 in the afternoon, then from 3 o'clock, I will feel happy." As time went on, Beatrice felt happier. She was immersed in this happiness to the point that sometimes she thought they were not real. Just at this moment, there was a knock on the door. Today, Siraradika brought another dessert for her. Beatrice thought that there was no reason to refuse. She had begun to be converted by the cunning emperor with small but very practical things. Like the extremely delicious lemon shaved ice today. It had been 3 weeks since Siraradika appeared at the door here. Every day was like that, without exception. Beatrice really couldn't understand why Siraradika would travel so far just for her, a past enemy of his. Today, Beatrice decided to take a walk around the grounds with Lily to relax her mind. Saying it was relaxing, but the way Lily looked at her made her unable to let go of the tension for a moment. Reluctantly, Beatrice could only turn to the maid and remind her, "You're laughing to yourself again." Lily happily said that the reason was because His Majesty had come to see the princess again. For Lily, Sir Radica was an extremely excellent man. Being able to come to express his feelings to the princess every day made her so happy that she was ecstatic. Beatrice said her comment about Lily, "Today you look even more tipsy, as if you were the one being proposed to." Lily heard this and scratched her head blankly and said, "What makes you happy also makes me happy." Suddenly, Beatrice suddenly asked, "What do you think about His Majesty?" "Everyone wants me and him to be together. He is a person who rules a great empire. And he is very handsome, but people here don't seem to care about that very much." Thinking about it, Beatrice felt that her sentence was a little wrong. People here also cared very much about Sir Radica's appearance. She felt that everyone here, the more they understood Sir Radica, the more they liked him. At this time, Beatrice said the conflict in her heart, "To be honest, I don't know if getting married will make me happier. What about His Majesty? I still don't understand why he chose me." Suddenly, Lily called Princess. "What's better than a boy pursuing a girl? He likes you. We all see how wholeheartedly he is to get your feelings. And it's not just us. You also see, you know his feelings are sincere." In front of her princess, Lily advised her to forget everything. Then placed her hand on her chest, meaning to listen to what her heart tells her. "Because you are allowed to do so." With all her faith, Lily said that His Majesty would make her happy. It seemed that Lily's words had a very good effect on Beatrice. After hearing the other person's words, Beatrice couldn't help but smile unconsciously. After a while, she asked the maid, "I have never dated anyone before, how are you so familiar with this?" Lily replied, "Don't underestimate the experience I have accumulated from reading romance novels." Beatrice understood more than anyone that she was always running away, so she never paid attention to anything. Upon returning, Beatrice encountered Sir Radica again right in front of her room. After a while, Sir Radica's sudden appearances no longer surprised Beatrice. Sir Radica tentatively asked Beatrice, "Do you have any plans for tomorrow?" Beatrice said that she didn't have anything planned. Hearing this, Sir Radica happily said she wanted to take a stroll around Solem with her. Here, Beatrice seemed to understand what Lily had told her earlier. She had never paid attention to Sir Radica's heart, and she wanted to see these things for herself. No longer displaying the rejection she had shown before, Beatrice boldly accepted Sir Radica's invitation at this moment. The next day, the sky was clear blue, filled with warm sunlight, shining upon every tree, signaling a beautiful day. Inside the room, voices argued incessantly, "This dress is no good." "It is." Tiabel insisted that the first date had to be truly. Reaching for a red off-the-shoulder dress that looked extremely vibrant, Tiabel said, "It has to be really sexy." Tirana immediately objected, waving her hands and pointing to a white, multi-layered dress that seemed more modest than Tiabel's off-the-shoulder one, saying, "It has to be innocent and pure." Tiabel refused, arguing, "It has to be sexy." Beatrice, watching both dresses being discussed, silently shook her head, thinking, "Neither of them is right." Irene suddenly approached Beatrice, crossed her arms, and huffed, "Both of you, stop it. Have you seen Shoina's face?" Beatrice looked up at her sister, thinking, "Finally, someone agrees with me." Irene, acting knowledgeable, raised her hand to express her opinion about the first date, "You have to dress simply." Then, Irene brought out an extremely flashy and elaborate outfit and said, "You have to knock them out with cuteness." Beatrice had thought Irene would understand her. But this sister was no different from the other two. She wearily said, "What part of this dress is simple? And where did she even get this dress?" Beatrice felt helpless in front of her sisters because they were only arguing with each other and ignoring her, the one who would be going on the date. She looked at her sisters and asked, "Doesn't anyone want to know what I'm planning to say?" Just as the room was noisy with endless arguments, the door suddenly burst open. The queen opened the door, looked inside, and surprisingly asked, "You still haven't chosen a dress?" Beatrice saw her and immediately called out, "Mother." Seeing her three older daughters arguing endlessly and still unable to choose an outfit for her youngest daughter, she had to say, "Oh, girls, have you forgotten that Shoina is going to the village?" At this moment, all three remembered and paused, forgetting their arguments. Tiabel sheepishly said, "That's right, we were just too excited." Hearing this, the queen unexpectedly said, "Don't you know about the no makeup trend these days? I can't believe I'm more knowledgeable than you." The queen suggested, "Choose something that's not too cumbersome. Now, quickly choose a dress and do her makeup." Beatrice finally breathed a sigh of relief, sat down in a chair, and waited. Ignoring the objections, the queen paid no attention, dividing the work among everyone. "Lily, bring Shoina's accessories here. Tirana, choose a few pairs of shoes." Beatrice watched everyone busily moving back and forth, excitedly choosing things for her, and silently thought, "Everyone is too excited." Looking at her reflection in the mirror, Beatrice sighed and took a breath. She remembered the moment Sir Radica had made the suggestion, "I want to take a stroll around Solem, will you come with me?" As soon as he said it, she immediately agreed, and his face at that moment was extremely surprised. Looking at that expression made Beatrice feel embarrassed, and she quickly coughed a few times. She didn't know what that expression meant, and she confusedly thought, "Did I answer too quickly? Does it sound like I was just waiting for him to ask?" She embarrassedly asked, "What do you want to see? Haven't you already gone with Irene?" Sir Radica crossed his arms, looked intently at her expression, and replied with a smile, "That's right." He knew she was always in her room, so he said, "But you've never seen anything outside this palace, have you?" Beatrice was surprised that he would say that, but thinking about it, it was true that she had always been in the palace. From the day she came back to life, she rarely stepped out of the palace, only sitting in her room reading books and looking out the window. From when the garden was just flower buds until they bloomed, I only watched from afar. I didn't even think about going out myself. Her heart suddenly sank, and she sadly thought, why haven't I ever thought about going out before? To change her mood, as well as to encourage her, he smiled and said, "I think it would be great if you could see the kingdom that you're starting to feel affection for. It's quite lovely." Seeing that she was still silent and not answering, he paused, his smile gradually fading, and looked at her with worried eyes. After a few minutes of choosing all sorts of styles, everyone finally chose an outfit that suited Beatrice best, a dress that wasn't too elaborate but wasn't too simple either. But it looked very beautiful on her. Her sisters and the queen lined up and continuously showered Beatrice with compliments. "Our youngest is so beautiful. She's grown up. She's old enough to get married." The queen smiled and said, "She's my daughter, not yours." Leading Beatrice out the door, her sisters teased her endlessly, "Have fun on your date. This is her first date." Tia Belle pretended to give her younger sister advice. "Just show him the village, and let him pay for whatever you want." From behind, the king was constantly sobbing, lamenting, since when has she grown up so much? The queen patted her husband's shoulder and comforted him, "Don't cry. Honey. It's just a date." Everyone in the house was bustling, even crying. Beatrice helplessly prayed, "Please, God." Sir Radica, who was waiting outside, cleared his throat when he saw her arrive, regaining his composure. Extending his hand, he smiled politely, "I've been waiting for you, princess. Today, you look even more like a peach." Hearing him say that, Beatrice called out Sir Radica as usual, but suddenly remembered everyone else was there, so she had to change her address and call him Your Majesty. Sir Radica smiled amusedly when she almost said his name. Then, he politely reached out and took her hand. The scene between the two was extremely harmonious, and they walked together slowly towards the main gate. From afar, the three sisters had been observing their actions all this time, and their faces were filled with pride for their youngest sister, who had grown up, as well as sincere joy and blessings for the two of them. The king and queen were also silently watching them, their faces filled with joy and satisfaction at seeing the well-matched couple. At this time, Sir Radica was behind Beatrice, adjusting the saddle and reins, preparing some things to ensure they had a safe journey. Beatrice suddenly saw the two horses and was surprised. Horses? She didn't know she would be traveling by horse for the date. Tia Belle saw her expression and smiled brightly, saying, "We brought you the healthiest horse, which means you can go for as long as you want today. You might even stay overnight." Knowing Tia Belle's boldness, Tirana didn't expect this sister to say such things, and quickly ran over to cover Tia Belle's mouth, smiling at Beatrice and saying, "Never mind her, Shroina, you go ahead." Even though Tirana had covered her mouth to stop her, Beatrice understood what Tia Belle meant, and she thought to herself, "What am I even hearing?" Beatrice glanced at the two horses and thought, of course, in my previous life, I was a great knight, but can Shroina's body ride a horse? She knew how much strength and power riding a horse required, but now her soul was in Shroina's body, and this really worried her. She wondered if it would be better to ride with Sir Radica. Suddenly, Irene jumped out and shouted teasingly, "Good heavens, Shroina? You're pretending to be shy in front of His Majesty? Do I need to tell everyone that there was a time when no one could pull you off a horse?" Amidst the teasing laughter of her sisters, Beatrice was slowly helped onto the horse by Sir Radica. Hearing Irene say that, she thought, Shroina used to ride horses, so I don't need to worry anymore. Seeing her struggling appearance when getting on the horse, Sir Radica couldn't help but turn away and laugh out loud. Beatrice felt extremely embarrassed and pouted, saying, "Keep laughing, Sir Your Majesty." The entire Solem family, led by the king, followed by the queen and their daughters, were all present, standing and watching Beatrice and Sir Radica leave. Irene looked at the two and shouted, "Remember to feed her well, Your Majesty, and contribute to the economy too." Tia Belle also smiled and shouted, "Don't forget our gifts either. We like a generous king. Our wealthy king. The kingdom that is." Tia Belle's words were immediately cut off by someone covering her mouth, causing Tia Belle to only make strange noises. Beatrice, hearing the senseless words of her sisters, felt her face twitch continuously. Sir Radica smiled amusedly and turned to her, saying, "They are the most lively group of people I've ever seen." Beatrice nodded in agreement. "That's right." A few hours later, the two arrived at the square where all the people were gathered, each with their own jobs. Some were serving beer, others were strolling together, and children were running and chasing each other. The scene was extremely peaceful and simple. Looking at the scene before her, Beatrice could only exclaim, "Wow." Someone who was always in her room, like her, was witnessing such a lively scene for the first time. The bustling crowd and the noise of everyone surprised Beatrice. "There are so many people here. Radica, standing next to her, nodded in agreement with Beatrice. And just like that, the date of the two officially began. Beatrice had no idea that while she and he were walking together and talking, her sisters had been secretly following and watching her from afar. Even though she didn't know about it, the staring eyes of her sisters made her feel like something was up. Why do I keep feeling uneasy? At this time, at a fruit stall, the owner began to shout out, listen up, listen up. We have fresh and delicious fruit here. A woman heard the shout and approached to ask, how much is this? Meanwhile, two children held cotton candy and happily played, chasing each other. The mother saw this and warned, be careful, children. Don't run, or you'll fall and get hurt. Seeing this scene, Beatrice thought of her own childhood, and she unconsciously smiled without realizing it. Radica looked at her and also smiled. He softly said, I knew you would look at them like that. This place is small, but it's full of joy. Beatrice nodded in agreement with this. She said, I understand what you mean. Everyone here is smiling so brightly. She remembered the images she had seen just now, from nobles to commoners, from old to young, they all looked so happy. Seeing the look of happiness on her face, he unconsciously smiled. In the midst of the noise, his deep voice rang out, then, let's join them, shall we? The two approached the fruit stall. The fruits that were being sold here had all sorts of colors and shapes, attracting the eyes of passers-by because they looked so fresh and beautiful. When the two got closer, Beatrice seemed to be attracted, and she quickly glanced at the stall, inwardly marveling, there are so many strange fruits. How could they grow them? Radica saw her stop and noticed her expression. He guessed what she was thinking and said, it seems like all the agricultural products are sold here. They say they're all from Solom. Hearing him say that, she couldn't help but exclaim, this really is the land of the earth god. Suddenly, the owner of the fruit stall saw the two standing in front of his stall, and he brought out a plate of pre-cut fruit, saying, fresh fruit here. Please try a piece if you like it. Beatrice saw him bring out the plate of fruit and quickly looked at him, wanting to ask if she could try it. Radica saw the welcoming attitude of the stall owner, as well as her expression of wanting to try it, and he smiled and nodded in agreement. He softly said, go ahead. Receiving his nod of approval, she thought to herself, when I was in Yerfanin, I never took anything from strangers, but this is Solom. Therefore, she felt reassured and took a piece to try. As soon as she put it in her mouth, she could feel its sweetness, but after chewing for a while, the flavor was so delicious that it surprised her. Beatrice tasted this flavor for the first time, and she immediately turned to him and said, Radica, this is amazing. He saw her happy and said, is that so? Feeling that she really liked it, he quickly raised his hand and called out, someone. Immediately, someone appeared from somewhere and respectfully replied. Beatrice was confused. Where did that person come from? Radica ordered the person, I want to buy everything here. Take it back to the castle for me. Beatrice noticed his words at this moment and was shocked, asking, what? Everything? She anxiously said, Radica, isn't that too much? He looked at her and smiled, replying, I have to keep my promise to your sisters, don't I? Beatrice hesitated, saying, I guess so. Who knows what they'll say if we come back empty-handed? Suddenly, a fragrant smell wafted over, causing her to sniff the air. She quickly turned her head to search, wondering, what is that smell? She suspiciously asked, is that meat? Thinking of meat, Beatrice couldn't help but unconsciously grab Radica's hand and say, let's go over there. I feel like there's something delicious over there. Seeing her rare and enthusiastic appearance, he unconsciously smiled in a very doting way. Beatrice was only thinking about meat at this moment and completely didn't see the amount of affection in his expression as he looked at her. Radica indulged her, letting her take his hand and pull him towards the source of the fragrance. On the stove at this time were skewers of grilled meat that looked extremely delicious. Just looking at them made you feel how delicious they were. Standing in front of the grill, Radica quickly recognized that they were skewers, a street food that could easily fill a hungry stomach. Beatrice was extremely surprised. Looking at them, they're so simple, but they smell so good. Suddenly, there were loud shouts and cheers from afar, drawing Beatrice's attention. Looking at the crowd flocking to one place, she wondered and asked Radica, why are people gathering there? He observed the crowd for a moment and then replied, it might be a performing troupe. Seeing that she wanted to see what was happening there, but was blocked by the crowd and could only stand on tiptoes to see, he said, can't you see? Seeing her struggling and constantly standing on tiptoes to see, he asked her, do you want to see? She quickly replied, yes, but I can't squeeze through these people. Seeing how eager she was to see, he silently thought, as if trying to find a way. Suddenly, a figure beside him caught his attention, and he glanced over. It was the image of a father carrying his young son on his shoulders so that the boy could see everything clearly inside. Radica seemed to have thought of something. While she continued to stand on tiptoes to see, he wrapped his arms around her body and lifted her up. He carried her in a princess carry, lightly and effortlessly. Suddenly being picked up by him, Beatrice quickly wrapped her arms around his neck, grabbed on, and surprisingly called out, Radica. At this time, Radica lifted her up, changing her position so that it looked like he was carrying a child. Beatrice immediately felt flustered in this position. She gently patted his arm and shyly asked, "What are you doing?" "Everyone's looking." "Put me down." As soon as she asked him to put her down, a loud whoosh sound made a burst of fire fly out, quickly attracting Beatrice's attention. At this time, in that place, there was a young man shirtless holding a torch. He held something in his mouth and then blew into the torch with force, causing flames to continuously fly out, creating an extremely beautiful image. Next was the image of a clown juggling colorful balls while standing on a large, round ball. The clown maintained his balance skillfully, not dropping a single ball even with his eyes closed. Beatrice was extremely amazed by what she had just seen. She bewilderedly asked him, "They're spitting fire and then balancing on a ball. Is it magic or something?" He laughed at her naive question and replied, "No, it's a type of stage performance. It's a kind of trick." Even though she heard him explain that it was just a trick, she was still truly amazed by those actions. She turned to look at him and smiled, saying, "But it's still extremely impressive." He heard her say that and smiled brightly, asking, "Is that so?" Beatrice then realized the distance between the two of them, and she quickly turned her face away, hiding her embarrassment, thinking, "It's too close." She felt flustered by the position of the two of them and suggested, "Sararadika, I think I've seen enough. Put me down." He became interested in teasing her, pretending not to hear and asking, "What? I can't hear you." Beatrice, not knowing he was pretending because it was indeed too crowded, shouted for him to hear, "I've seen enough." Sararadika chuckled playfully, "But I haven't." Beatrice then realized this and tugged on his clothes, saying, "Everyone's staring. Aren't you embarrassed?" Seeing that he still wouldn't let her down, she helplessly shouted, "Sararadika." Finally, Sararadika let her down after they had watched the entire performance. She confusedly marveled, "It's really strange." Even though she said that, when she thought about what had happened just now, she blushed, thinking, "He's really strange, but it was fun today, so I'll let it slide this time." At this time, on the side of the road were three men, one playing the drums, one playing the flute, and the other singing, all lost in the melody of the song, not paying attention to their surroundings. When passing by the three of them and hearing those pleasant melodies, Beatrice suddenly stopped and looked at them. Meanwhile, Sararadika had bought a skewer of meat from somewhere and brought it to her. After taking a few bites of the meat skewer, she suddenly said, "I think you seem familiar with this place." Sararadika quickly replied, "Well, I occasionally go incognito." Beatrice didn't know about this and was surprised. "What?" In a corner somewhere, Beatrice's three sisters were hiding, holding their breath and observing the two of them. Seeing her eating like a hamster, Sararadika suddenly laughed and said, "This is the second time I've gone incognito in Solom." Beatrice chewed on the meat skewer, not understanding why he was laughing, and asked, "Is there something funny?" He quickly shook his head and said, "Nothing." Beatrice wondered, thinking about what he had just said, without revealing his identity. "Since when?" Sararadika softly replied, "Of course you wouldn't know." Suddenly, his voice lowered, and he hesitated, saying, "I started after you left." Hearing him say that, she quickly turned to look at him. Then, she paused and softly asked, "After I left?" Sararadika didn't answer her question, but looked up at the clock tower, saw that it was time, and exclaimed, "Look at the clock." He turned to look at her, looking mysterious, and said, "We have a place to go now." Beatrice saw his expression and was curious, asking, "Where?" Sararadika looked at her gently and seriously said, "I have something I want to show you." Hearing him say that, Beatrice felt her heart fill with anticipation, but she was even more curious, wondering what he wanted to show her. The purple sky mixed with a hint of pink and the faint golden light of the sun created an extremely brilliant scene, a beauty that could not be described with words. Standing under that scene were the two figures of Sararadika and Beatrice, silently standing shoulder to shoulder, watching the sunset together. Beatrice stood there, stunned, unable to stop herself from exclaiming in praise, "It's so beautiful." Sararadika only silently looked at Beatrice, not speaking and breaking her emotion at this moment. After watching for a while, she suddenly remembered and asked him, "How did you find this place?" Replying to her question, he softly replied, "I heard the queen say that the sunset here is unbelievably beautiful." At this moment, she suddenly felt something stirring in her heart. Looking at the scene before her, she softly marveled, "Solom is really a magical place." She said to herself, "I want to protect this place, the land and the people, and their smiles too. I want to protect everything." Suddenly, Sararadika spoke, saying, "When I first happened to see this kingdom." Hearing that, Beatrice startled and turned to look at him. His voice continued to ring out, recounting his feelings, "I couldn't stop thinking about the people here. They all laugh so heartily. They really look so happy together." Those images were like film strips flashing through his mind, making him feel envious. Therefore, he lightly touched his chest and whispered, "I felt challenged. I want to create a kingdom where the people of Yurfanan can also laugh as happily as they do." Suddenly hearing these words from him, Beatrice was stunned. She didn't think that he had the same thoughts as her. After expressing his feelings, not hearing the voice beside him speak, he turned to look at her. He suddenly asked, is it very difficult to recreate that? It was a sudden question that Beatrice couldn't answer right away. Under the sunset sky, each ray of light shone on his hair, creating an extremely beautiful image. His face at this time exuded a gentle beauty that even he might not be aware of. He gave her a look full of affection. Noticing that unusual look in his eyes, a look that made it impossible not to be moved, she quickly blushed out of shyness, thinking, I've never seen him make that face before. Even though she was distracted by his beauty, she still remembered the question from just now. She looked down, hiding her expression, seriously thinking about the question. And then replied, no, I don't think so. Looking up, she looked straight at him, smiling beautifully, and said truthfully, you have the power to get everything you want. You are Siraratika Tyre Yerfanen. The image of her smiling so beautifully, and not only that, she was constantly praising him, making him stunned, looking at her without blinking. After a few seconds, as if realizing that he hadn't replied, he said, is that so? Then, both of them silently looked into each other's eyes. Anyone looking at the atmosphere around them at this time could see the feelings that the two of them had for each other. But sadly, the people involved didn't feel it. He thought for a moment and then said, but what I really want, I still haven't gotten it. Beatrice was surprised, not understanding what he meant. To answer her, he approached and took her slender hand. Gently placing a kiss on it, he said in a wrong tone, it's you, Beatrice. When will you accept my proposal? Not thinking that he would suddenly say something like that, Beatrice stuttered, stop joking around, Siraratika. His wrong voice rang out again, I'm never joking. Beatrice. Hearing that, her cheeks started to turn red, and she thought, if he's really serious, I'm starting to be curious to know more about this person. Thinking of the image of him holding a bouquet of flowers and standing in front of her to confess, she didn't understand why he would want to marry someone who was an enemy in the past. Returning to the present, looking at the face right in front of her, she had countless questions. How can he smile at me like that? I wonder what he's thinking about now. Being held by that large, soft hand, she wondered, why are his hands always so warm? She was lost in thought when suddenly his voice rang out, you're not afraid to go outside anymore, huh? Startled by his question, she surprisedly asked, you knew? The lonely and isolated image of her appeared in his mind. He said, you always wanted to be alone in your room. But you don't refuse to be with the Solom family. Immediately following that was the image of the Solom family sitting together enjoying afternoon tea before. While the gentle breezes blew their hair, he took her hand and looked at her for a long time. He knew she was intelligent and sensitive, so he said, maybe you can also feel the feelings they have. For you. She understood that clearly, but she felt uncomfortable in her heart. She couldn't accept those precious feelings. Tightening her grip on her skirt, she hesitantly said, that. She denied all of his words, putting on a calm face. She softly said, that's love for Princess Shoina, not for me. The lovely land of Solom, with its honest and hospitable people, and its many beautiful scenes. Or the Solom family, with all their love and pampering. All of it belongs to the real Shoina. She tried to find a reason to explain to him, they're kind and sweet, but once they know I'm not Shoina, they'll turn their backs on me. She worried about what their expressions would be like once they knew the truth. That was why she couldn't leave her room, because she didn't want to face their feelings. She thought to herself, I don't want to crave something that doesn't belong to me. Giving a forced smile, she said, I'm probably more cowardly than I thought. All I'm doing to overcome my fear is escaping reality. The wind blew Siraratika's hair, covering the expression on his face. He suddenly said, someday. Although he didn't understand her worries and chaotic thoughts, he just wanted to tell her that when she decided to tell the truth, he would be by her side, and that they, the Solom family, would understand that it wasn't her fault. Hearing his firm tone, she confusedly asked back, why are you so sure it's not my fault? Or that they'll believe a story that even I find hard to believe? He unconsciously smiled, replying to her question, you just said it, that I'm an emperor who can have everything he wants, someone who knows everything, so believe me, Beatrice. Under the setting sun, the two stood facing each other, creating a beautiful scene. A gentle breeze lightly blew her long hair, making him unable to resist reaching out to take it. She didn't answer right away, but sank into her own thoughts, thinking about the words he had just said, believe me. Paying attention to his fingers lightly touching a strand of her hair. Even though her hair couldn't feel it clearly, she had been held by that hand before. She knew how soft it was. That soft hand and those kind words washed away all her worries, calming her chaotic mood. Looking again at his gentle face, his eyes seemed to understand her. The warmth in those eyes was like a field of ripe yellow corn. The scene at this moment was as beautiful as a painting, but looking deeply into his eyes made it even more beautiful. It made her tell herself that even if she died, she would never forget the scene captured in his eyes. At this time, the sky had darkened, and the stars had begun to appear, dotting the sky like sparkling glitter. The streets had also lit up, creating a magical scene. Under the street with its brilliant lights, Beatrice and Siraratika walked side by side, feeling the music and the cheerful atmosphere of everyone at this time. Siraratika looked at the couples dancing to the music, and an idea suddenly came to him. He quickly held out his hand in front of Beatrice. He smiled gently, inviting, "Will you dance with me?" Suddenly receiving an invitation to dance in the street, Beatrice was surprised. What? Here? Feeling that there were many people gathered around, she shyly and awkwardly said, "There are too many people here." She wanted to say more, but when she looked into his affectionate eyes and at his hand, she paused and swallowed the words she wanted to say back inside. He didn't urge or force her, but his hand remained steadily outstretched, waiting for her to take it. This made her unable to resist him and softened her heart. Because she couldn't refuse him, she hesitated for a moment, then reached out her hand, her voice timid, "Just one song, okay?" As soon as her hand touched his, he grasped it tightly and pulled her to begin dancing with him. The two of them immersed themselves in the music, dancing a waltz together. Finishing a spin, he pulled her close to him, as if wanting to hug her entire body. Suddenly being pulled close, pressing her body against his chest, she embarrassedly said, "Why are you so close?" Their dance was extremely beautiful, quickly attracting the attention of those around them. Among them, some couldn't resist shouting, "You two are so well matched. Oh, to be young. May you two stay like this forever. Oh, I'm so jealous. That guy knows how to lead his partner so well. You two are so adorable. I wish the person I love could be like that." Compliments continued to ring out, making Beatrice awkward, her entire body freezing. She looked at him accusingly. "See? Everyone's looking." Suddenly, an excited voice rang out from somewhere, "Look at the peach blossom dancing. I wonder if the future brother-in-law." Before the voice could finish speaking, another voice immediately stopped it. "Are you crazy?" Hearing these familiar voices, Beatrice startled and turned her head to look at the voices. As soon as she saw the figures of her three sisters, she clenched her fist tightly and quickly shouted, "What are you doing here?" Tirana sheepishly grabbed Tiabel's arm. In contrast to the sheepishness, Tiabel looked pleased, caught red-handed. Irene awkwardly smiled, pretending not to know Beatrice was here, and said, "Shoina? It's you?" Knowing her sisters were lying, she approached and asked in rapid succession, "How did you? I mean, since when?" Tiabel wasn't ashamed at all of being discovered by her younger sister, but instead asked back, "Did His Majesty know you took off the disguise?" Tiabel boldly said, "Where did you two go before this? We lost track of you for a while." Tirana didn't have the courage of her younger sister and was a little embarrassed to be discovered. So she immediately raised her hand to stop her. "Come on, Tiabel, we don't have the right to ask." At this time, Irene asked in a worried tone, "Did you feed our Shoina well, Your Majesty?" Tiabel also quickly added, "Where did you two go? And where are our gifts?" Bombarded with questions from her sisters, Siraradika and Beatrice sighed tiredly. He quickly said, "One at a time, please." Hearing the conversation between him and her sisters, Beatrice laughed brightly, as if hearing something humorous, a happy smile that she probably didn't even realize. The night was quiet. Under the bright moonlight, one could see the magnificent and splendid scene of the Solom family's palace. The light from the moonlight shone into the room, creating streaks of light that reflected onto the bed where Beatrice was lying. After a long day of strolling with Siraradika, she had fallen into a deep sleep. In her dream, Beatrice saw a girl with pink hair whose face was unclear appear. The person smiled and said hello to her. Beatrice sat down in confusion, looking up at the girl, and then heard the person say, "I'm waiting for you." Under the clear blue sky, the soft sunlight and the golden ripe rice fields were a dazzling and beautiful sight. Beatrice was now staring blankly at the mysterious girl, letting the wind blow her hair. The pink-haired girl wore a white dress and stood against the light, making it impossible for Beatrice to clearly see her face. The mysterious girl put her hands behind her back and softly said to Beatrice, "I'm waiting for you." Even though she couldn't see the girl's face clearly, Beatrice could still see the girl's faint smile. Her heart was now filled with questions. Who is that girl? I've never seen her before, but she looks so familiar. She brings a feeling of warmth and comfort. The mysterious girl stood with her back to the sun, the light from above shining down, flashing so that people couldn't see clearly. Beatrice was the same. She couldn't open her eyes and look directly at the light, so she had to cover her eyes with her hand, opening one eye to look. She thought to herself, "The sunlight is too bright, so I can't see her face." Without waiting long, the girl spoke in an inquiring tone, "Are you happy, Beatrice?" Beatrice was still covering her eyes when she was suddenly asked that question. She was surprised and stunned. Thinking about the question, she hesitantly replied, "Happy?" That. Images of memories ran through her head, the images of walking through the streets together with Siraradika, talking happily. Finally, there was the recent image of her walking with him under the sunset, holding her hand and inviting her to dance a waltz. She remembered every moment, but didn't know if that was happiness for her. Even though Beatrice just silently sat there in a daze, not speaking, the mysterious girl seemed to read all the thoughts in Beatrice's heart. She said with interest, "I understand." Then, she suddenly leaned close to Beatrice, causing her to startle and break free from her thoughts. While Beatrice was still surprised, not knowing why the girl was approaching her, the pink-haired girl reached out and gently touched Beatrice's face, then lightly placed a kiss on her head. After leaving a message, "Be happy, Beatrice," she disappeared into nothingness, as if she had never appeared. Even until the girl disappeared, Beatrice was still staring blankly, unconsciously raising her hand to touch her head, where the girl had kissed her. At this time, Beatrice suddenly woke up with a start, blinking her eyes lightly. She suddenly realized that it was already morning. After waking up groggily, she sat up, feeling something indescribable in her heart. She thought that maybe she was dreaming, but she didn't remember what she dreamed about at all. Even though she felt a little disappointed for not remembering, she could feel that it was great. At this time, outside, the warm morning sunlight shone down on each tree, along with the chirping of birds, creating a peaceful morning scene. Feeling that it was time to wake her master, Lily quickly entered the room, and saw that Beatrice was sitting on the bed, so she approached and said, "Oh, you're awake. Princess." Beatrice stretched drowsily and greeted Lily. While Beatrice was eating breakfast, Lily was like a top, running from one place to another, talking about all sorts of things. "It's very busy today. We have a lot of things we need to clean up." "Oh, have you read the new book yet?" Beatrice didn't answer Lily's question, but quickly finished her meal and went to the library, choosing a book inside. Opening the book, Beatrice muttered to herself, "Maybe I should start today." After reading a few pages vaguely and unfocused, she kept staring blankly, unconsciously flipping through a few pages without reading. As if thinking of something chaotic, she frowned uncomfortably, repeating the question in her head, "Why, why?" Closing the book in her hand and looking out the window, she thought to herself, "Why isn't he here today?" Looking at the closed door in silence, she wondered, "He always appears suddenly, even when I don't tell him to come. It's been a long time since I've had a quiet morning alone. Why does this quiet feel so strange?" Unconsciously, she immediately remembered him. The name Siratica quickly appeared in her head. As soon as she heard the news from the servant, Beatrice quickly went and opened the door wide. She didn't understand why he was outside today. Siratica's appearance was now extremely disheveled. He wiped away his sweat, trying to suppress his panting breath from exhaustion. He couldn't take it anymore, so he had to turn to Tiabel, his voice pleading, "My legs are giving out." Tiabel didn't sympathize with his appearance. "Your Majesty. We can't stop. There's still a lot to do." Siratica was sitting in a circle with Beatrice's sisters, all of them focused on doing something. Unlike her sisters, he looked very awkward, and the petals kept breaking and falling to the ground. Tiabel saw this and shouted, "Your Majesty, you can't yank it like that. Be gentle." Then, she held up the ring, showing him how to do it. Irene sat on one side and softly said, "Be careful with those petals." Looking at their appearance, Beatrice just silently observed without speaking. Hearing their inaudible whispers, she was filled with questions. What are they all doing there? Suddenly, Tiabel's excited voice rang out loudly, startling her. "No, that's not it. I told you already." Seeing that Siratica kept messing up, Tiabel was so angry that she yelled, "We're making grass rings, not flower puree. You're crushing all the flowers. Understand?" Siratica had tried, but he really didn't have a knack for delicate crafts like this. Tiabel helplessly had to continue making a new one, then showed it to him and instructed, "Leave the petals alone. Just take the stem, like this." Looking at the beautiful ring in Tiabel's hand and then at his own crushed ring, Siratica sadly lamented, "It's too difficult." Beatrice had been observing their actions since just now, but still didn't understand. She didn't know what they were huddled together doing that Tiabel was acting like that. So she approached Maximilian and asked, "So there?" Just as she was attentively watching, Maximilian suddenly heard Beatrice's voice, and he startled and quickly called out, "Princess." Beatrice looked at him confusedly and asked, "What are they doing? Why are His Majesty getting scolded by your sisters?" Maximilian heard her ask that and didn't know how to answer. He awkwardly scratched his face, umming and ahhing, thinking. Maximilian hesitated for a while, but he still decided to tell her, "Well, His Majesty wants to make a grass ring for you." Hearing Maximilian's answer, Beatrice felt like she misheard and exclaimed in shock, "A grass ring?" She thought, "A grass ring? It has nothing to do with Siratica." Because he had been observing from beginning to end, Maximilian quickly replied to Beatrice, "Yes, but I don't think it's going very well." Siratica's appearance made Maximilian think in his heart, "He looks too flustered. An emperor being yelled at like a child." He cried sadly, calling out, "Your Majesty." Beatrice understood Maximilian's feelings. She was also completely surprised that Siratica was being scolded by her sisters like that. She looked at him apologetically and said, "I'm sorry. I apologize on behalf of my sisters." Maximilian quickly replied, "It's okay, Princess." Looking towards the group of people who were attentively making grass rings, she didn't think they were so focused that they didn't even know she was here. On the opposite side at this time, Siratica had finished making one ring and brought it out for her sisters to see, but suddenly the wrapping string came undone. Seeing this, Irene teased, "At this rate, you can't be a beloved husband, Your Majesty." Tirana chuckled, saying, "The comfort is better than before, but it's not beautiful enough. Do it again." Tia Bell also agreed with her sister's opinion, immediately urging, again, again. The image of her three sisters and Siraratika in Beatrice's eyes was like a group of excited cats and a dejected dog who could only sit still and endure. It made her unable to resist covering her mouth and laughing. Beatrice's loud laughter rang out, immediately causing the group to quickly turn around and look. Siraratika was surprised, not understanding why she was here at this time. Didn't she always like to be in her room? Tia Bell covered her mouth in shock, exclaiming, "Shoina! We've been seen." She shouldn't have seen this. Suddenly thinking about it, Tia Bell raised her hand, looking mysterious. "Wait a minute, Shoina, you're always cooped up in your room. Why are you in the mood to take a walk this morning?" Tia Bell speculated as if she knew everything. "Are you going to find His Majesty because he didn't come to you?" Being hit where it hurt, Beatrice immediately startled in panic. Her entire face turned red, but she still resolutely denied, stuttering, "No, the weather is nice, so I simply came out for a walk. I've walked enough, so I'm leaving." Siraratika, who had been attentively looking at her since just now, saw her reaction and was silently thinking. Because she was too embarrassed, afraid that everyone would see through her if she stayed, Beatrice thought to herself, "I have to run away now." Immediately leaving the sentence. "Everyone, continue doing what you're doing," then turned her body, covering her red face, wanting to run away. Siraratika saw that she wanted to run away, so he quickly called out, "Princess!" Tirana, standing and watching the scene of Siraratika being abandoned by Beatrice, chuckled, guessing in her heart, she definitely came to see him. After running back to her room and slamming the door shut, her mood finally calmed down. Thinking about the grass ring, she quickly burst into laughter. I didn't know he had such a cute side. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door from outside, interrupting her thoughts and startling her. She didn't know who was outside. Maybe it's Lily, she thought, so she turned around and opened the door. As soon as she saw the person who had come, it was Siraratika, and she was unexpectedly surprised. He held out his hand, and on it was a pretty grass ring. He rarely revealed his shy face, but at this time, he couldn't hide the shyness that was clearly expressed on his face. He looked at her hesitantly and said, "I wanted to surprise you. You probably guessed it already." Suddenly, he took her slender hand and said, "I need your hand for this thing." Then, he gently held the ring and slowly slipped it onto the ring finger of her left hand with reverence. She silently watched him act since just now, waiting until the ring was put on her hand. Unconsciously, she exclaimed in praise, "It's so pretty." Siraratika saw her expression and happily said, "I realized that I proposed to you without a ring, and I didn't want you to feel burdened if it was a real ring." Pausing for a few seconds, he looked attentively at her face and continued, "So use this for now." Beatrice didn't think that he would say something like that, and she surprisedly called out, "Siraratika." Inside the room, Siraratika's resolute voice rang out, "I won't give up." Pausing for a few seconds, he continued, "But I won't urge you either." Suddenly, Siraratika looked at Beatrice seriously and said, "I'm willing to wait until you agree." Suddenly receiving these words from him, she felt as if something had hit her heart, causing the lake to ripple, making her stunned for a moment. Beatrice shyly turned her head away, hiding her face that was gradually heating up, thinking in her heart, how can he say it so bluntly? Siraratika at this time crossed his arms and happily recounted, "Making a grass ring was really fun, even though I had to hear quite a few scoldings." Hearing that, Beatrice felt a little sheepish and hesitantly replied, It seems so." Siraratika put his hand on his chin, looking like he was remembering Tia Bell's fiery and fierce appearance when instructing him to make the grass ring. He honestly told her, "They're very scary, especially Tia Bell." Beatrice heard him call Tia Bell's name and was shocked, her heart full of confusion. Something doesn't seem right. Siraratika didn't notice Beatrice's expression and thoughtfully said, "The head chef and your sisters, it seems like the people of Solom are all scary when teaching." At this time, Beatrice realized and hastily raised her hand, saying, "No, that's not it." "Wait a minute." To make sure she didn't hear wrong, she suspiciously asked back, "What did you just say?" Thinking of her older sister, she said, "Tia Bell?" Siraratika at this time softly laughed, replying, "That's right, she told me to call her that." Receiving confirmation that it was indeed her sister Tia Bell, Beatrice felt as if she had been hit on the head, her face blank, not knowing what to say. She silently lamented, "Even the emperor's mother has to call him Your Majesty. As a member of the royal family, we always have to use titles to show respect, but he's very different." She worried, wanting to ask how Tia Bell was like. Realizing her worry, Siraratika softly said, "It's okay, Beatrice." Tit for tat. As if remembering something, he turned his head away, looking into the distance, remembering his memories, and said casually, "I've never called anyone by their first name when I was in Yurfanan. It's rare to have a time like this, so I feel like I need to do something. I want to enjoy this a little." Seeing his appearance when saying these words, Beatrice silently looked at him without speaking, afraid of interrupting his train of thought. She looked towards him with gentle eyes, silently saying in her heart, "Siraratika, I've gradually become happier with your visits. The unexpected things you do for me make me unconsciously laugh, and the truth is, I feel happy every time you come to see me." As if she was sure of her heart, Beatrice lightly touched the grass ring on her hand. Firmly deciding, because of that, I can't run away anymore, she looked at him and softly called, "Siraratika." Despite her cheeks reddening with shyness, she looked straight into his eyes and requested, "I want to take a walk with you." Siraratika, although surprised that she suddenly said that, didn't express much, just quietly looking at her and gently replying, "Of course, Beatrice." At this time, outside in the beautiful garden, the two were walking and talking happily together. Suddenly, Beatrice slowed down and stopped. Siraratika was surprised, not understanding why she suddenly stopped. Then he heard the voice in front of him calling his name, "Siraratika." Even though he couldn't see her entire face clearly, her red cheeks proved that she was shy at this time. She said hesitantly, "I used to think I understood you very well. But at the same time, I didn't understand you at all." Her seemingly firm voice rang out, "I think you already know about my confusion." After thinking for a few seconds, Siraratika nodded in agreement, "Yes, I can feel it." Hearing his answer, Beatrice's face became even redder, but she continued, "I want to ask you. Before you came here, did you ever think about marrying a girl in Solom?" Not thinking that she would ask him this question, he was stunned for a few seconds. But then returned to his calm demeanor. He seriously thought and then looked at her, honestly replying, "Not at all. The bloodthirsty emperor of Yurfanan, people aren't wrong. At first, you thought about invading Solom." Even though she knew his answer clearly, she still wondered, wanting him to explain, "So what made you change your mind?" Siraratika thought that she already knew, but still wanted to ask him, so he looked at her with doting eyes, slightly curving his lips into a smile, and said, "You already know why, don't you?" Seeing that she didn't answer, he paused for a few seconds and said, "It's because of you." Beatrice's face, which had just stopped being shy, turned red again after hearing this. As if wanting her to know more clearly, Siraratika suddenly continued, "If I said I changed the terms of the agreement to get you, would that be too cheap?" Seeing her cute face, he wanted to tease her again, laughing softly and saying, "Beatrice, your face has been completely red this whole time." Hearing that, she shyly raised her hand to cover her face. Replying shyly, "I know." After a few minutes of Beatrice covering her face, she looked at him shyly and said, "You know, I really don't know what to do with all these changes." Thinking about the time she disappeared, she said, "I know you spent 5 years without me, but for me, it was just like yesterday." Siraratika's mood suddenly turned somber because of this sentence. He was silent for a moment, then spoke, "I know you don't know what to do with it, but..." Looking at her with affectionate eyes, he seemed to burst out with all the longing he had been hiding, "I miss you so much that I can't express it with words." Beatrice suddenly heard him say that he missed her so much, and she felt as if a stream of warmth was flowing into her heart, making her feel moved. Even though her heart had been swayed, she still stubbornly grasped her dress tightly, looking down, hiding her eyes, and said, "I also have moments when I think about you. But that's not necessarily love." Siraratika suddenly stepped closer, took her hand that was grasping her dress tightly, gently released it, and softly said, "Then we'll start from there, with longing first." With his deep voice like a cello, he softly said, "Then I'll turn it into love." Looking at his expression, Beatrice shyly thought, why is he so serious? She hesitated, replying, "Okay, but..." She hesitated, not knowing whether to say it or not. But after a while of deciding, she thought she had to say it, so she softly called, "Siraratika, maybe you haven't thought about this." She tremblingly said, "If we get married, we..." Then she suddenly stopped. Seeing that she wasn't saying anything more, he quickly asked back, "We what?" She thought that if she said that far, he would understand what she meant, but he didn't understand and even asked her again. Beatrice shyly couldn't restrain herself and closed her eyes, saying loudly, "There has to be physical interaction." Imagining the scene of the two of them interacting, touching each other's bodies, and being affectionate, there has to be kissing, there has to be holding each other. And then there has to be having children. Saying this, her face suddenly heated up uncontrollably. Not being able to imagine those images becoming reality, she quickly said, "Can you picture it? Us?" Siraratika heard her say that and was surprised, silently thinking. Contrary to her attitude, thinking that he would be shy like her, he suddenly spoke in a casual tone, "I can do it." Beatrice couldn't believe her ears and exclaimed in shock, "What?" Regarding the things she had just said, he thought to himself and then softly laughed, "For me, nothing is easier than that." Looking at her silly expression, he teasingly put on a playful face, "If it's too difficult with me, I'm willing to give you extra guidance. It probably won't be as good as the novels you're reading, but I think I'm pretty good." Beatrice was shocked to hear him say such words. After a few seconds of shock, she thought about it and realized he was teasing her, so she quickly brushed away his reaching hand, stuttering, "No need, thank you. Your Majesty. You're joking again." Seeing his hand being brushed away, Siraratika couldn't help but immediately grab her hand, interlacing his fingers with hers. Then, as if suddenly unable to bear it, he leaned close, burying his face in her shoulder and whispering, "Beatrice." Holding her body and inhaling her scent, his voice seemed to be trying to suppress something as he whispered, "You're driving me crazy." He tried to endure, whispering each word, "You may not know it, but I've been trying my best to restrain myself. Even without me, you can still be happy. But I'm truly selfish. I just want you by my side. I'm so afraid of the thought of you disappearing again." Feeling his trembling body and hearing his pitiful voice, she gently raised her hand and hugged him. Patting him lightly on the back, she remained silent for a moment, as if carefully considering her answer. "But I'm not the Beatrice you knew. You know that, don't you?" "Everything has changed." Siraradika hugged her tightly, his voice deep as he said, "Of course I know." Thinking of their current status, she clutched his clothes, worried. "Many people will object to us because I only come from a small kingdom." He loosened his grip, turning to look at her, and replied, "I don't care. I know I can't even understand the loneliness you've experienced for the past 5 years, but it's not like I don't appreciate your current sincerity." Siraradika, who was holding her in his arms, suddenly heard her say, "Okay." He was startled and lowered his head to look at her. "The Siraradika I know wouldn't give up, and if that's the case." After careful consideration, she looked into his eyes, her voice full of determination. "Then let's try marriage." Siraradika was taken by surprise, looking down at her. Beatrice, facing Siraradika at this moment, determinedly said, "Let's try." After a few seconds of silence, she raised her head to look at him and said, "Marriage then." After thinking carefully, "I've seen your sincerity, and now I want to focus on my feelings for you." Finishing her sentence, she suddenly raised her hand and gently pushed his chest away. "And in return," looking straight into his eyes, she said seriously, "you can't take back your words. You know me, whatever I've decided, I've thought it through thoroughly." After a few seconds of silence, she continued, "You said you'd let me be empress, so you'd better keep your word." "Okay." His hand touched hers, feeling the warmth. And he trembled, unable to help but blush, then replied firmly, "Okay, I won't take back my words." Taking her hand, he gently called, "My Beatrice." As if suddenly remembering, she exclaimed, "Ah, and you have to propose again, Siraradika." She softly complained, "You always seem to be joking, but proposing is very important, you know?" Looking at the grass ring in her hand, she shyly voiced her request, "I don't need another ring, but, could you propose to me again?" The more he saw her beautiful, shy face, the more moved he became, looking at her with infatuated eyes that didn't blink. To him, this scene was like a dream. Then, suddenly, he dropped to one knee in the posture that people usually take when proposing. Gently taking the small, beautiful hand in front of him, he softly called her name, Beatrice. Looking at her with affectionate eyes, he said, "You were once my mortal enemy." Beatrice was surprised, not understanding why he would act and say such words. Suddenly, she remembered the past, when he had done the same thing. Facing her body about to breathe its last, he had once said that she was his mortal enemy. Looking at his current posture, she suddenly thought, "This is." Siraradika used an affectionate tone to say to her, "But from now on, I want you by my side, as my empress." Looking up at her for a long time, he gently said the words of proposal, "Please say yes, Beatrice. I once thought I would become a vassal, but never thought I would be your wife. And now, instead of being enemies, we've become lovers." Looking at the person kneeling before her, Beatrice felt that life was truly magical. Before, even if she were beaten to death, she would never have dared to imagine that they would become like this. Seeing that she seemed lost in thought and had forgotten to reply, Siraradika tentatively asked, "Are you going to answer?" Interrupted by his voice, she startled, turning her face away evasively. I don't know." Suddenly, she acted like this, leaving him confused. His heart filled with suspicion. He stared at her, as if wanting to find an answer. Siraradika didn't know that in her heart at this moment, she was calculating that she didn't want to answer immediately. She had to make him pay for the inner turmoil he had caused her. Looking at her actions, he thought to himself, misunderstanding? Or has she changed her mind? His expression at this moment was like a puppy's, his eyes glistening as he hesitantly asked, "Why? Is this proposal not up to your standards?" Seeing his pitiful puppy-like expression, she thought to herself, "He used to use this trick on me before." She pretended to turn her face away, teasingly asking, "So, if I'm like this, you're not going to marry me anymore?" Siraradika flusteredly waved his hands, saying, "Of course not. You're very adorable now, but..." His flustered, embarrassed appearance made her unable to help but secretly laugh, thinking, "I probably shouldn't make it too difficult for him." She regretfully thought that she probably wouldn't be able to see him with that expression every day in the future, but she couldn't help but chuckle softly. Siraradika saw her turn her head away but heard a small laugh, so he stared at her as if thinking. Knowing that she was teasing him, he sulkily said, "You're too much like your sisters, always teasing me like that." Suddenly hearing him compare her to her sisters, she startled and quickly retorted, "What? How am I like those blockheads?" Suddenly, Siraradika stood up and reached out to grab her small hand. Then, using a little force, he pulled her closer. Beatrice startled and was surprised by the sudden pull. Holding her in a dancing position, he looked at her pleadingly, "Don't tease me anymore, Beatrice." She couldn't help but giggle, thinking, "Seeing you like this is quite funny." Not seeing an answer from her, he moved closer, lightly touching their foreheads together, his voice hoarse as he urged, "Say yes quickly." Suddenly having his handsome face pressed so close. She quickly blushed, pretending to laugh it off. The circle of the past has returned, and then started again from where we missed each other. Beatrice, at this moment, took his hand, looked up, and said, "I do, Siraradika." Somewhere outside, a sobbing voice was heard, even though it was suppressed. Tirana put her finger to her lips, signaling her father to be quiet. She whispered, "Shoo, father, we're going to get caught again." Unlike Tyabel's infatuated expression beside her, Irene turned to her mother and told, "Mom, father's crying again." Hearing this, the mother also moved closer and whispered to comfort her husband, "Oh, my king. Don't cry anymore." The king of Solom sobbed as he lamented, "I can't be by your side anymore, but, hic." The group huddled together, bending low and secretly looking towards the two people. Tirana, seeing her father continue to sob, afraid that the two people on the other side would hear, spoke up, "Father, you have to keep order. It's embarrassing." "Good heavens, you're the king." Maximilian and the person beside him watched the scene of Schweine's family peeking without any semblance of nobility, and he remained silent, not knowing what to say at this moment. Maximilian, standing beside him, was too used to this scene and sighed inwardly. Not a day goes by that he doesn't cry. He thought to himself, because the situation is too far away, I can't be sure, but it seems that Princess Schweine has accepted His Majesty's proposal. Now that the proposal is complete, they will probably return to Yerfinen soon. Looking at the king of Solom sobbing and wiping away his tears and snot, he also felt sorry that he could no longer see their family together. A few days later, early one morning, the atmosphere of the entire palace was bustling with busy voices. At this time, a worried voice said, "Hurry up, be careful not to break anything." An elderly head maid was carrying a stack of books, instructing two maids, "These are princess's books, so be extra careful with them." After Beatrice accepted Siraradika's proposal, he was eager to quickly move on to the preparation for the wedding, as if he had been waiting for this day for a long time. And the three princesses shared their belongings with their youngest sister. At this time, Beatrice was holding a slip dress, the style of which she didn't dare to imagine what it would be like if she wore it. She carefully asked her sisters, "Do you want me to wear this?" Irene quickly looked at her younger sister and happily asked, "What do you think?" Beatrice really wanted to make her sisters understand, but she didn't dare to speak up, only silently saying in her heart, "Most of them are useless, and none of them are usable." As for the king of Solom, he was closing his eyes at this time, looking like he was suppressing something. A moment later, he quickly burst into tears like a child, tears falling like rain on his cheeks, drop by drop. He hugged his youngest daughter tightly, as if reluctant to leave, sobbing, "My little princess, remember to take care of yourself." Seeing him cry and reluctant to let go, even though she wasn't Schweine, she felt like she was truly his daughter, and it was heartbreaking to leave him before his instructions. Her heart was heavy with sorrow as she replied, "Father, I haven't left yet." She patted him on the shoulder, comforting him, and secretly felt guilty, thinking, "When the time comes, I will tell the truth." At this time, the sky had turned dark, and looking out the window, you could see the stars twinkling and the moonlight shining outside. Staring at the sky unconsciously, Beatrice thought to herself, "Tomorrow I'm going back, to the place where I used to live, Yerfinen." Suddenly, a knock on the door broke her train of thought. Startled, she turned around and discovered that it was her mother. She stood outside the door and gently said, "My dear, can I come in?" She was a little surprised that her mother was here at this hour, so she asked, "Mother?" Seeing her daughter's surprised expression, the mother gently walked to her side and smiled, saying, "It's late, isn't it?" Beatrice quickly replied, "It's okay." She asked suspiciously, voicing her question, "Why are you here, mother?" The queen at this time was just a mother standing in front of her child. Knowing that her beloved daughter was about to go far away, she couldn't restrain herself and came in the middle of the night. Although she had a lot of words she wanted to say, she only knew to hug her child tightly. Suddenly being hugged, she was surprised and speechless. While she was surprised and didn't have time to think, her gentle voice rang in her ear, "My little Schweine." In the quiet night, her voice full of regret rang out clearly, "Feeling like you're leaving me too soon." She gently patted her on the back, lovingly calling her, "My dearest daughter." Just a single sentence like that was enough to make people understand how much she loved her youngest daughter. The gentle voice continued to instruct her little daughter, "Remember, don't be afraid, and don't keep everything in your heart alone. Remember that you still have everyone by your side." She wanted her daughter to understand, never forget that you still have a place to come back to. "We're all here whenever you want, remember to come back." Thinking of the possibility that she might not be able to come back and everyone would need to come, she continued, "And if you want us to come there?" She gently probed, "Can we come to your side?" Beatrice, at this moment, was moved by her mother's words, her body trembling as if suppressing something. She spoke in a hesitant voice, "Mother, I Her heart at this moment was full of guilt, blaming herself for not being worthy of this love because she wasn't. She really wanted to tell the truth at this moment. But she couldn't, only hesitating and faltering. The queen didn't know what she was thinking in her heart. She only thought that she was worried about leaving home for the first time, so she comforted her, "There's nothing to worry about." Her face full of love, she looked at her gently and reached out, saying, "Because I love you so much." Gently wiping away the tears on her cheek, she continued, "So Shroina, don't cry." Beatrice at this moment didn't even know that she had been crying unconsciously since when. Even knowing that these words weren't meant for her, she felt as if she knew that she wasn't Shroina. It seemed that the queen was trying to say that it was okay. Even after knowing the whole truth. Her tears, because of the queen's wipe, were like a switch turned on, falling endlessly. The queen wasn't annoyed, but became even more gentle, gently wiping away her tears. This was also the first time I had cried in front of someone else. Early the next morning, the day Beatrice had to leave this place, the sky today was very beautiful, the gentle sunlight shining on each leaf, as if heralding a day full of luck. The king at this time wasn't happy because of the beautiful weather, but instead kept crying loudly, even with the queen by his side comforting him. He went to Siraratika, crying, his voice complaining, "You robber, don't take my daughter away." Siraratika, even seeing his actions, didn't say a word of blame. Just standing there and letting him do whatever he wanted. Seeing this scene, Beatrice secretly sighed. Just the day before, who was enthusiastically saying that having such a handsome son-in-law was so precious? Suddenly, Tia Belle held out a mirror with an exquisite, beautiful, and glittering shape. Because they were worried about their youngest sister, the three of them had chosen this mirror together because its effect was like a phone. If anything happened, they could use it to notify them, so Tia Belle called Shroina. The three sisters at this time had swollen eyes, and each of them could only see two straight lines. Tia Belle, crying, instructed her youngest sister, "This is a magic mirror. Remember to call us every day, okay?" After saying that, the three of them sniffled in unison. Beatrice was shocked by the scene. "They're crying too?" Tia Belle, as if reading Beatrice's thoughts, quickly patted her chest and sobbed, "Even trees need to be nourished with love, and so do we." Tirana also chimed in, fiercely instructing, "Don't forget to call, and if he hurts you, tell us immediately, and we'll go there right away." Taking the mirror in her hand, Beatrice couldn't understand that she wasn't going and never coming back. She knew everyone loved her, but why were they crying so miserably? She helplessly comforted them, okay, everyone, stop crying, it's like I'm being sold off." Even though she said that, when she saw the tears of her sisters and their reluctant expressions, she couldn't finish her sentence. "You guys are really..." It would be a lie to say she wasn't touched, so she went to hug her sisters and whispered, "Silly." Siraratika, standing on the side observing all of her actions, only smiled silently, without urging her, but giving her more time to confide in and say goodbye to her family. After some time, feeling that it was time, Beatrice had to interrupt, even though she was reluctant. She softly bid farewell and promised, "Goodbye, my family. I'll be okay." At this time, already sitting in the carriage, Beatrice took the mirror that her sisters had given her and looked at the image in it. All three of her sisters in the mirror were crying nonstop. Tears falling like a stream. Tirana suddenly shouted, "You have to be happy, Shroina." Sniffling and taking a breath, Tirana continued, "You deserve to be happy forever. We promised to dress up and attend your wedding." Inside the carriage, the queen's voice suddenly rang out, "You've taken away our family's precious gem, you owe us that." Beatrice, holding the mirror and sitting next to Siraratika, was embarrassed when she heard that. Inside the mirror, Tia Belle, seeing her mother say that, stepped forward with tears in her eyes and chimed in, "Understand, Siraratika?" Suddenly, Tia Belle closed her eyes and shouted, "Quickly send the handsomest guy to Solom for us. We've done so much to help you protect the love of your life. If you don't repay that favor, we'll curse you on your wedding night, you're little." Not thinking that Tia Belle could say these words while she was sitting next to Siraratika, without waiting for Tia Belle to finish her sentence, she quickly cut off the connection with a snap. Contrary to Beatrice's dark and stiff expression, Siraratika beside her seemed curious to hear the rest of Tia Belle's words. Beatrice felt that the atmosphere in the car was quite awkward at this time. So she hurriedly pretended to laugh a few times, intending to divert Siraratika's attention from them. Who knows what they would say. In her heart, she secretly cursed. "May demons drag you away, Tia Belle." The two chose to travel by carriage because they had used all the resources to transport the luggage instantly. Until now, Beatrice still couldn't believe that she was returning to her former home. Her mood at this time was extremely worried and a little nostalgic. Holding her heart that was beating fast in her chest, she thought, "I also have to prepare myself to return to Yurfanan." Siraratika, beside her, had been watching Beatrice's every move. Seeing her sigh and fidget anxiously, he was very worried. Remembering the actions and personalities of the sisters he had interacted with, he turned to observe her for a while and then exclaimed, "Compared to your sisters, you're like a gentle lamb." Beatrice was stunned when she suddenly heard him compare her to a lamb and asked, "Me?" He quickly replied, "Yes. Thinking of the image of a white lamb bleating stupidly all day long, she thought to herself, a lamb? Seeing that she still didn't understand his meaning, he put his hand on her head and pressed it. Lightly, like this. Suddenly being pressed on the head, she was confused, her head full of question marks. He looked at her expression of closing her eyes and enduring his hand on her head without brushing it away, and then explained, "You're becoming more and more docile." In his eyes, she wasn't the same as before, but now she looked like a gentle lamb, silently and obediently in a cute way. Being teased by him and called harmless like a lamb, she got angry and asked, "Have you ever been kicked by a lamb?" Then she pretended to be fierce, "Want to try it for the first time?" Siraradika, hearing her pretendingly fierce voice, laughed. He knew that her face was now flushed because of embarrassment. Even so, he still complied with her. Smiling and pretending to be scared, "You're scaring me." Looking at the face he was touching, he thought to himself, actually. After seeing the Solom family sadly shedding tears when Shorna left, he was afraid that Beatrice might change her mind and want to stay in Solom. Squeezing her face with both hands, he thanked heaven that that didn't happen. Beatrice didn't understand why he suddenly stopped talking and then didn't say anything else but squeezed her face. She asked with difficulty, "What are you doing?" Seeing her attitude and actions, the anxiety he felt earlier, fearing that his thoughts would become reality, he tentatively asked, "Beatrice, are you sad about leaving your family?" Even though her cheeks were being squeezed, she didn't brush his hands away, but asked blankly, "Why?" Not knowing why he suddenly asked her that, she seriously thought about it for a while, remembering the words she had said, and then replied, "Not at all." Looking straight into his eyes, she smiled and explained, "I told them that whenever I miss them, I'll come back to see them." Recalling the moment on the night that the queen had come to find her to instruct her, she remembered the words, "Will be here whenever you want, come back," that she would never forget. And she told him, "The queen said I'm also a member of the family, so I'm welcome anytime." Feeling respected and loved, her heart at this time was very warm, so she explained, "So I'm not sad either." Although she was loved like this, thinking about the fact that she had taken the body of their daughter, her heart sank heavily. She confided to him, "I don't have the courage to tell them yet. But once I do, I won't be silent like now anymore, I'll tell them." After saying that, she immediately thought of the image of herself standing in front of everyone and telling them everything. That she wasn't Shroina. When she said that, what would their expressions be like? Perhaps they would be full of surprise and unable to accept the truth. She smiled at him and said, "That's probably the only way to repay the love they have for me." No matter how they reacted to the truth, she was willing to accept it. Siraradika thought for a moment and then said seriously, "Even then, they'll still accept you as family." She thought this was just a comforting word from him. So she smiled, lowered her head, and replied, "I hope so." Seeing that she was still gloomy and unhappy, he added, "If you feel scared or want to run away, then run to me." Mixed in with the clattering of the carriage, his deep, warm voice still rang clearly in her ears, "You already have a place to take refuge, a place where you can rest your head. A place that will support you wholeheartedly." Hearing these words from him, she couldn't help but giggle, probably true. Knowing that she understood his meaning but still pretending not to know, he stared at her for a while, thinking. Then he reached out and said to her, "Come here, Beatrice." Suddenly hearing him call her like that, she stopped laughing and looked at him in confusion, as if wanting to ask what he wanted to do. Outside the carriage at this time, a loud bang suddenly rang out, causing the driver to turn his head to look back. He was confused because he couldn't see the situation inside, so he stopped the car and tried to knock on the wall to inquire, "Your Majesty, Princess, is everything okay?" A few minutes later, Beatrice's small voice was heard from inside the car, "Ah, it's nothing." Hearing the answer that everything was fine and nothing had happened, the driver immediately replied, "Yes, Your Majesty." Then he whipped the reins to make the horse continue to go. He had no idea that inside, Beatrice, for some reason, was pressing her hand on Siraradika's body, and her other hand was covering his mouth. Siraradika, as soon as she took her hand away, exclaimed, "I didn't know you were so strong." Beatrice awkwardly explained, "I just slipped." The truth was that she had fallen forward because she was trying to cover Siraradika's mouth. After returning to their seats as before, she said in confusion, "You're too cheesy, how can a person change so much?" Being asked like that, he wasn't embarrassed at all, but just sat down and lightly said, "That's all." Moving closer to her face, he smiled and gave an answer, "You're my fiancé, shouldn't a husband do something romantic for his wife?" Beatrice thought it made sense and then blushed, hesitantly saying, "Humph, if you say so, then." Without waiting for her to finish speaking, he suddenly spoke up, his voice full of contemplation. Thinking about naming his fiancé, after thinking for a while, he chose the most suitable name, B. I like that name. Looking at Beatrice, who was staring blankly and cutely in confusion, he couldn't help but call again, "B." As if afraid that she wouldn't understand, he said, "That's the pet name I gave you." At this time, he reached out and hugged her gently, placing her on his lap, explaining, "My B, it's also like a shortened version of Beatrice." Being hugged and sitting on his lap, she quickly blushed and hurriedly said a few exclamations to make herself less embarrassed, "Right, you're really sly." The arm that was hugging her waist suddenly reached up, gently patting her shoulder as if comforting her. He patted her back while using a whispering voice, as if coaxing a child, saying, I was hoping that leaving Solom wouldn't make you too sad. You seem troubled. Unconsciously, she leaned her head on his shoulder naturally and said softly, I don't know, it's just. At this time, her heart was completely messed up like a ball of yarn. I don't know how I'm feeling either. Realizing his feelings, she sincerely confided, but I don't regret being with you. So don't worry. Hearing her say that, he finally relieved his heavy mood. He chuckled softly and praised, that's exactly what I wanted to hear. Sitting in his arms, close to his chest, hearing every heartbeat, she secretly exclaimed, he's so warm. The carriage continued to go steadily. From inside, you could see the rows of green trees passing by. Suddenly, Beatrice called, Sierra. Hearing a familiar name, he hummed, asking what it was. She quickly replied, that's the pet name I gave you, Sierra. Hearing this slightly feminine name, he quickly said, it sounds like a girl. She smiled, squinting at him, and playfully said, but I thought of it, don't say you don't like it. Because he didn't want to make her sad, since this was a name she had thought of herself, he thought for a moment and then replied, no, I like it very much. At this time, two voices rang out in the carriage, a sweet female voice, okay, Sierra, and a male voice immediately replied, yes. He wrapped his arms around her and gently asked, can I kiss you? As soon as the words were spoken, she used her strength to press down on his body, causing his arm to freeze. Seeing this, he laughed and teased, you're still stronger than I thought. Beatrice at this time wasn't embarrassed at all, but teased him back, I thought you said I was a gentle lamb. Suddenly, loud shouts rang out outside, causing her to turn her head to look. Looking out the window from inside the carriage, you could see a crowd of people constantly shouting, everyone with happy faces clapping and giving blessings. She could vaguely hear someone's voice in the crowd, our future bride. Congratulations, princess. We wish you happiness, we bless you. In the cheers, whistles, and applause, each sound rang out, causing her mind at this time to be extremely chaotic. Her whole body seemed to be frozen, staring blankly outside without blinking. Sir Radhika at this time knew what her chaotic mood was like. He just silently looked at her, thinking to himself, Beatrice. Thinking of the pet name, my bee, don't worry, I'll make you happy. He recalled when he was still in Solom, when he was lost in thought. He stared vaguely into the distance, when a voice rang out, interrupting his thoughts and drawing his attention. The person who came was a woman with a kind face and a smile always on her lips. She gently approached and asked, Your Majesty, you seem troubled. He recognized that this person was the Queen of Solom. The mother of Beatrice, no, the mother of Shroina. Seeing the troubled look on his face, she gently offered an opinion, I heard that you learned to cook to win Shroina's heart, let me give you some advice, shall I? Sir Radhika looked at her politely, soliciting advice, please instruct me, Your Majesty. She thought of the food that her daughter liked to eat the most, and told him that it was shaved ice, or more precisely, shaved peach ice. My child's favorite flavor. I think she likes that dish very much. When he heard her favorite food, he quickly nodded, trying to remember this dish, telling himself that he would make it for her someday. Even so, he was still surprised by the shaved peach ice. He didn't know that she liked this dish. The queen suddenly seemed to think of something and then looked puzzled, that's strange, Shroina usually doesn't like shaved fruit. She thought for a moment and said, she doesn't like the texture of that watery dish. Sir Radhika was confused when he heard that. Didn't she just say that she liked shaved peach ice? As if understanding his thoughts, she turned to tell him, but the current Shroina is addicted to that drink. Only at this moment did he suddenly understand what she was saying. Returning to the present, he looked at her with affectionate eyes, looking at the smiling face full of happiness, so beautiful that no one dared to ruin it, he said to himself, I will make you truly happy. A fresh space in the morning unfolds before my eyes, I feel the gentle breeze, and the flower branches sway in the wind. Beatrice's eyes widened, and she felt lighthearted. She heard the call of a fairy, I'm waiting for you. Her face was strange, Beatrice had never met her before. She flew to Beatrice, and she asked curiously, who is she? I've never seen her before, but she looks so familiar. Light shone on her face. Beatrice covered her eyes, the sun was too bright, so she couldn't see her face. She sincerely asked, Are you happy, Beatrice? Beatrice was taken aback by that question. She asked herself, happiness? That. Beatrice hesitated, wanting to say something. She remembered her past, she met with noble families to discuss the marriage proposal, she met Saradika, she married Saradika, the person she loved, and they were very happy. But Beatrice's face didn't seem happy. Beatrice sat quietly, saddened when she mentioned that. The fairy heard her story, and she sympathized, I understand. She approached Beatrice. Kissed her forehead. Before leaving, she reminded her, be happy, Beatrice. Beatrice watched her go, then quietly sat alone, contemplating everything. It turned out it was just a dream. Beatrice opened her eyes. When she woke up, she was in this life. Shroina quickly sat up, saying to herself, I thought I was dreaming, but what was I dreaming about? She couldn't remember, but the feeling was great. A new day in the palace began, everything was very peaceful. Lily came cheerfully. "Oh, you're awake, Princess Your Highness." Shorna stretched. "Hello, Lily." Lily and many cleaning staff came to clean. "It's a busy day today, we have a lot to clean." Everyone around was busy working. Shorna calmly ate breakfast, and Lily asked if she had received the new books yet. She went to the library to find a book to read. "Maybe I should start today." She turned each page, reading and pondering. But it felt boring, not patient enough, even though Shorna tried hard. She wondered why. Why isn't he here today? She looked at the door and immediately closed the book. She kept looking at the door, waiting for him to come in. He always appeared out of nowhere, even if I didn't tell him to come. Shorna asked vaguely, "How long has it been since I had a quiet morning?" "Alone? Why does it feel so strangely quiet?" She only thought of Saratika. She opened the door forcefully and saw Saratika. "Why is he outside today?" "He looks so tired." Tiabel reminded him, "Your Majesty, we can't stop, there's a lot to do." Saratika said, "My legs are giving out." Everyone picked flowers and grass to make flower rings. Tiabel said, "Your Majesty, you can't pull it so hard, take it easy." Irene reminded everyone to be careful with the petals. Shorna saw Saratika happily working with his sisters, and she was curious standing outside looking. She didn't understand what they were all doing there. Suddenly, she heard Tiabel shout, "That's not it. I told you. We're making grass rings, not flower mash, you're crushing all the flowers, understand?" She seemed very annoyed with the prince. "Leave the petals alone, just take the stem, like this." She demonstrated for everyone to see. Saratika found this very difficult, it required skill. Just then, Shorna ran into Maximilian, and she asked him, "So what are they? What are they doing? Why are his sisters scolding His Majesty?" Maximilian smiled, embarrassed. "His Majesty wants to make a grass ring for you." Maximilian revealed a little of Saratika's secret. Suddenly her eyes lit up. "A grass ring? Saratika?" Maximilian hesitated. "Yes, but I don't think it's going very well." Saratika looked cold and turned away. Both Maximilian and Shorna felt helpless about it, feeling that he was too restless. The emperor was being yelled at like a child. She laughed awkwardly and apologized. "I apologize on behalf of my sisters." "It's okay, princess." Shorna watched everyone. She thought they were so focused that they didn't know she was there. She was sad. Irene said in a panic, "At this rate, you can't be a loving husband, Your Majesty." But her sister Tirana fully supported him, encouraging him, "It's better than before. But not beautiful enough, do it again." Shorna stood outside, seeing everyone happy and lively. They were so close that she imagined a cat and mouse chase scene. The princess decided to go to everyone, and she laughed loudly, amused. Everyone was surprised, not expecting her to come. Tiabel panicked, she covered her mouth. "Shorna," she whispered to Saratika, "she saw us. She wasn't supposed to see us." She thought again, "Wait, you're always cooped up in your room, so why did you suddenly feel like going out this morning? Or did you come looking for His Majesty because he didn't come to you?" She was startled by her sister's words, feeling very stifled. She blushed and quickly explained, "No, the weather is too nice, I just wanted to take a walk, and I've walked enough, so I'm leaving." Saratika saw her, and he wanted to call her back but was shy. Shorna heard Saratika call her name, but she was shy and blushed, running away immediately. She told everyone to finish what they were doing. Tirana smiled happily, she must have gone to see him. Princess Shorna hurried back, immediately opening her room door. She walked in with a heavy heart, still feeling shy. She kept thinking about the grass ring. Smiling happily, amused, he also has a cute side. Suddenly someone knocked on the door. She was startled in her room, hearing the footsteps clearly. She was surprised that Saratika came. He gently said, "I wanted to surprise you, I'm sure you guessed. I need your hand for this." He took out the flower ring that he had made himself. He put it on the princess's finger. Princess Shorna had to say, "It's so beautiful." She was very surprised by this small, pretty gift from Saratika. Saratika expressed, "I realized I proposed to you without a ring, and I didn't want you to feel burdened if it was a real ring. So use this for now." Her eyes were happy as she stood before Saratika. He said, "I won't give up. But I won't rush you either. I'm willing to wait until you agree." Shorna stood still for a moment. How could he say that so bluntly? Saratika confessed sincerely, "It was really fun making the grass ring, even though I had to listen to a lot of scolding, apparently." He told her, "They're scary, especially Tiabel. The head chef, with your sisters, it seems people from Solom are scary when teaching." Princess Shorna was embarrassed and quickly explained, "No, wait a minute. What did you just say? Tiabel?" He smiled gleefully, "Yes, she said I could call her that." She was thunderstruck, speechless, not knowing how to respond. She immediately remembered that even the emperor's mother had to call him Your Majesty. As royalty, we always have to use titles to show respect, but Shorna felt that Saratika was completely different from previous emperors. He said gently, "It's okay, Beatrice, one good turn deserves another. I've never called anyone by their first name when in Yerfanin. I want to enjoy this a little." Beatrice was very curious about him, he looked so different. Before leaving, she said to Saratika, I've gradually become happier with your visits. The surprises you do for me make me laugh unconsciously, and the truth is, I feel happy every time you come to see me. For that reason, I can't run away anymore, Saratika. She boldly suggested, I want to take a walk with you. Saratika smiled kindly, and he didn't hesitate, definitely, Beatrice. They walked and talked together in the garden. Suddenly, Beatrice stopped. Saratika, she hesitated, wanting to say. I used to think I understood you very well, but at the same time, I didn't understand anything at all. Beatrice gathered all her courage to say that to Saratika. I think you knew about my confusion. Saratika admitted that, yes, I could feel it. I want to ask you. Before you came here, did you ever think about marrying a girl from Solom? Saratika was surprised by that question, and he stood silently. He affirmed, not at all. The bloodthirsty emperor of Yurfanan, they're not wrong. Initially, he thought about invading Solom. So what made you change your mind? Beatrice asked curiously. You already know why. It's because of you. Saratika looked at her warmly, but Beatrice felt very confused at that moment, not knowing how to respond. If I said I changed the terms of the agreement to get you, would that be too cheap? He asked her playfully. Beatrice, your face is all red now. He teased her like that. Beatrice felt shy and covered her face. I know. You know, I really don't know what to do with all these changes. She confided, I know you spent 5 years without me, but for me, it was just like yesterday. I know you don't know what to do with it, but... Saratika hesitated. His voice was sweet and sincere. I miss you so much, I can't express it in words. Shoina looked at him affectionately, dazedly, persuaded by those sweet words. I also have moments when I miss you, but it's not necessarily love. She was flustered, clutching her skirt. Her hands clasped tightly together, and she shyly said, then we'll start from there, with longing first, and then we'll turn it into love. After speaking, she looked up and realized that Saratika's attitude had changed. She said to herself, why is he so serious? She hesitated, embarrassed to speak. But Saratika, you probably haven't thought about this. Princess Shoina took his hand, and her voice trembled. If we get married, he asked, we what? There has to be physical interaction. She mustered all her courage and said that clearly. Saratika was surprised by her determination. Shoina imagined a sky full of happiness and romance after marriage. She shyly said, we have to kiss, we have to hold each other, and we have to have children. Can you imagine that? Saratika was very surprised, not knowing what to say. A moment later, he made a quick decision and promised loudly, I can do it. Shoina was shocked by his words. What? Saratika was very confident. Nothing is easier than that for me. And if it's too difficult for you, I'm willing to teach you. Probably not as good as the novels you're reading, but I think I'm pretty good. Beatrice realized he was a completely different person from what she knew, far beyond her imagination. She immediately refused. No need, thank you, you're joking again. She released her hand from Saratika's hand. But he pulled her back, taking her small hand. Then hugged Beatrice tightly. You're driving me crazy. You may not know it, but I had to try my best to restrain myself. Saratika said everything from the bottom of his heart. Even without me, you can be happy, but I'm so selfish, I just want you by my side. I'm so afraid to think about you disappearing again. He hugged her, trying to hold on, not wanting to leave. In that moment, Beatrice was silent. She felt that everything came so suddenly. But I'm not the Beatrice you knew, you know that, right? Everything has changed. Saratika knew that, right? She continued, many people will oppose us because I only come from a small kingdom. He whispered decisively in her ear, I don't care. I know I can't even understand the loneliness you experienced during those 5 years, but it's not that I don't like your current sincerity. Beatrice felt the special feelings he had for her. She hugged Saratika, saying, okay. It seemed she understood everything. She said to herself, the Saratika I know won't give up, and if that's the case, then we'll try getting married, we have to face it. Shoina imagined the moment they progressed to marriage, giving each other warm, sincere feelings, and she made a decision right away, we'll try getting married, then. I've seen your sincerity, and now I want to focus on my feelings for you. She said in return, and she pushed her hand against his chest. You can't go back on your word, you know me, anything I decide, I've thought it through. She wanted Saratika to keep his promise to her as he had said before. You said you'd let me be empress, so you better keep your word. Emperor Saratika agreed, I promise, I won't go back on my word. He said, my Beatrice. She continued, and you have to propose again, Saratika. Every time you're just joking, but proposing is very important, you know? No need for another ring, but could you propose to me again? She expressed her wish. Saratika looked at her intently, like a dream. He knelt down. Took her hand, Beatrice. You used to be my mortal enemy. Princess Beatrice began to feel moved, her heart fluttering. She remembered the moment he knelt down to propose to her. He told the truth, you were my mortal enemy. She looked at Saratika adoringly. But from now on, I want you by my side as empress. Saratika's sincere proposal moved her. I used to think about becoming a vassal, but I never thought about being your wife, and now instead of being enemies, we've become lovers. She thought such things in her head. In a moment of fascination and romance, she forgot to answer his proposal, causing Saratika to ask again, "Are you going to answer?" She was startled, then turned away, not knowing. Saratika was very surprised, not understanding her reaction. She thought that she didn't want to answer immediately. That she had to make him pay for the internal chaos that he had caused her. Saratika asked blankly, "Or have you changed your mind?" "Why? Wasn't the proposal as you requested?" Beatrice smiled happily, thinking in her head, "He looks like a poor puppy. He used to use this trick on me, so if I'm like this, you don't intend to marry me anymore?" Saratika quickly said, "Of course not, you look so lovely right now," but she felt that she probably shouldn't make things too difficult for him. "But I probably won't be able to see him with that expression every day." Saratika was very difficult to guess her expression at that moment again. He spoke up, "You're too much like your sisters, always like to tease me like that." She pouted, speaking loudly, "What? In what way am I like those blockheads?" She immediately reached out to hit him, but Saratika grabbed her hand tightly. She was surprised. "Don't tease me anymore, Beatrice." She laughed gleefully, "Seeing you like that is quite funny." He moved closer to her, touching her face, and said, "Quickly agree." She just smiled awkwardly. She agreed immediately, so the circle of the past turned and started again from where we had missed each other. The scenery in the garden was very peaceful every afternoon. Shoina's sisters and King Solom witnessed the scene of the two coming together, and everyone was very happy. Tiabel exclaimed, "Mom, Dad's crying again." The mother consoled. "Oh, my king, don't cry anymore." The eldest sister, Tirana, signaled her sisters to be quiet, lest our father see us again. King Solom was overjoyed, "I can't be by your side anymore," but his tears flowed out, holding tears of happiness and pride. Tirana said, "Father, you have to keep order, it's too embarrassing." "Heavens, you're the king." From afar, Maximilian saw them hiding behind a bush, sobbing. He said to himself, "Not a day goes by that he doesn't cry." Because the distance was too far, it was hard to be sure, but it seemed that Princess Shoina had accepted His Majesty's proposal. Now the proposal is complete. They will probably return to Yerfanin soon. King Solom kept sobbing, unable to control his emotions. It's also a pity that we can no longer see their family together. The next day, from early in the morning, urgent calls were heard from the madam, "Hurry up, be careful not to break anything." She asked the maids to prepare everything carefully and thoughtfully. She sent books to the princess and told her to be even more careful with this. After accepting the proposal, Saratika quickly moved on to preparing for the wedding ceremony as if he had been waiting for this day for a long time. And the three princesses shared their belongings with their youngest sister. It was time for Princess Shoina to clean everything up. Most of it was useless, and nothing could be used. As for King Solom, he couldn't hold back his tears on the day he said goodbye to his daughter as she left to marry. He missed his little daughter very much. He hugged his daughter and told her, "My little princess, remember to take care of yourself. It feels like I'm really his daughter." Leaving him is also very painful. When will I say the truth? She just wanted to say to her father, "Father, I haven't left yet." That night, she looked out the window. "Tomorrow I'm returning to Yerfanin." Suddenly there was a knock on the door from her mother. "My dear, may I come in?" "It's too late, isn't it?" She said, "Yes, it's okay." "Why are you here, mother?" She hugged her daughter. "My little Shoina. It feels like you're leaving me too soon. My dearest daughter, remember not to be afraid and don't keep everything in your heart alone. Remember that everyone is by your side." She sent her love and affection before she left. She told her, "Never forget that you have a place to return to. We are all here. Whenever you want, remember to come back, and if you want us to come there, we will come to your side, okay?" She was touched by her mother's message, "Mother." She thought she didn't deserve this love, because I'm not. Mother said there was nothing to worry about. Because I love you very much. So Shoina, don't cry. She wiped the tears from her daughter's eyes. Even though these words weren't meant for me, it felt like she knew I wasn't Shoina. It seemed that the queen wanted to say that it's okay, even after knowing the whole truth. It was also the first time I cried in front of someone. The next morning was the day Princess Shoina returned to her husband's house. King Solom still shed tears endlessly. He said to Saratika, "You robber, don't take my daughter away." She said to herself, just the day before, who was enthusiastically saying how lucky he was to have such a handsome son-in-law. He only gave Shoina the mirror. "This is a magic mirror, remember to call us every day." All the sisters cried as they said goodbye to her. Shoina felt helpless when she saw them crying as well. Sister Tiabel said that plants also need to be nurtured with love, and so do they. Tirana told her not to forget to call and if he hurt her, to let them know immediately. And they would come there right away. Shoina was touched. "Okay, everyone, stop crying, it's like I'm being sold off. You guys are really so silly." The sisters hugged each other before parting. Saratika stood watching her, waiting for everyone to say goodbye. He understood how she felt at this moment. Shoina didn't want to leave her family at all. Before leaving, she happily said goodbye to her family, "I'll be fine." In the carriage, Princess Shoina looked in her sister's mirror and saw all her sisters crying, missing her very much. Tirana had told her to be truly happy. That she deserved to be happy forever, and they promised to dress up to attend her wedding. Tia Bell, while crying, sent these words to Saratika: "You've taken away our family's precious gem, you owe us." Shorna heard all the sisters' thoughts for her and was very grateful. Sister Tia Bell kept saying, "Understand, Saratika?" This sister cared a lot about him. She shouted, "Quickly send the hottest guy to Solom for us. We did so much to help you protect the love of your life. If you don't repay that favor, we'll curse you. On your wedding night, you're little." Then Shorna hung up the call. Saratika found this sister strange, she kept finding fault with him. Shorna smiled awkwardly, saying, "I wonder what they'd say to him." "The devil take you, Tia Bell. We chose to travel by carriage because we had used all the resources to instantly transport my luggage." Before getting out of the carriage, Shorna was very nervous and worried. She told herself to prepare herself to return to Yerfanin as well. Saratika saw the worried look on her face. He said, "Compared to your sisters, you're like a gentle lamb." Shorna asked in surprise, "Me?" "Yes, a lamb." Saratika placed his hand and stroked her head, like this. She was becoming more and more docile, and Shorna's face radiated happiness and innocence. Saratika looked at her passionately, "You're like a gentle lamb." Suddenly, Shorna blurted out, "Have you ever been kicked by a sheep? Want to try it for the first time?" Saratika smiled awkwardly, "You scare me." Then he looked at her with adoring eyes, thinking to himself, "Actually, after seeing the house of Solom sadly shed tears when Shorna left, I was afraid that Shorna might change her mind and want to stay in Solom. Thank goodness that didn't happen." Saratika affectionately pinched Shorna's chubby cheeks. He asked her softly, "Is your family making you sad?" Shorna was a little confused to hear that. Then she replied, "Not at all. I told them that whenever I miss them, I'll come back to see them." Shorna remembered what the Queen of Solom had said, "We'll be here, whenever you want, come back." The Queen also said you were also a member of the family, so you are always welcome. So I'm not sad at all. Her eyes showed a clear happiness, brimming with glistening tears. She continued telling Saratika, "I don't have the courage to tell them yet. But once I do, I won't be silent like I am now. I'll tell them that I'm not Shorna. That may be the only way to repay the love they have for me. No matter how they react to that truth, I'm willing to accept it." Saratika told her, "Even then, they will still accept you as one of the family. And if you're scared or want to run away, then run to me. You have a place to take refuge now, a place where you can rest your head, a place that will support you wholeheartedly." Shorna giggled, "I guess that's true." Saratika smiled slightly, his eyes full of affection. Then he told her, "Come here, Beatrice." Suddenly, they didn't know what they were doing, but a loud noise came out, and the driver outside immediately stopped the carriage. He immediately asked, "Your Majesty, Princess, is everything all right?" Shorna quickly replied, "Nothing's wrong." She was covering Saratika's mouth to prevent him from making any more noise. Saratika slowly sat up, smiling foolishly, "I didn't know you were so strong." Shorna innocently replied, "I just slipped." Actually, she was falling forward to try to cover Saratika's mouth. She told him, "You're being too cheesy, how can a person change so much?" Saratika said shyly, "Come on. You're my fiancé, shouldn't a husband do something romantic for his wife?" "Fiancé, I like that. And B is the pet name I have for you." Beatrice was stunned and surprised when she heard him call her by that name. Saratika picked her up and sat her on his lap, speaking sweet words into her ear, "My B, it's also like the abbreviation of Beatrice." "Is that so?" Beatrice shyly and bashfully said, "You're so cunning." Saratika slowly placed his hand on her shoulder. He embraced her tightly, saying, "I hope leaving Solom wouldn't make you too sad, but you seem confused." She hesitated, "I don't know, it's just. I don't know how I'm feeling, but I don't regret being with you, so don't worry." Saratika was very happy, "That's exactly what I wanted to hear." Beatrice sat comfortably in his arms, feeling, "He's so warm." She happily called, "Sierra, the pet name I have for you." Saratika sweated when he heard the name. He said, "It sounds like a girl's name." Beatrice said coquettishly, "But I thought of it, don't tell me you don't like it." Saratika quickly shook his head, "No, I like it very much." Inside, the two were intimate with each other. Today's scenery was also fresh and the sun was beautiful. Suddenly, Saratika suggested, "Can I kiss you?" "You're still stronger than I thought." Beatrice's face turned red, "I thought you said I was a docile lamb." Suddenly, there was a loud shout from outside. The two of them looked out of the carriage and saw the people pouring into the streets, happily blessing them. Someone shouted, "It's our future bride. Congratulations, Princess. Congratulations on your happiness. We bless you." Beatrice was stunned when she saw the scene before her. Saratika softly told her, "My bee. Don't worry, I will make you happy." Scene change, Saratika remembered when he came to the palace. He stood outside, calmly thinking about something. The Queen of Solom came and asked, "Your Majesty, you seem troubled. I heard you're learning to cook to win Shorna's heart, let me give you some advice." Saratika respectfully replied, "Yes, please guide me, Your Majesty." The Queen happily told him about Shorna's habits and hobbies. Slush, more precisely peach slush, is her favorite flavor. "I think she likes that." Saratica was very surprised. Peach slush? I didn't know she liked that. The queen continued, it's strange, Shoina usually doesn't like smoothies. She doesn't like the texture of that drink. But the current Shoina is obsessed with that drink. Saratica was a little confused and curious to hear that. Returning to the present, he softly told her, I promise to make you happy, laugh a lot, and live happily every day. Scene change, Maximilian Le Faliers. A resourceful and quick-witted young man who became the accountant of the empire at a young age, the right-hand man of the current emperor of Yurfanan, Saratica. He came from the lineage of a baron. But he was soon recognized for his abilities and became a marquis, a brand new nobleman. A reliable individual, an outstanding talent, and a potential son-in-law, however. Because he worked so hard every day, he gradually forgot to take care of his health. His physical and mental health deteriorated severely. He thought to himself, climbing the ladder of fame is nice. Power is the best. But at this rate, I'll probably die before I can enjoy the fruits of my labor. I'm only 26 years old. It seemed he had traded his health to elevate Yurfanan's influence. Maximilian Le Faliers was extremely frustrated. He angrily slammed the desk and chairs while working. He wanted to collapse and give up. He panted and said to himself, I can't continue like this anymore. I have to find the best way without sacrificing work. Before the mages act again. Maximilian Le Faliers sat thinking, writing on paper from the early morning. Until it was dark, he was still sitting at his desk. And then, he came up with a big idea. The wandering orchid, a flower that only blooms once every century, a medicinal plant that can cure all diseases. He read books and learned that a certain plant was only grown in the land of Solom. Solom was a name too new that he had never heard before. He approached the map to search. Maximilian Le Faliers began to research. He was even more shocked when he read the next piece of information in the book. He panicked when he learned that it accounted for 30% of the food supply, and this land was tiny. Maximilian wondered, why hasn't anyone known about this land for the past 300 years? The homeland of the land goddesses, if we make Solom ours, Yurfanan will become even stronger. However, there was something that greatly troubled Maximilian. I can regain my health, but how do I get here? If we ambush that kingdom, there's a risk that the gods will be angered. As for allies, they've been fine without us for the past 300 years, so why would they need an ally? Maximilian thought that he had to think carefully before telling his majesty, but he couldn't think for too long. Suddenly, one evening when he was sleeping, he suddenly woke up. He discovered that someone had broken into his room. The intruder had taken away the thick manuscript that Maximilian had painstakingly written. He immediately shouted, no. That paper has information related to Solom. Only then did the guards rush in. But the thief had successfully escaped through the window. Maximilian stood blankly, unable to speak out of disappointment. The next day, he went to report to the emperor, I have lost all the information. Maximilian could only bow his head in shame and guilt, saying, I'm sorry, your majesty, I didn't think the intruder would be like that, those damn mages, I don't know what reckless things they'll do. His majesty heard the name Solom. Then he also became very interested, exclaiming, a truly fascinating country. Then his majesty Saratica asked Maximilian, you said the things they grow are extraordinary? Even have healing powers? If that's the case, we can't just sit here. Maximilian was very surprised to hear that. Saratica also said, let the nobles marry their royalty. His majesty was extremely excited. Maximilian, prepare to conquer Solom. Maximilian still couldn't believe this was true, he stood there stunned. Saratica continued, it probably takes a lot of preparation, so I'll give you a week. Maximilian couldn't believe what he was hearing, he shouted, wait. But his majesty calmly and happily said, we can't let those mages outsmart us. And maybe they already have. I'm counting on you. So Maximilian and the emperor set off for Solom and encountered an unexpected situation. Princess Shoina had flatly refused, we can't be interested in your ridiculous proposal. Saratica found it quite interesting. He politely said, there is a very potential bride here. Shoina was as shocked as if struck by lightning when she heard that. Maximilian was also speechless with his mouth wide open, unable to understand why his majesty would make a girl he had just met the empress. Maximilian was hit by an unexpected bomb. He came to blame his majesty, this is nothing like you, Saratica. Such an impulsive decision. But Saratica had a very confident smile as if he had planned it in advance. Maximilian looked into his eyes and remained silent, no longer asking questions. Truthfully, he was still very curious, why does he make that face? Does he really like her? What about the documents in Yurfanan? Are you kidding me? Of course, I have to handle everything. Maximilian cried a river because there was too much work. He was even more surprised when the general came to report, all the best-selling novels in Yurfanan are all romance novels. When asked, he found out that it was His Majesty's request. Maximilian was as shocked as if struck by lightning, what the hell is His Majesty doing? The general said, it's all because of love, everything is love. Maximilian was very surprised because the man without a heart suddenly knew how to love. The general continued, a person in love is like an unstoppable carriage, get ready, Maximilian. It's not just ordinary unrequited love, His Majesty seems very serious. You have a lot to prepare for the wedding. Maximilian collapsed when he held the thick document in his hand, a list of things to prepare. In the present, Maximilian is working very hard. He had to flip through each wedding-themed magazine, choosing the most perfect wedding dresses for the future bride. He cried silently, lamenting, "Why am I here? I'm the royal accountant." But as a capable person, what is planning a wedding? Just as he regained his fiery spirit, Maximilian fell into despair a few seconds later, causing the maids to giggle. "Oh my, he's crying again. The palace chef must have tortured him again. I'm afraid he'll faint this time." The whole empire erupted with information about the royal wedding, as well as information about the extremely tearful Maximilian. Before, Beatrice was a peaceful forest, and her past self was practicing swordsmanship there alone. This was exactly her from 5 years ago. After practicing swordsmanship, Beatrice sat down, leaning against a tree to rest. It seemed she was exhausted. Just as she closed her eyes, the image of her tyrannical father appeared in her mind, warning her never to reveal her weaknesses. Because she was the leading candidate to become the leader of the Marcian ducal family. The more she remembered him, the more Beatrice's mind rippled. She couldn't help but clench her sword tightly. Seeing the sword suddenly move, Beatrice realized that it was scared, so she could only stroke and comfort it. "It's okay, Rosa, now just redo the movements." Then Beatrice went to a certain part of the forest. It turned out to be to a white kitten. Seeing the kitten come and rub against her, Beatrice softly asked it, "Were you abandoned?" Her hand gently stroked the kitten, thinking, "If Dad saw this scene, I would be in big trouble, but no one knows about this place except me, so I probably don't have to worry." Right at this moment, a voice interrupted her train of thought. "I didn't know you had this side to you." Saratica didn't know when he had been sitting in the tree, silently observing Beatrice. Beatrice exclaimed in surprise, "How long have you been up there taking a nap?" She asked suspiciously, "Don't tell me you're stalking me?" Saratica found Beatrice ridiculous. "Listen here, I was here first. You didn't bother to observe and blame me?" Beatrice was still suspicious. "It's still very strange. Why do you have to come all the way here to take a nap?" Saratica retorted, "Can't a crown prince come here? I can go wherever I want." He also didn't forget to mock her. "As a respectable knight of the empire, you haven't been able to detect someone next to you for the past few days. I have to review your skills." Beatrice was about to retort but suddenly stopped as if she had discovered something. "The past few days?" Saratica quickly explained, "Don't get me wrong, I was here first. You were the one who broke my peace." Beatrice blurted out an insult, "Pervert," thinking to herself, "So he saw me taking care of the kitten for the past few days?" Even though Beatrice knew Saratica came first, she still felt that something was not like him at all. His clear blue eyes were directed towards her. And this peaceful forest too. Beatrice suddenly felt so peaceful, as if the two of them were running away together. She thought maybe Sierra Tice also had some reason to come to this place. The next day, the two of them met again in the forest. Beatrice wanted Sierra Tice to sleep somewhere else, but he insisted that he found this place first, so he had the right to be here. If someone had to leave, that person was Beatrice. Even if she wanted to, she still had a kitten to take care of, so she couldn't leave. From then on, Beatrice met Saratica a few more times. They didn't say much. But for some reason, it was strangely comfortable. One day, the cat that Beatrice was taking care of was suddenly killed by someone for unknown reasons. She observed the dagger on the cat's body, discovering that there was an inscription of the academy on it. Beatrice wasn't sure, she only guessed that it was done by a trainee, but she couldn't change anything, only helplessly watch the cat leave. Right at this moment, Saratica also came, offering to bury the kitten for her. After burying the kitten, Beatrice promised to meet it on the other side of the rainbow. Saratica also knew to turn away to leave private space for Beatrice. But he didn't leave but just stood there waiting for her. After a long time, Saratica called Beatrice's name. He reminded her, "It's been too long." Beatrice looked at the back of that boy. That strange warmth made her always wonder what it would be like if they met in a different way. Returning to reality, Beatrice finally woke up in Siratis' call. He woke her up because they had arrived. Nowhere else but Yurfanan. Looking at Saratica before her, Beatrice remembered him in her dream just now. She told Saratica, "I dreamed about the past and you were in it too." Saratica asked with a smile, "Did I bother you in your dreams?" Beatrice leaned against him, "I don't know, let's just say you did." The warmth she felt from Saratica must have been his true self for a long time. The two of them then began to enter Yurfanan Palace, greeted by the servants. Beatrice felt like they were back where they started, and Saratica asked her if she was nervous. Beatrice replied as a matter of course, "No, you know me." Suddenly, someone approached them. The person bowed and introduced himself, "Welcome back, Your Majesty, welcome Princess Shoina. I am Maximilian Le Falliers, the royal treasurer, just call me Sir Falliers." Beatrice also greeted him politely. After saying that, she looked at the group of people who had been staring at her. Although she had anticipated it, the nobles didn't even bother to hide their hostility towards her. The title of Empress is not trivial, everyone covets this throne, so of course they must be annoyed that a princess from nowhere snatched it away. But of course, Beatrice was once the leader of the nobility, so nothing could faze her, and Beatrice confidently introduced herself to the nobles. Even Maximilian was surprised by her confident demeanor. After that, he invited Beatrice to follow him to introduce the servants. Eventually, the two had to part ways, and Beatrice reluctantly said goodbye to Saratika. "See you later, Sia." Saratika also replied to her, "We'll see each other soon." Before leaving, he placed a farewell kiss on Beatrice's hand. This small gesture alone stunned everyone there. Even the difficult nobles were shocked and covered their mouths. They couldn't understand what Beatrice had done to make Saratika so sentimental. Beatrice was also frozen by Saratika's way of saying goodbye. Maximilian's face darkened. This was truly embarrassing. But then he comforted himself, "Anyway, this won't last long, it's not like she can't be sent back." Suddenly, someone shouted excitedly from afar. Following the direction of the sound, Maximilian discovered that Beatrice's maid, Lily, was standing nearby, admiring how well Beatrice and Saratika matched. And then suddenly her eyes met Maximilian's, who was looking in this direction. Lily gave a shy smile and greeted him. Maximilian also blushed and replied, "Hello." Because she was so embarrassed by Saratika's sentimentality, Beatrice could only ask him to stop. Saratika smiled harmlessly, "It's just that having you here makes me so happy." Hearing that, Beatrice didn't avoid Saratika anymore. But he took the opportunity to push his luck, telling Beatrice to quickly call his name, or he wouldn't let her go. Beatrice had no choice but to indulge him. "See you later, Sia, like you said, I'm here now." Saratika, having achieved his wish, didn't make things difficult for Beatrice anymore, letting her follow Maximilian into the castle first. Seeing that His Majesty seemed to be in a very good mood, Carlton couldn't help but approach and ask, "Your Majesty, is B Princess's nickname?" After receiving Saratika's confirmation, he marveled at how quick young people are these days. But he still had a question, "Why B? It has nothing to do with Princess Schwerna's name." Saratika explained, "Because she is my bride-to-be, a very lovely connection, isn't it?" Carlton didn't know what to say, he could only pale at this side of Saratika. He didn't forget to remind him, "You mustn't call her that, at least before the wedding takes place, you should still call her Princess." Of course, Carlton didn't dare to call Beatrice by her nickname, he was just curious. Carlton cried silently, he has become a completely different person. Actually, when Saratika demanded to find romantic novels, he already had that thought. His expression was as if he was really in love. Unexpectedly, that ruthless and cold man suddenly became so warm. Carlton smiled softly, on the contrary, he felt that it was a good thing. Saratika saw him smiling and turned to question whether he was mocking him. Carlton honestly replied, "I just think your Majesty seems very happy." Inside the palace, Maximilian began to introduce Beatrice. "This is Baroness Samantha April, who manages the maids at Amaryllis Palace. She will take care of everything the princess needs." Amaryllis Palace was built by the 8th Emperor to give to the Empress. "Once you become the Empress, this palace will officially belong to you." Beatrice gave a standard smile, "Baroness Samantha April, it's a pleasure to meet you." Samantha respectfully bowed, "I am also very honored, please just call me Samantha, I am simply someone who will assist the princess." Beatrice thought for a moment and replied, "Then you can just call me Schwerna." Samantha remained very serious, "Yes, Princess Schwerna." Beatrice's impression of Samantha was that she was a very famous tutor and a longtime member of the palace staff. She never revealed any emotion, and no one could read her, very professional and resourceful. After introducing Samantha, Maximilian invited Beatrice to another part of the palace. Looking at Maximilian's exhausted face, Beatrice felt like he was about to die. She suggested that they should rest for a bit and then continue. Maximilian was shocked to the point of stammering, "Your Majesty ordered me to take you around." Beatrice comforted, "It's okay, if His Majesty knows that I let you off, he will understand. In return, Baroness April will take me to the remaining places, right?" Maximilian hadn't had time to process it, he just stood there stammering. Beatrice, like an angel descended from heaven, said to him, "You must be in great need of rest." Maximilian was so touched that he couldn't speak. Seeing that he couldn't sway Beatrice, he didn't insist anymore and asked to withdraw. Before leaving, Maximilian didn't forget to wish Beatrice a wonderful time. Although that was the surface, he still felt that Beatrice was not simple, she looked very humble. But there was something very scary. And also very familiar. Beatrice looked at Maximilian, who wrote everything he thought on his face, and felt that he still had a lot to learn. Beatrice didn't bother to care, she turned back and said to Lily and Samantha, "Let's continue." Arriving at a garden, Samantha introduced, "This is the Amaryllis Garden." Both Beatrice and Lily were shocked by the scene before them. "This is the garden for the Empress?" The path was full of fallen leaves, and trees and weeds grew intertwined. Although Beatrice didn't have any requests, it was really too messy. Samantha explained, "This garden has been empty for a long time, and no one has taken care of it." She promised that if Beatrice needed anything, she would complete it immediately. Beatrice then realized that her panicked expression was a little out of control. She looked around the garden again. Seeing that this was also reasonable, the previous empress passed away too young, and Saratika was too focused on stabilizing the throne, so he never intended to marry. No wonder this place turned out like this. Although Samantha said that if she wanted anything, just tell her, but even she didn't know where to start. Lily, who had been silent beside her, finally made some noise. She called Beatrice over, confidently saying, "Just leave this part to me." Beatrice was a little surprised by Lily's suggestion. She asked again, "This garden?" Lily confirmed, "That's right." She said excitedly, "This is exactly my forte. I know what people like, so I will definitely do well." Beatrice looked at Lily and thought to herself, in Solem, she was also famous for having a green thumb. She felt that this idea wasn't bad either. At this time, Samantha suddenly interrupted the conversation. "Excuse me, but this place is too big, this young lady alone can't handle it. I suggest you should hand this over to the gardeners in Yerfanin." Beatrice guessed that most of the maids in the palace were young ladies from the noble class, so perhaps Samantha thought Lily was the same. Here, they probably haven't heard of a noble young lady doing gardening. Beatrice couldn't blame Samantha because no one knew about Solem, but she didn't want Lily to be looked down upon. While Beatrice didn't know what to do, Lily quickly said, "Baroness April, you don't need to worry about anything. Although I have been serving the princess for a long time, I am not a noble young lady." Lily also said that back in Solem, she often did this. Beatrice looked at Lily's determination and felt that she had been worrying for nothing. But the truth was that she also wanted Lily to take charge of this garden, so she chose her words to say to Samantha. "I've decided, I want this girl to be the one to take care of the garden. I guarantee her skills are more than suitable. One more thing. Although she is not from a noble family, I have decided to bring her with me, and I hope to keep her as my maid. I know the custom of this empire is that the empress's maids must be from noble families. But she has traveled a long way here for me. I can't let her go. I want to keep her by my side." Samantha was silent for a moment and then replied, "I understand. You don't need to worry about that anymore." Beatrice finally felt relieved, thanking her for understanding. Samantha simply replied calmly, "There's nothing to understand. The head maid is just one of the empress's attendants. I am always here to support and await your orders." Her voice suddenly lowered. "Princess Shroina, please forgive me." Samantha honestly said, "I have taken care of His Majesty since he was very young. I cherish him and treat him like my own son. When I found out that he was suddenly getting married like this, I was quite worried. And I doubted your motives." Samantha sincerely bowed her head, "Please forgive me. Also, thank you very much. It's been a long time since I saw His Majesty smile again. Yerfanin has an empress like you. Truly no one is more suitable. I am very honored to serve you." Through those words, Beatrice felt Samantha's sincerity. Perhaps because she is a good person. That's why Saratica let her stay by her side, as if to let her know, this is someone you can trust. Beatrice called Samantha back and said, "He is also extremely important to me, that's why I'm here." Beatrice took Samantha's hand. "I still don't know what love is, but when I look at him, all my worries disappear. I can only think of him. Thank you for taking care of him during his loneliest months, Samantha. It's a pleasure to have you by my side." After hearing that, Samantha's view of Beatrice also changed. When she saw Beatrice's radiant smile, she thought, she really is a woman. As strong as the sun. Samantha hoped that the two of them would have a bright future. After touring the entire palace, Beatrice finally got to rest. Now she was finally alone to sort out her thoughts. The room was large, very different from her small room in Solem. Lily was ecstatic about the vast palace and the garden entrusted to her. Remembering Lily's radiant smile when she said she would plant a peach tree like her and a lily bush next to it, Beatrice suddenly felt strangely relieved. No matter where she was, Lily would always smile brightly. Yet she was worried that Lily would lose a part of herself in this Yerfanin. Clumsy Sir Faliers. Experienced head maid. And Saratica too. Being with them, Beatrice felt that everything would be alright. She had faith that everything in the past would change and get better and better. In contrast to a Beatrice full of hope. A duke was plotting something, a plot that could challenge Beatrice's happiness. In the past, Yerfanin had 3 dukes. First was the former emperor's right-hand man, and also Saratica's tutor, Sultan. Next was Yefer, a very wealthy and powerful merchant, who was promoted to the rank of duke. Finally, Nitra's father, the leader of the nobility, Marcian. Sultan was the sword, Yefer was the scale, and Marcian was the blade. The 3 dukes maintained the balance of power in the empire, until Marcian betrayed. In just one night, blood was shed everywhere, making everything meaningless, and the new emperor Saratica destroyed the Marcian mansion in just one night. And to uproot the seedlings, he executed all the members of the Marcian family. It seemed that the balance had been re-established, but that empty seat caused concern about the stability of the empire. The new emperor appointed Marquis Lenore, who had spent his life hiding in Marcian's shadow, as duke to replace Marcian's position. Although Lenore played an active role in foreign relations and was important in reshaping the unstable regime, there was only one problem, which was that his greed for power was extremely great. At this time, the 3 dukes were sitting down to discuss. Lenore spoke first. "You mean the emperor brought back an unknown princess as his fiancée? I have never even heard of the name Solem." Yefer sarcastically said, "You always brag about how smart you are and how wide your relationships are, but you've never heard of that place." Sultan was the last to know, and he had never heard of the name Solem either. Yefer immediately criticized Sultan for being slow, telling him to at least show some interest. Lenore couldn't help but slam the table. Now is not the time to joke around Yefer. He harshly criticized Saratica for unilaterally bringing Beatrice back to be the empress without asking anyone's opinion. But contrary to him, the other 2 seemed calmer. "We have been discussing this issue all along." Yefer's impression of Beatrice was that she was a princess of an agricultural country, and she was very beautiful. Sultian leisurely took a sip of tea. Finally he has changed his views on marriage, it's about time. We should be congratulating him, why are you angry, Lenore? Yefer reminded, don't tell me you don't know anything about Lenore's ambitions, Sultian. He has been raising his youngest daughter to become the future empress for a long time, but in the end the plan fell apart. Lenore was unwilling no matter what. His daughter loved Saratika very much. So he began to object, how can you be so calm? The empress must be both graceful and intelligent, and more importantly, she must exude a dignified demeanor like my daughter. Yet that country princess dares to unilaterally choose the empress without letting anyone in the court know. We don't even know anything about that girl. Lenore seemed determined not to let Beatrice become the empress. Yefer sighed, no one cares about your intentions. He said bluntly that he wasn't angry about Saratika's unilateral decision, but the fact that his daughter had no prospects anymore. As a close friend, Yefer advised Lenore. Don't provoke his majesty. You know best how the Marcian family collapsed. The river near the Marcian family's estate still smells of blood. All the nobles who sided with them were executed. If you don't want that ending, you should stop here. Lenore couldn't argue for a moment, mainly because what Yefer said was completely reasonable, but he was still annoyed by Yefer calling him greedy. Yefer calmly repeated, so what, old hog? Lenore flared up, how dare you, a hog? And you are a sardine. Yefer also began to get annoyed when he said he was a sardine. The two started arguing, being skinny like me is better than being fat like you, let's see if you dare to say that after eating this fist. Sultian was exhausted listening, he could only call both of them back. That's enough arguing, come over here and sit down. He believed that choosing the person to become the empress was very important, just like the two of them had said. But that was also the decision that their majesty had made to choose a partner, so Saratika's opinion was still the most important. Sultian felt that it was very good, there was no need to politicize it. He hoped that Lenore would calm down. But he didn't feel that way. You will never understand. Sultian was blindly loyal to the royal family and had no ambitions. And Yefer had everything he wanted, and had almost withdrawn from the dynasty. So no one could understand Lenore's feelings. The feeling of having what he craved swept away within sight, he had vowed not to let his daughter go through the same thing. A person who spent almost all his time on the battlefield like Saratika suddenly brought a girl back. Lenore didn't understand what Beatrice had that attracted him to do that. The problem was that he didn't even know who Beatrice was. Lenore had never interfered with Saratika's decisions, but this time would be different, he would definitely not let it go easily, no matter what he would win Saratika back for his daughter. In the blink of an eye, the sky had turned to night. Maximilian came to report on the finances while Saratika was not in the empire. Saratika suspiciously asked, why are you here already? I left you in charge of taking Bee on a tour of the palace. Maximilian then defended himself by saying that the princess told him to do his work, and she would go with Baroness April. Knowing that it was Beatrice's intention, Saratika didn't question it further. Maximilian recalled what Beatrice had said, indeed Saratika allowed her to do as she pleased. After careful consideration, Maximilian had something to say to Saratika. Saratika asked indifferently, what is it now? Maximilian reasoned that Beatrice was a person from afar, not familiar with the customs here, so he proposed arranging for her to learn some etiquette before becoming the empress. Saratika didn't answer immediately, but stared at Maximilian for a long time. This couldn't help but make him panic, not understanding why Saratika was looking at him like that. Saratika suddenly called Maximilian's name, making him startled. Thinking that Beatrice would have to endure harsh and unreasonable teachings. Saratika said loudly, Bee is already perfect. Maximilian was so surprised that he couldn't process it. Saratika continued, Bee doesn't need to attend any classes, she will be the most suitable queen. Maximilian remained firm in his opinion, Sire, this society operates extremely rigidly, if the princess embarrasses everyone because she is unfamiliar with royal etiquette, then it will. Before he could finish speaking, Saratika interrupted, who dares to embarrass the queen? Seeing him making such a scary face, Maximilian was also scared. Saratika believed that no one was wise enough to teach his Bee, so Maximilian suggested Lord Yefer. Saratika retorted, Yefer is a man. Maximilian cried, although he is a man, he has plenty of life experience, and he also has a granddaughter. Saratika coldly said to Maximilian, I will pretend I never heard what you said. Don't bother with those unnecessary things anymore and go rest. As soon as Maximilian heard the word rest, his heart ached again. He resentfully blurted out a long string of words, but finding an etiquette teacher for the princess is extremely important. Your Majesty knows how many things I have to worry about. Yet you tell me to rest? Does your Majesty no longer need me? I can still handle it, Your Majesty. Saratika felt a headache and tried to persuade him, the problem is that you keep wanting to do everything yourself. You also have subordinates, don't let Bee ask me if you are eating properly. It turned out that Beatrice had mentioned this to Saratika on the way here. After saying that, he immediately ordered Carlton to take Maximilian away to begin the report on the Magic Kingdom. They were right, they were making moves as they had predicted. The mages are rapidly expanding their power. Fortunately, they arrived in Solem in time after realizing Maximilian's information had been stolen. If they had hesitated, Beatrice and the royal family would have been in trouble by now. Carlton finished reading the long report. He turned to ask Saratika, how do you want to proceed? Saratika ordered, increase palace security to the highest level. Especially protect B very carefully, understand? We can't let our guard down. Contact Sultan, tell him to increase the defense forces around Solom, they are likely to be the first target. As for Maximilian, go rest, continue gathering information about them tomorrow. If B or anyone in the Solom royal family is harmed in any way, I will make them pay with their lives, is that clear? The atmosphere suddenly fell silent after that statement. In the evening, a lavish and delicious meal was prepared. Beatrice knew that meals for the emperor were lavish, but she didn't expect it to be this extravagant. At this time, the servant announced, His Majesty the Emperor has arrived. Upon seeing Beatrice again, Saratika couldn't hide his tenderness. He politely pushed the chair for her and apologized for making her wait. After sitting down, Beatrice noticed that the table seemed a bit small compared to the usual royal dining table. This made Saratika sit very close to Beatrice. Saratika pushed the plate of premium steak in front of her, letting her eat first. The two ate and chatted happily. Seeing that Beatrice had food on her mouth, Saratika didn't hesitate to reach out and wipe it off for her. The first dinner at Yerfanin. Even though Beatrice had been here many times, she still found everything new. Especially Saratika, she didn't even remember what he looked like when he wasn't smiling. Now Beatrice didn't know what her face looked like. She wondered what expression she was making. Before this meal took place, Saratika had ordered the servants to change to a smaller table, forcing the servants to work overtime in the evening. Just because he wanted to sit next to Beatrice, Saratika changed the 100-year-old traditional long table of Yerfanin before the two had dinner. During the meal, every gesture of Beatrice was closely watched. The way she ate delicious food, or even just a smile, was captured by the servants. They all had the same thought, that Beatrice was too adorable. In less than a day she had gained a large fan base. During the meal, Saratika said to Shoina, I think soon, I will officially introduce you to the nobility. The wedding will be held in a month, it's best that the introduction takes place before then, what do you think? She was startled, a month? Why so soon? Everything seems too rushed. He calmly said, Maximilian works very quickly. Shoina didn't quite believe it, are you sure you're not putting pressure on Max? She worried, is Maximilian coughing up blood or something without telling us? Those dark circles. Saratika looked at her unhappily, she smiled awkwardly, what? Why are you looking at me like that? He picked up a strawberry and called her. Then he fed it to her mouth. He was displeased, why are you so worried about him? You're only allowed to worry about me. Shoina secretly thought, is he really jealous of Sir Falier? Okay, no, that doesn't make sense at all, jealous of his own loyal subordinate? No way. Even jealous of a parental figure who already has a granddaughter? Suddenly Saratika spoke, B? How about tomorrow we go choose outfits for you to wear for the introduction? She replied, I don't mind, but... We're going ourselves? Aren't tailors supposed to come? She thought that the usual practice was to have tailors come, he said, that's right. But if we go ourselves, we'll be free to do what we want without being supervised like here. She silently looked at him. Then laughed it off, okay. At night, she was sleeping when she had a nightmare, Rice. A terrifying voice called out, Beatrice. The man was right behind her, calling her name. He angrily said, you should have been sitting on that throne. That was your only purpose, the purpose of the heir of the Marcian family, he said, then tightened his grip on her neck. Her legs hung limp. That voice still haunted her. Shoina tried to pry his hand off her neck, Father. Father, I... His hand tightened even more. I don't want to live the life you want me to live. Suddenly Saratika called out, B. She woke up from the nightmare. Her hands were still shaking. She blankly looked at the person in front of her, C. How did you? She was extremely surprised. He looked at her worriedly, I wanted to see you, but it seems you just had a nightmare. Shoina was still confused, maybe because she had returned here after a long time that she dreamed of her father for the first time since being reborn into this new body. She forced a smile, I'm sorry, C. The dream. Saratika was very worried about her. She said, it was too real, the hand he had placed on her shoulder also trembled. Again, that expression, the expression she saw on the balcony, Shoina said, I know you miss me, but it's too late now, you should sleep too, if anyone sees you. Saraksha interrupted, I can't sleep, it's a good thing I came here. So that I could wake you from the nightmare. He brushed her hair, she thought, his hands are so cold. She asked, why can't you sleep? You must be very tired, he smiled, I'm too excited for tomorrow's date, she replied, you're just like a kid waiting to go camping. Even though he seemed very strong, why did he look so worried at times? Feeling sorry for him, Shoina suddenly asked, do you want to hold my hand? Saratika softly hummed in agreement. She placed her hand on his. Then reminded, don't sneak in here anymore, we don't want to get caught like this, okay? He smirked, come on, are you scolding me? She said, you're the emperor. You have to follow the rules. Saratika only noticed that it had been a long time since someone had scolded him like this. Saratika, what's troubling you? Shoina wanted to ask again, but he asked her, you seem to have some worries, are you okay? She affirmed, I'm okay now. I'm right here next to you. Why are you still worried? Saratika held her hand tightly, B. Your hand is so warm. He suddenly picked it up. Shoina rubbed his head. Oh my, you're too childish. He smiled. At night you're even sweeter, she teased back, and you turn into a child. She softly called his name. You know I'm always here, right? He smiled. Yes. The two lay down. She patted him. So everything will be alright, you and me. Outside the moon was full. The two had fallen asleep. Everything will be fine. In the blink of an eye, the next day arrived. They pushed the dream from the previous night aside. Shoina went to try on evening gowns. She became a victim in a dress-up game. She desperately said, please, can we stop? It's been 2 hours. Saratika calmly asked, why? I heard women really like this, don't you like it? She replied, these dresses are beautiful, but this isn't something that interests me. I'd rather you send me to the battlefield. He laughed. I didn't know this would make you so tired. She was annoyed. Are you happy to see me like this? Suddenly the tailor grabbed her hand. Princess, you can't give up like this. Your body is a work of art. It's not every day this happens. Princess, try on a few more outfits. Both adorable and elegant. A very youthful, soft, and inspiring face. There are so many dresses I want you to try on, Shoina helplessly cried. Please, stop. She persuaded. Princess, just the last one. Saratika picked up another dress. I like this one. She was too tired. The two kept calling her. She shouted, please, no more trying on. They finally arrived. Saratika teased her. You were only there for 3 hours and you're already exhausted. What's wrong? She frowned. Do you know how tiring it is to keep changing in and out? While everyone is around, I have to wear armor every day. He replied, really? Anyway, we've arrived at the most famous dessert cafe. Maximilian recommended it to me. Order whatever you want. Shoina was satisfied. Then I'll order a lot. You should be prepared. Saratika laughed. Okay. She picked up the menu. Her face changed. He saw and asked, what's wrong, B? What are these names? They have nothing to do with the ingredients. The menu read lost in the lips of someone, angel wings, forever remembering the pink kiss on the wings of Amanda. Music box stepping to heaven, party of passion. Saratika calmly pointed. It seems this one is the most famous, forever remembering the pink kiss on the wings of Amanda. She frowned. What, so I'll have that. In the past 5 years, Yurfanen has changed too much already. A little later, the food was placed on the table. Shoina felt relieved. It's brownie topped with strawberry cream. Thank goodness at least the food isn't unusual. He replied, yeah, there's a cherry on top too. She looked outside, suddenly becoming embarrassed. It seems like more and more people are coming. He smiled. Everyone is probably curious to see what the future queen is like. That's why they came here to see. It's a shocking piece of news, don't you think? She smiled awkwardly. Maybe, but it's too much pressure. Saratika wanted to say something. He called her name, B. It's unavoidable that people will gossip about you. Or let's just give them what they want. He leaned closer to her. She jumped. Don't tell me you spread the rumor that we were coming here today, did you? No wonder you chose an open space like this. I can't stand it. She came up with an idea. Then forced a smile. Okay, His Majesty the Emperor and his fiancée are dating. Shoina skewered the cherry and held it up. Come on, see. You like cherries, right? Hurry up. Say ah. She looked at him mischievously. Is it difficult? Is it very embarrassing? But you have no choice but to follow. Unexpectedly, before eating he licked it once. Then bit into it. Shoina was annoyed. Hey, you didn't have to do that. Why did you lick it? He was extremely calm. You told me to eat it, so I ate it. She scolded. You sly thing. He still acted like nothing happened. B, why are you angry? She pouted even more. Don't call my name like that. They had attracted everyone's attention. In the late afternoon, the two ended their date. Shoina said, see, I had a lot of fun today, really. She secretly thought, the most prominent thing is still how much Yurfin has changed. In contrast to the coldness before, now everyone is smiling and talking happily. It feels like this is what life really is. He must have put in so much effort. Suddenly he pulled her hand. B. Actually, there's a place I want to take you before we return to the palace. It's a place I often visit after you left. Shoina suddenly went silent. After the collapse of the Marcians, the door to the mansion also slammed shut forever. However, the mansion still stood for whatever reason. The servants helped keep it intact. People say that the mansion will forever be in a bloody state on the night the whole family rebelled. Why did Siraktika leave the mansion in this state? Shoina and he stepped inside. She felt uncomfortable. It was still exactly like that night. Why did C preserve this place? And why did he bring her here? Suddenly she stopped for a moment. She silently looked at the man in the picture. It was Shoina's father. Saratika said, Lord Marcian was an extraordinary figure and very intelligent, of course, also very ambitious. She laughed bitterly, and also violent. He listened to her in silence. It was also because of that ambition that he forced his only daughter to go to war. And also because of that ambition that he wanted to kill you. See, I'm his daughter. He smiled, but if it wasn't for him, we wouldn't have met. Shoina was very curious. Why did you forgive me? He said, I realized one thing, since you left. I've never hated you for a moment. This place has never changed because I felt the emptiness when you left. I don't want to experience that feeling of helplessness again. Or the fear of losing you again? She was stunned. He was scared? Suddenly Saratika reached out. Everything will be alright, so let's. You and I leave all the past behind to move on. Shorna understood. She had thought she was the only one caught up in the past. But perhaps Saratika was too. See, Saratika, my immortal emperor. She smiled happily. Okay, let's do that, then took his hand. Outside the sky was full of stars. Saratika said, I have this for you too. She was startled to see what was in front of her. It was a secret room. The two stepped in. This room is. Inside was a sword carefully stored in a chest. Also known as Rosa. Every knight believes that every sword has a soul, so that's why I couldn't throw it away. I thought it was the only thing connected to Shoina. It must have been waiting for her all along. She trembled, but I used it to end my life. Will Rosa forgive me? She slowly touched the sword. Suddenly a magical light emitted, this vibration. Shoina was extremely touched. Rosa. Do you accept me? Thank you. Seeing her happy, Saratika also smiled. Everything has been returned to its place. The starry sky shone on the mansion. Inside the garden there was a noise. The girl standing there was Lily. She was in the process of pruning the princess's garden, forgetting all about the time, but still, she really loved this gardening job. What a peaceful night. The soil isn't as fertile as in Solem, but I'll probably finish before the princess's wedding, or at least I thought that night was really peaceful. Right at this moment a voice rang out, ridiculous. You're overthinking it. Who was that? Maximilian retorted to the other person, overthinking? Don't you know how easily that princess from a tiny country will become a target? The man was helpless. His Majesty will surely have a way, he said. I'm sure the princess is a very wonderful person. But there are too many things about her that make me uncomfortable. She could be His Majesty's fatal weakness, Lily thought. A tiny country? Isn't he bad-mouthing Princess Shoina? Our precious princess. She secretly looked at him with dagger eyes. Sir Falliers. I will never let this go. Suddenly he got goosebumps all over. He looked speechlessly at the threatening letter. Shut up, Lily held a grudge. He dares to speak ill of our precious princess? He slipped on a banana peel. Who left this here? Lily will make him regret it. Next he suddenly fell into a hole that appeared out of nowhere. You just wait and see, Falliers, he screamed desperately. Why does this always happen to me? Lily secretly cursed him from behind. The silent atmosphere enveloped the entire room. 4 men looked at each other. At this moment Sia chuckled. All 3 of you, in my office. I am eager to hear why. One person spoke. You look well, Your Majesty. He was Duke Lenore. Sia replied, it's all thanks to your hard work and kindness, so what brought the 3 of you here? The person sitting next to Lenore, Duke Yeffer, spoke, Your Majesty, this old man absolutely does not intend to impose his decisions on you. But as a duke serving this empire, our duty is to support and advise Your Majesty. I have no intention of being disloyal, but I must ask. Why didn't you mention the topic of the future queen to your advisors? Being away from your seat for too long, and then suddenly, a princess comes from a small country, I fear this decision may be too hasty. Sia said in a low voice, you fear, I understand, but what you fear is the future of this country, or, the daughter of Lord Lenore. The other 2 startled, turned pale. Your Majesty. Sia continued, I know how much your youngest sister loves you, Lord Lenore, you have introduced her to me many times. And I know that every time you want to say more than that. Lenore at this moment did not expect him to answer so frankly. He snapped, if you knew, then why? Sia smirked, although I respect your abilities, but Lenore, I do not appreciate your surging emotions. Lenore asked back, so, is this decision of yours not due to surging emotions? Please tell us why you chose this woman. Sia called him, Lenore, she is the future queen, she is not just a woman. Lenore shook his hand and replied, but, she comes from a small country, you know how important such things are to the public. Sia spoke, you just asked me why I didn't communicate this to you. The reason for that is this. She is perfect, in fact, her level exceeds all standard levels. The weight of the crown is very great, not everyone can manage it. But she can. Both she and her family. I assure you they have enough strength to do it. You know better than anyone about my discerning eye for people. I am the one who put you in that seat. Or do you want to tell me now, that I am wrong? Lenore was speechless, thinking to himself, he continues to push me around. Thinking, he spoke, I support you, Your Majesty, and always will. I will give my judgment on the princess. Until after I see her with my own eyes at the party tomorrow. Sia smirked and asked, judgment. So, what will you do if the princess does not please you? Lenore silently felt the tense atmosphere enveloping him. At this moment another person spoke, if she fails, we will advise her, and if she passes, we should acknowledge. I trust in your decision as I trust you, however, Your Majesty. The queen is the head of a country. I hope she is as exemplary as you say. Sia spoke, we will soon know tomorrow. It was nice talking to all of you. Everything was quite tense. On the way back, Duke Yeffer spoke, Lenore, you are too emotional, it was simply an objection. If it weren't for Yeffer, things could have gotten worse. Anyway, it seems that His Majesty's feelings for the princess are greater than we thought. Yeffer laughed and replied, I think it's great to see him stand his ground. I can't wait until tomorrow. Back inside, Maximilian asked worriedly, Your Majesty, will we be okay tomorrow? I can't help but worry that something might happen. Sia laughed and replied, my girl. Stronger than any woman I have ever met or known, don't worry. Very quickly, Schwerna's debut day arrived. Sia couldn't stop saying, you look really beautiful today, my love. No one will be able to take their eyes off you, Schwerna replied, thank you, Sia, you look amazing too. Sia chuckled and asked, are you worried? Schwerna replied, I want to say no, but I am, a little. Sia reassured her, everything will be fine. Schwerna also nodded, it will be. You know me, so the two of them went inside hand in hand. The Great Hall currently has many people. They are gossiping, have you heard, of course. The woman of His Majesty, I wonder how beautiful she is, to melt His Majesty's cold heart. You know, he is not affected by looks, and I just want to see her face. How could she charm His Majesty? I heard she is some rustic princess. Why does His Majesty have to bring such a low-level person? Maximilian stood listening and rejoiced secretly. Just as I expected. The object of women's envy, although the date has proven to be a good thing. May the night pass smoothly, may the night pass smoothly. At this moment, a person said loudly, our eternal glory. Your Majesty, Saratikatire Yerfanen, and Princess Schwerna Flor Solom, from the Kingdom of Solom. Finally. We get to see who she is. What kind of woman she is that makes His Majesty. Schwerna very quickly appeared in front of everyone. Everyone below, including Lenore, froze. She is really cute. Schwerna was graciously led by Sia. She smiled a faint, moderate smile, causing many boys present there to be mesmerized. Until they saw the person next to her. A fire was burning in Sia's eyes. The two boys were so scared they wanted to breathe oxygen. Schwerna wondered, what's wrong, Sia? Sia told her, nothing. Walking for a while, the two stopped. Sia spoke, let me introduce, my fiancée, the fourth princess of Solom, Princess Schwerna Flor Solom. She is the only one in my heart, considered the queen of Yerfanen. Your objections will not be allowed. I expect nothing but compliments for her, I will be here to listen to the compliments you give her. That's it, have a good evening. Schwerna beside her sighed inwardly, no one will be able to enjoy their evening when you say that, Sia. At this moment Duke Yefer spoke, it seems it's time for this old man to step up. Hello, sir. I am Ladakh Pan Yefer, Minister of Justice of the Empire. I am simply filled with admiration to finally meet you, we have heard so much about you. Schwerna exclaimed thinking to herself, I can feel every eye on me, waiting for me to make a mistake, but unfortunately for you, things will not go your way. She confidently smiled and replied, it's a pleasure to meet you. Schwerna Flor Solom, in the flesh, next to His Majesty. Her answer impressed Duke Yefer greatly. He said, she is unfazed, completely calm, with no signs of anxiety or worry. I would be disappointed if this steadfastness was just luck under the moonlight. Schwerna chuckled and replied, surely you don't think that I am standing here entirely by luck, sir. If that were the case, I fear that the disappointment would be mine. Because that is not only doubting me but also doubting His Majesty's dignity. Duke Yefer spoke, I understand. I am very happy to return to my seat tonight. I don't think there will be anything that will cause us to disappoint each other. You are exactly like His Majesty. It's a pleasure to get to know you, Schwerna smiled and replied, me too, with your grace. Maximilian in the back thought to herself, I don't know what they are saying, but it seems like this is a good time. When Lord Yefer accepts the princess, no other nobleman can make his move, thank God. Lord Lenore doesn't seem very happy about that, but he won't be disrespectful. Maybe he has given up already, or he is waiting for the right moment. Very quickly Lenore came to greet and said, congratulations to the light of the Empire. Schwerna looked at the person next to him, realizing she was staring at her, she looks familiar. Sabrina sarcastically said, when I don't know, where is the Solon located? I know being a queen is not an easy task or burden, I'm just worried about you, you are so small and weak. Schwerna smiled faintly, thinking to herself, now I remember. The daughter of the Viscount when I was still a duchess, her advances towards His Majesty were rejected. At this moment Schwerna spoke, I appreciate your concern. But I really wonder. Since when has it become polite to speak one's mind without introducing oneself first? Since when, Your Majesty, Sia coordinated and replied, I have never heard of it. Sabrina awkwardly tried to explain, I don't. Schwerna continued, that red gem suits you very well. Is it a ruby? I heard it's hard to get to Yerfanen. Sabrina turned pale immediately upon hearing this. Schwerna calculated inwardly, I remember that she is hiding a ruby mine from the Empire, profiting for herself. Schwerna deliberately asked further, are there any ruby mines that we don't know about? I look forward to seeing you again. The two fathers and daughters left with distressed faces. Schwerna thought to herself, first, we will conduct an audit of that family. Sia praised, still the same be as before. Schwerna confidently replied, of course, never underestimate me, Sia, I used to be a duchess. Please, be gentle with me, people are watching. After Schwerna looked around, she realized again, what is ominous is. Those men. The people in cloaks are approaching. Both Sia and Schwerna looked at them with displeasure. The group coming is the death gods of the magic kingdom, Kalation. The man took off his hat. Spoke to greet, I am Tana Lizraha. I serve in a humble diplomatic position. Schwerna was secretly annoyed, his uneven eyes and smile, it makes me feel wrong. Elizra continued, we rushed here as soon as we heard that the powerful Emperor of Yurfanin had found his bride. We would like to send our congratulations to you. Sia thought to himself, Kalation has always been known to practice illegal black magic. That is something no one has ever dealt with, but everyone knows. And with that power. Back that night. Shoina suddenly asked Sia again, Kalation is coming, after Solom. Sia replied, I thought Yurfanin's involvement would prevent them from running away, but they have become even more rude, as if they are still not flustered at all. It shows how much they want the earth gods. Shoina asked again, that's why you want a rushed wedding? Sia nodded, yes, I thought that if we made everything public, they wouldn't be able to act. Shoina was silent after hearing this. She remembered a few things from the past. Sincere feelings. Thinking, she spoke. Sauls, they have become my family, I want to protect them. Will you help me, Sia? Sia nodded, I will protect Solom at all costs. Even if it means war. Back at this moment, Sia also smiled faintly. He said, I didn't know we extended an invitation to Kalation, I'm glad you came. Elizra smiled bitterly, we are very grateful for being welcomed, your majesty. As a congratulatory gift, we have brought a very precious tree. That is. I believe the queen will recognize it, she grew up with many trees and flowers. Shoina thought to herself, some kind of sapling, right? Elizra continued, this is a happy tree, acquired from a kingdom in the east, an almost priceless tree. How a happy tree grows depends on its owner. Especially in the hands of someone who carries the blood of the earth god. It will grow and thrive according to the ability of the owner. You are the princess of Solom, are you not, your majesty, who has been granted the abilities of the earth gods? Can we expect to witness such a rare sight tonight? Shoina pursed her lips, thinking to herself, he wants to test me under the pretext of congratulating me. People in the main hall also began to whisper, descendants of the earth gods, what does that mean? She is clearly harboring its power. At this moment Elizra spoke again, of course, these are just legends, old stories, I suppose it's great to explain how difficult it is to grow this tree. And, it's impossible to say that someone as small and sweet as you, your majesty, would receive such a gift. Shoina cursed inwardly, he's picking a fight with me and not even trying to hide it. A gift, to be honest, I don't know if I possess such power. That ability manifests when the body and soul are in harmony. I shouldn't be hasty, I don't want to risk being humiliated. At this moment Sia suddenly spoke, you are mistaking my princess for a gardener. I will accept this precious gift and have the gardeners in our palace handle the bulk of the work. He made his point very clear, have a good evening. Shoina knew, he sensed my trouble. Since coming here, I have been shielded and protected. Suddenly Lenore suddenly spoke, a country of earth gods, it's interesting. If the queen truly possesses such a rare ability, she will be very worthy of becoming the next queen of Yurfanin. Shoina knew she was being set up by Lenore. The other people gradually whispered, a gift from the earth god, I have never heard of anything like that. Lord Lenore is inciting the crowd. There is nowhere to go or hide. What should I do? At that moment, Sia gently patted her trembling hand. Softly calling her name. Then smiling as if to reassure. Shoina surprisingly realized, since when have I been keeping such a scary cat? As long as Sia is by my side. There is nothing to fear. We will deal with the aftermath. There will always be another way. Shoina went to stand in front of that pot. Under the witness of everyone. Shoina silently called, Almighty Earth God. Although I may not be one of you, I humbly come to you to make this request. For the people I love. Please help me. Elizra sarcastically said, I see perhaps you don't. The next second, the pot suddenly grew. It grew into a large tree under Sia's call. A strange sight. Elizra had turned pale and was speechless. Even Shoina was very surprised. The power of the earth god. The crowd after a moment of freezing began to stir, what just happened? Oh my god, it's growing through the ceiling. Sia worriedly asked Shoina, are you hurt anywhere, my love? Shoina shook her head, no, I'm fine. She thought to herself, the earth god, yes, I asked you for this. But this is, too much, was he moved by my prayer? Shoina still incredulously said, I just accessed divine power. Sia nodded, I think so, are you dizzy, feeling unwell at all? Shoina shook her head, no, I don't think so. Sia breathed a sigh of relief and said, as long as you are not hurt, such a thing is not likely to destroy the entire palace. Shoina spoke, divine power is, real, even if the body belongs to another soul. I think I have to ask my sisters about this, they know more about this than I do, but what about this? Seeing Sia's expression, Shoina wondered, what's wrong? Sia turned pale and said, Tiabel said that if I didn't match her with a man, she would bury me alive. I'm starting to think it might not be a simple joke. At this moment Shoina realized, people are looking. And her eyes just happened to meet with Elizra. The one standing and the one falling. Shoina couldn't help but reveal a mocking smile. Elizra immediately realized she was mocking him. Shoina didn't care about him anymore, turning to ask Sia, anyway, what should we do now, Sia? I didn't know it would go through the roof like that, Sia said, the mages are coming to patch things up, don't worry. But since we are here, why don't we settle things once and for all? Shoina wondered, what do you mean? Sia reached out his hand and said, sorry for this. With that, he suddenly picked her up. Shoina blushed and asked, what are you doing? Sia just smiled softly. Then spoke loudly, watch this. Test her according to what you want, but this is the ability of my beloved fiancé. A female saint beloved by the earth gods, stronger than any other woman. She is beautiful, intelligent and wise. Is the woman I want to have. She will be the queen. From this moment on, anyone who even looks wrongly at my fiancé will have to prepare for the consequences. The castle hall fell silent. Then it burst into applause. The applause proved that they recognized Shoina as their queen. Shoina was extremely embarrassed and scolded, enough Sia, let me down. Sia laughed and replied, we are celebrating something good. Shoina smiled bitterly, I really can't stand you. A moment later, the atmosphere of the party became relaxed as the music played and everyone began to dance. Then, the party continued again. Shoina said in a low voice, I wonder if we did the right thing. Sia wondered, what do you mean? Look, my love, everyone says it's a miracle, they love it, a miracle you created. B. According to custom, the host of the party will share the first dance. So let's do it together. Under the eyes of everyone. Sia and Shoina held hands and danced in the middle of the stage. At the end of the song, Sia unexpectedly placed a kiss on Shoina's forehead. The people watching were also very surprised. Shoina said shyly, everyone is watching us. I really can't take you. At this moment, Maximilian outside looked at Shoina with pride in his eyes, really? She is stronger than any woman he knows. She is exactly as you said, your majesty. Shoina still scolded irritably, you can't kiss me like that, everyone is watching. Sia asked back, does that mean I can kiss you when it's just the two of us? Elizurha and his gang stood aside watching the lovey-dovey scene. He turned his head and nodded to his subordinate as if signaling something. Then they silently left together. The collation messenger has left, Sia thought to himself, it's a good thing I talked to my sisters yesterday. Back to last night. Shoina diligently practiced swordsmanship at night. The sword quickly fell to the floor. Sia kept trembling thinking, I see. I will need to practice a lot before I can handle Rosa disease like before. Where is this light coming from? It is the mirror that my sisters gave me. To call the sisters, after arriving in Yerfanin. Shoina recalled, I heard Saratica answering their calls every day, but they haven't called me yet. Are they waiting for me to call? I wonder if I should call them now. They will be upset if I keep putting it off. Suddenly the mirror shook, startling Shoina. A familiar voice called her name, Shoina. And then the familiar quarreling. They asked Shoina, do you know that plants will die when you don't water them? Why haven't you called? We almost died. How have you been lately? Is everything okay? We talk to Saratica almost every day. Sia smiled to himself, they are still the same as always. She spoke up, I'm sorry I'm late. One sister asked in surprise, Shoina, what's wrong with your face? Who is torturing you? Don't tell me, it's His Majesty, in bed, every night. The other two immediately covered her mouth, you need to watch your mouth, please don't go around saying that we are related, understood? Shoina sighed inwardly, they are even more fierce than I remember. Another red-haired sister asked worriedly, Shoina, are you really okay? You seem confused. What's interesting in Yerfanin? Tell us all about it. Shoina silently thought, actually. I said I would protect all my sisters, but I'm a little scared. Afraid that I might lose them. Should I tell them the truth? Or will that cause unnecessary panic? Thinking, she spoke, I'm just worried that my marriage has caused a stir on the map, in a bad way. The three sisters were stunned. Then smiled in unison. Our little Peach. Don't worry about it. Why do you think we have been safe for the past 300 years? There's nothing to worry about, all we hope is that this marriage of yours will make you happy. Don't worry about one thing, no one knows about Solem, I still don't have any marriage prospects, that's why you have to find me someone in Yerfanin yourself. As if not a moment had passed, we spent the whole night talking. They helped me calm my nerves. Back to the present, Shoina smiled and praised Sia, you dance very well, Sia replied, I practiced. Shoina nodded, now you have to go around and socialize with the guests, they are waiting to meet you. Just then, someone came over. Shoina thought to herself, that woman. The other person quickly came over and introduced herself, I am Sabrina Pon Lenore, daughter of Lord Lenore. On this side, Maximilian looked at the brown-haired woman. He was a little suspicious of that woman. So he called her back. Lily looked away with a fake smile, what did the queen ask me to do? I almost forgot, then she hurriedly made an excuse to leave. Maximilian stood still, not knowing what to do. Lily worriedly wondered, did he recognize me? Phew. Should I make it clear to her? What should I do? A few days ago. Lily stood outside the hallway thinking to herself, he will drink tea at this time. As her final revenge. She left a set of teacups full of salt in Maximilian's office. Lily told herself, this is the result you get for treating Princess Shoina badly, and calling yourself His Majesty's right-hand man. Just then Shoina saw her and greeted, Lily, you seem to be in a good mood. Lily then asked, would you like a cup of tea to help you sleep tonight? Shoina refused, no, I think I'm fine. Lily looked at Shoina for a while. She found it strange and spoke up, is something the matter? You seem troubled. Shoina nodded and asked, do you remember Lord Falliers? He fainted. I know he's always been in bad shape, maybe it's all because of the work he's doing. Maximilian always pushes himself to work, even when he's sick, but it seems like this time it's so bad that he can't get out of bed. I mean, looking back, I guess he looked really haggard. It seems like he hasn't slept at all. Lily panicked. No, it's definitely because of me. Schweina continued. And that's why I'm so worried. Lily, what's wrong? Lily turned away and replied, I'll be right back, Your Majesty. Schweina wondered confusedly, what was that about? Night fell over the palace. Lily ran breathlessly in the hallway. She blamed herself. I wanted to take revenge on him, but I didn't want to hurt him so badly. It's all my fault. I can't believe I made someone faint. Oh, please forgive me, mighty earth god. Then, Lily silently entered Maximilian's room. Seeing him lying on the bed. He was as red as a tomato. The situation seems really bad. Lily quickly brought a basin of water, applying it to Maximilian's hot forehead. The scene was also romantic. Lily kept muttering, I'm sorry. Duke Yeffer also woke up, asking dreamily, who is it? In front of him was a blur. Lily was startled. Immediately turned away, I have to go, who knew her hand would be grabbed by Maximilian. Duke Yeffer spoke up, is it an angel? Lily sighed inwardly, he must be delirious, if I get caught here now. Maximilian will accuse me and denounce me, she made me like this, Your Majesty, she disrespected me and sneaked into my room. Lily, how could you? Exile that girl immediately. Thinking this, Lily fearfully resolved, I can't let myself be caught. She tried to escape from Maximilian's hand and said, please. Get well soon. Even though he had a fever. That back figure was still imprinted in Maximilian's mind. Today, that feeling came back. Just then, someone called, Maximilian. I've been looking for you, where have you been? The party is starting. Maximilian replied, recently I saw an angel, and I saw someone who looked exactly like her. She is really an angel, a beautiful person who left a small piece of her heart with me. Back to the tense situation on this side, Sabrina introduced herself, I am Sabrina Pon Lenore, daughter of Lord Lenore. Everyone turned their eyes to this place to gossip. Schweina thought to herself, she looks very unpleasant. The youngest daughter of Lord Lenore. At this time Sabrina laughed again, and Your Majesty. Sia politely replied, it's nice that you came, but please excuse us, I'm afraid my fiancé and I have to go greet the other messengers. Sabrina suggested, I would like to have some time to get to know the queen, maybe she can stay, and, Schweina sighed inwardly, yes, of course she wants to talk to me. She turned to Sia and said, women sometimes need their own time, she doesn't want her to think that she is avoiding her. Sia was uneasy but nodded, okay, I'll be back soon. After Sia left, Schweina opened her mouth, it's nice to meet you, Miss Sabrina, Schweina Flor Solem. In response to Schweina was Sabrina's uncomfortable frown. She crossed her arms and arrogantly asked, is that so? Is that all you have to say to me? Schweina replied, is there anything else? How strange, I thought this was a proper greeting and response. Sabrina angrily replied, you and I are not the same. Schweina suppressed her anger and scolded inwardly, what the hell, this is how you want to do things, right? The youngest and most beloved daughter of Lord Lanier, I met her once. Last time, her attitude was very different. She was polite, cute. With that smile, you could see how loving the environment she grew up in was. Not long after becoming a princess, as the strongest candidate for the position of queen, the treatment she will receive is obvious. I didn't know it could change a person so much. Now look at this. I didn't think much because she didn't suit me, but her attitude still made me uncomfortable. Maybe I can teach her a few things, thinking, Schweina spoke, of course it's not the same. You are a lady in Yerfinen. And I am a princess of Solem. So, yes, I want to ask you. Are we the same? Hearing this question, Sabrina immediately stiffened. She thought and replied, you have an admirable pride in your kingdom, but you must know there is a difference between an entire empire and a small country like yours. Schweina covered her mouth and laughed after hearing this. Her attitude surprised Sabrina, who just laughed. Schweina politely put her hand out and smiled, then said, that statement is naive and frankly stupid. The other girls protested, what do you mean, stupid? This is Yerfinen. As the royalty and nobility of Yerfinen, we are teaching people the ways and prestige of this empire. Schweina calmly replied, that's why I said it's stupid, it's interesting to see you trying, although you don't have the conditions to do it, you are too proud that you are a noble of Yerfinen. What have you done with that status? What I'm saying is, what can you do without a position or even a title? I am the princess of my country and the fiancée of His Majesty the Emperor. For example, a rank that is more likely to start a war. If that's not clear enough, I'll tell you that's enough. The piper must be paid. And maybe you haven't understood this clearly, but that man is mine. Sabrina clenched her hands unwillingly, but that seat should have been mine, if it weren't for you, I would have. As she spoke, she was crying, making everyone look at Schweina as if she was a bully. Just then someone came over and called, Sabrina. Sabrina then said in a spoiled voice, Dad. Lenore told his subordinates please, take her away and help her calm down. Sia covered his face waiting for what was coming, he would say something as if I made her cry. What should I say to him now? Lenore walked to Schweina and said, Your Majesty. Please forgive me. Schweina asked in disbelief, excuse me. Lenore closed his eyes and replied, I spoiled that child too much, all the boundaries she crossed today are my fault. Please forgive me. Shoina realized his apology and submission made her remember someone who was too different. Lady Sabrina is loved. Shoina nodded and said, yes, it's best if you go and comfort her. She may think that what I have will be taken from her, but she already has too much. Miss Sabrina, please cherish and love what you have. Just then, Sia also came over to this side. He asked Sia, how was the battle with the lady, darling? Shoina smiled to herself, and I will love and cherish what is mine. Sia then teased, that man is mine, you like that? Shoina blushed and asked, how did you hear that? Sia pointed to his ear and said, you must have forgotten. A swordsman's hearing must be special. Shoina sighed inwardly, I completely forgot he was a swordsman, which means he heard everything. Sia then giggled and teased, mine, I feel ecstatic, as happy as when you agreed to marry me, like the whole world is in my hands. Mine, I will remember this forever. Shoina helplessly scolded, you are too playful. Sia replied, playful? I'm just being honest, because you are usually very passive, so I didn't expect you to say anything. I admire you, he said, then pulled Shoina closer. But most of all, I'm happy to know I've really become yours, my love. Shoina said shyly, we promised each other our whole lives, that should be obvious. Sia was slightly startled looking at her. Then spoke, you know, I need to get you out of here. Shoina was confused when Sia took her hand and pulled her away. He spoke to the crowd, is everyone enjoying their evening? Thank you for joining us to celebrate her, I will see you all at our wedding. As for me, I will enjoy the special company of my fiancé. But enjoy the party for as long as you like. He said, then led Shoina away. Shoina frowned and said, we can't just leave like this, Sia. Sia replied, we'll see them again at the wedding, it's okay. The two dukes stood watching and smirked. It seems like he has really found his match. Any concerns of ours would only be interference, that is a blessing. The politics of an emperor who has learned warmth. I am happy to see the future of Yurfanin. At this time in the palace garden, Amaryllis, Shoina spoke, all this change only happened in a few days. She is really something, isn't she? Lily must be truly loved by the earth god. Shoina thought to herself, there's something Lily told me not long after arriving in Yurfanin for the first time. I will make you a path full of flowers so you can walk, hand in hand, with the emperor, under the moonlight. Shoina said to herself, thank you, Lily, just as you said. Sia also praised, it's like the flower path leading to your room. Shoina replied, I guess that's the inspiration, you really like that flower path. Sia reminded again, you fainted after seeing those flowers. Shoina laughed, that was really a shock. People have worked to push us together, why did they try so hard? It's strange, even now. Sia replied, what's strange, they just saw my sincerity. Just then Shoina looked up, reaching out to catch the falling petals. She happily said, it's like flower petal rain. It's almost as beautiful as Solom. This place is filled with Lily's wishes for your happiness, no wonder it's so beautiful. Shoina nodded, Lily really cares about me, almost too much. But darling, you forgot that I stole you from the party, right? You told me not to embarrass you in public, but there's no one else here, can I do embarrassing things now? So, my love, can I have your first kiss now? Shoina blushed and scolded, you don't have to ask things like that. As soon as she finished speaking, the two exchanged a passionate kiss. Only releasing after a while. Sia comfortably grinned and said, I love you. Shoina thought to herself, I haven't been stable since I met you. You are the waves crashing, and I am the small boat, being pushed by every movement. We continued to kiss, under the falling petals on our eyelids. It was a peaceful night. On this side, Maximilian walked and thought, the party went well, now, after today. Suddenly someone used a cloth to cover his nose from behind. Maximilian realized his body was softening. His hands also gradually drooped down. Her Highness is in trouble. Back to that night. Maximilian slowly walked in the hallway. He sighed inwardly, I know he likes her very much, but this time it was quite unprofessional for him. We spent a lot of time appeasing the remaining guests. When I went to look for them before the party was about to end, they had already said goodbye. Oh, okay. But at least the party achieved its purpose, it was a great success. Collision appeared more hostile and daring than we expected. Although thanks to Sia, we were able to stabilize the situation. Solom, land of the earth god. It's stronger than I imagined, huh? How could such a powerful force emanate from such a small person? I know she has resilience, but somehow, every time I see her, I remember that girl. Marcian. With those quiet eyes. The woman who seemed to read my every thought, Beatrice Marcian. That's ridiculous, it can't be. There is nothing similar in the two of them. Anyway, if we're not careful, we might have a war before the wedding. We should prepare. Just when he was thinking, a strange noise just happened. Maximilian blocked the knife with his hand, breathing heavily, speculating, damn it, are they Collision's henchmen? There are so many of them, how did they get in here? I let my guard down. No, we just barely managed it. To make His Majesty smile. His body, Maximilian couldn't hold on any longer. The servant raised his knife, wanting to slash down at Maximilian. But suddenly, something hit his head. The rest hadn't understood what was happening. Thanks to that, Maximilian regained consciousness. He looked in surprise at the black-clad man next to him. Did he fall? It was a fly swatter. Who, on earth? Before he could finish thinking, a figure rushed down from above. That person was none other than Lily. She stood alone in front of that group of black-clad men, saying, "My father always said, fight fire with fire." Maximilian realized from behind, that woman looks familiar. An image intertwined in his mind. It was the angel that day. Lily reached out to pick up the knife, then quickly swung it. The sound made Maximilian, who was watching, panic. Only to see her single-handedly take care of that group of black-clad men. After dealing with the group, Lily turned her head to look. That look immediately scared Maximilian out of his wits. Lily asked, "Are you okay? You're bleeding." Maximilian was stunned, immersed in her voice. "It seems. It's that woman, the one who took care of me that day. I didn't know she was the queen's maid." He opened his mouth to ask, "Are you?" Just then someone called out, "Lord Falliers. What's going on? Are you injured?" Maximilian recognized it was the captain. They don't have time to waste. It's an ambush. Their target will be His Majesty and the Queen. He stood up and said, "Captain, we send our men to His Majesty and the Queen immediately." Lily was startled to hear the news. His Majesty and the Emperor are in danger. Over here, Shorta was thinking, even after Sierra and I let go, the heat hasn't diminished at all. I kissed him. It all feels like a dream. I wonder what he's thinking now. Sigh, it's late, I should go to sleep. Just then, the sword Rosa beside her trembled. Shorta picked it up and wondered, why? A strange noise appeared, making her alert. Who's there? The group of black-clad men quickly entered. Shorta sighed inwardly. Could it be, Collation has already acted? She calmly said, "I knew you'd be here. I suppose patience isn't something your king has. I haven't been trained to use this sword properly yet, but that doesn't mean I should give up." Shorta gripped the sword tightly. "This takes me back to the old days. We're going to see a lot of blood, Rosa." Immediately, Shorta tiptoed and jumped up. She rushed towards the nearest one. Fresh blood splattered on Shorta's face. Another one seized the opportunity to attack from behind. The two blades collided, making a ringing sound. The other person knocked Shorta away. She felt a sharp pain in her shoulder. And the sword also lost momentum, slipping from her hand. The black-clad man ordered, "Capture her." Someone reached out their hand. Shorta fell to the floor in fear, closing her eyes and waiting. Just then, someone called her, "Princess. Are you okay?" "I'm sorry for being late." Lily appeared here in a fluster, only to see that the group of black-clad men had already been dealt with by her at some point. Shorta's eyes widened. How could? What happened? Did Lily handle all those men by herself? Lily, still not appeased, shouted, "Those fools. How dare they threaten people? I should have killed them more painfully. I won't leave your side again." She emotionally hugged Shorta. Shorta called out Lily's name in a low voice. Who are you?" Lily didn't hide anything and declared, "Lily Lurant, a third-generation priest who has been granted the gift of combat by the Earth God. I am your sword and shield." Shorta realized in surprise, all this time, Lily has been standing alone as both a maid and a knight. It seems like I'm forever indebted to her. At this moment, Sia appeared and said, "Are you too safe?" The two girls looked at each other. Smiling, replied, "Yes, that's right." Everything was quickly resolved. Sia ordered, "We will have to interrogate everyone involved. Gather everyone in the dungeon." Luckily, no one was seriously injured. Shorta said to Sia, "There's something strange. They didn't try to kill me. It seems like they wanted to take me away." Sia was startled and asked, "Take you away? What makes you say that?" Shorta replied, "I know that I was a skilled swordswoman before. But in this new body, I'm nothing more than a complete beginner compared to those things. However, they never attacked me. Only resisted to deplete my energy. And what did they say? Capture her. They intended to take me away. Wouldn't they say something like kill her if that was their purpose in coming? My question is, why? Do you think it's because they want the power of the Earth God?" Sia gritted her teeth and replied, "That makes sense." Shorta continued, "If they want me because they want the power that I have, that means my family in Solom won't be safe either. I have to let them know, I have to tell them, that they may have to be ready for war. About Shorta and me, the secret." That night, Shorta took out the communication mirror. Then repeatedly pressed. Very quickly, someone called her, "Shorta." The three sisters happily asked, "You called us back. I hope our sister's night talk is different, right? Our dear youngest sister." The red-haired sister noticed Shorta seemed a little strange. She asked worriedly, "What's wrong? You don't look well." Shorta spoke, "I have something I want to tell you sisters." The sisters immediately replied, "Tell us everything." Shorta decided, "I'll tell them everything." She said, "I have something to tell you sisters." The black-haired sister pouted and asked, "What's with that tone? It sounds so distant. What, is it out of your sight? Don't miss us too much." The red-haired sister covered her mouth and scolded, "Can't you be quiet for a second?" "Quiet, go on, Shorta, we're ready to listen. Say what you want to say." Shorta hesitated, causing her sisters to wait. "I'm not Princess Shorta." The three sisters froze. Shroina continued, I was the Duchess of Yurfanan until I died. When I woke up, I was in Shroina's body. I think the queen's soul has disappeared somewhere, and my soul replaced it. You can hate me and blame me. But I will never forget the kindness and warmth everyone has given me. For deceiving you. For lying to you. And I also want to thank you. I know maybe you will never want to see me again. The red-haired sister spoke. Tell us how you feel, not about how we might feel. Don't you want to stay, and be our friend or sister? So do you want to be a part of our family again? Shroina realized, even after telling the truth, they still called me Shroina. With the same loving eyes. How can they do that? Shroina spoke, becoming frank. I really like being with you sisters. I wish I could become your real sister. That's why I kept the truth to myself. I kept accepting. This love that I know isn't meant for me. Even if you can't forgive me, I will still continue to consider you as family. The three sisters burst into tears. Finally, the child told us. Alas, she told us that she likes us. Shroina was confused by their reaction. The three sisters continued, do you know how long we've waited for this moment? For you to let us know what you're really thinking, and for us to let you know everything is okay. Shroina asked in surprise, you already knew? How? The red-haired sister replied, we knew everything from the beginning, and we love you, Shroina. Will you let us know your real name? Shroina replied, my real name is Beatrice Shelmarcian, I'm Beatrice. Redhead smiled appreciatively, Beatrice, such a beautiful name. Thank you for telling us. Mom and Dad will be overjoyed. Shroina was surprised, what? Mom and Dad know? Red-haired sister replied, they know. Shroina already took her own life. She always said this, that it was necessary to die to do the right thing before the earth god. And Shroina gave her body to you. Everyone came so suddenly, just in one day. We were eating breakfast. When Shroina said, I will die soon. We were speechless. For a person talking about her death, she seemed very happy. We all thought she was joking. But we soon knew that wasn't the case. She fell into a deep sleep. And a few days later, she woke up, like nothing had happened. And we knew immediately that we had a new sister. And when you came, we were rid of sadness, and laughed again. Shroina had always wished there was some way she could see you. She said that there was a girl who would keep appearing in her dreams. She said she looked so lonely, her heart was breaking. She was very determined about one thing. She asked us to make you smile again. Beatrice, from the moment you woke up, we have accepted you as our own. Thank you for coming to us, and thank you for telling us the truth. Shroina was moved to tears, sisters. I think the reason I decided to tell you, is because I was afraid I might not see you again. They want Solem. You may have to prepare for war. I will do whatever it takes to. The black-haired sister shouted, great, let them try. I, Teobel Solem, will tear them to pieces. You don't need to worry about us, Shroina. Do you remember when His Majesty stormed in? We weren't calmly useless about that. Anyway, after a raid, are you okay? Shroina replied with a smile, Lily protected me. The sisters were satisfied, Lily is really something. She is the greatest priest of this generation. Shroina realized, so they already knew all that too. The sisters called out Sia's name. Forget the complicated things, smile. Have sweet dreams tonight. You know we love you. Good night, our Shroina. Shroina listened and quickly fell asleep. A dazzling meadow scene appeared before her eyes. The familiar field, the blue sky, Sia realized she had been here before. Someone called her real name, Beatrice. Beatrice turned her head, seeing the real Sia. She smiled and said, you look happy. I'm glad. Beatrice wondered, why is it you? You have so many things you want to ask me. The real Sia replied, it's just that it's just me. I want to see you happy. Beatrice, this will be the last time we meet. Live for yourself. Good luck. Birds chirped. Shroina woke up from her dream, sitting up from bed. She said to herself, thank you, Shroina. A few hours later, what we feared happened. Collation announced a declaration of war. Maximilian reported, they have a demand for their provocation. He saw him hesitate, Sia urged, what is it? Just say it straight out. Maximilian spoke, their king wants Princess Shroina as his wife. Shroina shouted, what? Sia gritted her teeth in annoyance, he will need to prepare to explain the absurdity of that absurd condition. Birds chirped outside the castle. Maximilian inside hesitantly reported, as far as I know. A reflection stone recorded the moment during the party with His Majesty. And the image of the princess was given to King Collation. And from then on, he was infatuated with Princess Shroina and wants her as his queen. Shroina realized, so it's not because of my power, but because of me. Sia was furious, that crazy bastard. I'm going to kill him. How dare he? Maximilian thought fearfully, oh no, those eyes. It's like 4 years ago when he went crazy in battle. At this moment, Shroina stepped forward and called Sia, calm down. Everything is okay, I'm right here. Maximilian breathed a sigh of relief, she was able to soothe his rage with just a few words. Shroina turned to call Maximilian. You know very well that war doesn't just happen in one night. We must be quick and prepare for what is to come. We will hold a meeting with the army and command the offensive. Maximilian nodded to receive the order. Yes, your majesty. As for Solom and the border around the Magic Kingdom, we have dispersed the masses. Good. Who will lead them? Sia spoke. I was going to send Maximilian to the border, and Solom. You will come. Shrina spoke. I will go with you. And to ensure Maximilian's safety, I want to send Lily along with you. Lily is a special warrior among the priests of the Earth God. She will be able to protect you, and she will be willing to join you. The energy between the Earth God's divine power and Calation's magic couldn't be more different. It will be much safer to have Lily supporting you. Maximilian worriedly wanted to refuse, but what if something happens to you? Shrina analyzed. I have become a desirable asset of this war. I doubt they will want to harm or hurt me. However, you, Maximilian, you are the enemy's right-hand man. They will chase after you. And I have him. We will be together, Sia, and your mission is to protect me, right? Sia nodded affirmatively. I will protect you, my love. Sia thought to himself, moved, recalling His Majesty's face as he crossed the battlefield to end the war. The face of a bloodied man swinging his sword, but now, after just hearing a few words from the princess, he had completely melted. It's good that he has her. Night fell very quickly. Sia went to ask Shrina. How is everything? Shrina said, Solom is preparing for battle. Have you spoken to his council? Sia replied, Sultan is saying he wants to fight in the battle. Shrina was extremely surprised. What? Sultan himself? Sia held her head and replied, he knows what fighting means to his name, but he's too old now, he should be retired by now. Shrina realized, I know he's worried. She consoled, just accept his loyalty to you, everything will be fine. Shrina nodded, yes, everything will be fine, because you have me. Have you told Lily about everything yet? About being sent with Maximilian? Shrina nodded, she's very eager, as expected, although her reasoning is interesting. The weak man, Maximilian, he can't go out there on his own. Shrina smiled inwardly, that's how he is in Lily's eyes. The day of war has come, do you understand? You must not be injured. Never let your guard down. Shrina held Lily's hand and told her. Lily nodded, yes, ma'am, have faith. Shrina smiled gently. Then called Maximilian, Sir Falliers. I know it's a big ask, but please, ensure everyone returns safely. That includes you. I wish you victory. Maximilian nodded, yes, ma'am, I wish you safety. Shrina smiled. Looking at Maximilian. Sia also flashed a confident smile. Let's begin. The army including the infantry was ready. So were the knights. The trumpet sounded. A moment later, Sia and Shrina stood at the rest camp. Shrina wondered, how could they be so reckless? How can a king of a country be so reckless? Sia replied, whatever the reason, one thing is for sure, you and I will be the winners in this battle. You have received the divinity of heaven. And I have you, which means I am the luckiest man in this world. Shrina laughed, how silly, but I hope it's true. Shrina raised her sword. Shouting, everyone, move forward. The knight raised his sword. Both sides rushed into battle. It's a big battle, we don't need to fight yet. Sia frowned wondering, it's strange. It's too easy. Sia nodded, it's suspicious. It's as if they're letting us have our way. They're just sending these people to die, the mana flow has been distorted. Suddenly at this moment, strange black smoke appeared. Sia worriedly called Shrina, come over here. The ground suddenly shook. A voice laughed, you put your faith in humans and their weapons? I am the great king of Calation. Master of the Calation lullaby. Saratika, of Yurfanan, today will be your last day. I will take your head and your woman's. Sia gritted his teeth in anger, that bastard. Looking at the fallen soldiers. Suddenly twitching and writhing on the ground. Convulsing and suddenly standing up. Shrina paled realizing, the dead are coming back to life. Shrina's father appeared majestically on horseback. He angrily asked, which one of you is the perverted degenerate who tried to kidnap my daughter? Sia said, that's my dad, then took her to run. Shrina was also wondering. No, it's too dangerous, stop it father, they're using dark magic too. Her father raised his sword. Wanting to fight to the death with that guy. Sunlight appeared. Burning the risen dead. Shrina surprisingly covered her mouth, what the hell, they're turning into ashes. In the blink of an eye who could have imagined? The dignified king, always smiling, leisurely sitting at the table drinking tea. With such terrifying power. He raised his sword and shouted, my daughter, the apple of my eye, Sia said, her father, is very angry. The three older sisters also appeared. Which surprised Shrina greatly. The black-haired older sister unleashed a thunderous punch. Asking those guys, who do you think you are? Lusting after a sister of the priesthood? Sia and Shrina froze. Sia remembered, when Tia Bell tore his shirt sleeve. She could have torn his arm off. Shrina nodded consoling, how fortunate, your majesty. The battle ended quickly, with their light dusting of powder. This unimaginable power made Shrina realize why they didn't bother with the news of the Yurfanan's threat of invasion. Sia sighed, well, I guess we know who would win in the battle between you and your father. The father raised his sword high. Going to call his daughter and son-in-law. Shrina realized, mother also came. The red-haired older sister said, most things have been taken care of. Shorna worriedly ran to ask, why did everyone come here? It's very dangerous. Her mother smiled kindly and asked, what do you mean? Of course we came, why wouldn't we come? How could we abandon those who threaten our lives? Not to mention, he was trying to take you away, no parent would let that happen. Mother will personally witness that he will never see the light of day. One older sister spoke, father was completely furious as soon as he found out. And Tia Bell, she turned the table she was holding into dust. The red-haired sister scorned, the king of collation is so stupid. Dark magic. Can't hold a candle to divine power. It's no match. Sia thought to himself, terrible things might have happened, when Yerfanen came to invade this land. At this moment her older sister spoke again, soon, father will end the battle at any time. Should we prepare ourselves? Shorna saw her mother turn away. A warm and magnificent light appeared. Sia looked up. Shorna's father was standing incredibly dazzling. The light swept away all the dark magic, every last bit of it. And it completely surrounded this place. Shorna's mother held out her hand and said, come on, come here. Return to the earth and rest in peace. And with this, the war was over. That king and his gang were captured alive. Shorna's mother turned her head to call her daughter. Come here, you've done very well. Let's go back now. So everyone can be happy again, Shorna thought to herself, happiness? I never thought it would mean anything to me. Sia took her hand, and said softly, the time has finally come, for me to be happy being with you. My Beatrice. Shorna thought to herself, the hands that took my hand, and all the dreamlike moments, all seemed to be telling me to seize this new opportunity. She smiled and replied, yes. A month passed very quickly afterwards. Maximilian stood before them reading the oath, and now the vow, promising to take each other. To have and to hold from this day forward. For better or for worse. For richer or poorer, in sickness and in health. Hello everyone, I'm Lily. It's been a few months. Her Majesty completed the wedding preparations as soon as we returned. As for the princess, she looked more beautiful than ever in her veil and white dress. Stunning. While Lily was admiring the princess, Maximilian also looked over here. And I, Lily, now have someone important in my life. Yes, exactly 2 people. At this moment someone called, Lily. Is that a shotgun wedding? Lily nodded admitting, yes, we didn't necessarily plan it that way, but here we are. The other whispered I had a feeling when you expedited your wedding, a month to go, right? But you found the right person for you, congratulations. At this moment Maximilian spoke, finally. For the groom. That look made Maximilian stammer, do you promise to love your bride? Sia frowned and asked, Sir Falliers, are you aware of who you are speaking to? Lily behind him said indignantly, that's not fair, your majesty, that's an abuse of power, don't threaten my love. Shorna next to him frowned and said, you two are so childish, you know, just cooperate, Sia. Shorna nodded, if you've told me, Maximilian survived those few seconds of terror. Sia spoke, my love for B can be described with the saying. She's my number one priority. She's prioritized above all else, including the world, you are the most important person. I love you, B. Then he placed a kiss on Shorna's forehead. 1, 2, 3, the wedding flowers were thrown. It's mine, Tia Bell jumped up and snatched it. The other 2 sisters laughed helplessly, she wanted it that much, right? The mother next to him reminded, be careful, you'll hurt yourself. Shorna happily laughed. The wedding party scene was extremely joyful and lively. Lily blushed looking at Shorna. I wish you happiness, our beloved princess. You ask it's been a few days since Sia and my wedding, what about our honeymoon? We don't have one. There's too much to do, I thought there would be, but the queen's seat has been vacant for too long. We don't even have a proper wedding night, was a honeymoon in the plans? Shorna complained while working. Lily immediately appeared and asked her, are you alright, your majesty? You should rest, Shorna shook her head, I'm fine, thank you Lily. But Lily, I'm very curious. What is the golden thread that you have to bind you to Maximilian? It's soft and golden, but it's very certain, it's still connected to both of you. Lily covered her mouth in surprise, you finally saw it? That's the invisible thread that marks the fate of 2 people, only an awakened priesthood of the earthly god can see them. Each person's invisible thread is a different color and appears at different times, the theory is that it appears when you've met your soulmate. Shorna was surprised, so everyone could see this all along? Lily nodded replying, yes, and I was able to see yours from the moment you met His Majesty. Shorna was extremely surprised, what? Lily replied, it was a bright and vibrant red thread. Quickly securing the 2 of you. Shorna spoke, so that's the reason you were determined to get us together? Because you saw the invisible thread, Lily nodded confirming, yes, exactly. Shorna covered her mouth thinking to herself, it's out there for the whole world to see? I feel so embarrassed now, an invisible thread. That night, Sia returned and asked, Shorna, B, you're working late? Shorna sighed inwardly, I don't know how I can look at him after hearing about the invisible threads and fate of ours. Shorna suggested, let's go somewhere, Sia was surprised, I never thought you'd ask, I didn't want to mention it in case you were too busy, maybe we can go somewhere quiet. Just the 2 of us. Just the 2 of us? Without telling anyone? Shorna laughed. They'll say we've run away, it'll be quite noisy in the palace. But I like that, I want to do what you want to do. She thought to herself, you know, Sia, we are bound by an invisible red thread. We were destined to love each other. And the next day, Lily entered with a smile and called, "Oh, your majesty, wake up and..." Where did she go? Only seeing the empty room left Lily extremely confused. Then she saw a letter with the words, "Lily, we're going on our honeymoon, see you in a month, P.S, don't look for us." At the same time, the two spouses were happily together. The emperor and his wife left the palace to go on their honeymoon.